Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting tech tutorial where we learn how to build and deploy a production-ready blog platform from scratch using Next.js 16 and other modern and in-demand web technologies. You're going to learn so much from this tutorial from server-side ranging, streaming Next.js 16 and other modern Next.js 16 and React 19 features. At the end of this video, this project is not going to be sitting idly by on your computer. I'm going to show you how to actually deploy this project on Vercel so that you can add a live link to your portfolio or resume, and it's going to look very impressive in your resume. Now, with that being said, I'm going to show you what we are going to build in this video. Now, we're going to build a modern 2026 standard UI that's going to look impressive. When you land on the homepage, you're going to see this right here. Welcome to TechBlog, discover stories and creative ideas, and a summary of this about page right here. And also, you're going to see the recent articles of this platform right here. We're going to have the about page that's going to say everything about this platform. And then we're going to have this articles page right here where you can actually view articles. Now, we're going to implement a pagination system known as cursor-based approach to pagination that's used by some of the largest companies in the world for building production-ready application. Now, we're going to actually paginate this data. If a user wants to actually see more articles, the user can simply just click on the load more articles button. It's going to actually load another article for the user. And the user can actually click on any article to actually read the article. I click on read article. It's going to take us to the articles page and we can actually read through this article. Now, users will be able to edit and delete their blog posts if they are logged in, and also if they are the author of the blog post. And just like all blog platforms, we're also going to have a search functionality. And when we click on search, it's going to pop up this search modal right here. We can actually search for a blog post we actually want. So I'm going to search for Next.js. And we're actually going to get a blog post that's actually related to Next.js. Is Next.js a feature of web development? I'll click on that. It's going to actually bring us to that blog post right here. Great. In building this search functionality, you're going to learn all the best practices when building search functionality for a full stack application. Now, let's actually log in with this user. Users will be able to log in with their Google account, their existing Google account, or their existing GitHub account. So I'm going to click on continue with Google. You can see right here now, immediately the user has logged in. The user can now see the white button and also the logout button. Okay, so I'm going to click on write to write a new blog post. So I want to populate the input with this data right here. The title is going to be React 19 is amazing. Then the XML is going to be the new React 19 features like the use API is really amazing. And you are going to learn how and when to use this React 19 use API in this project. So I want to choose a cover image for this post right here. Now, since I don't have a React image in this folder, I'll just choose this Next.js image right here and click on open. And then all I just have to do is click on publish article. And you can see article published successfully. And then we can actually visit the articles page and we should see our new articles right here. React 19 is amazing. The new React 19 features like the use API is really amazing. We can click on read article and we can actually read this new article right here. And you can actually see the data. The new React 19 features like the use API is really amazing. And then we can actually click on edit to actually edit this. I click on edit. We can actually edit this to whatever we want. You can see the new React 19 is amazing in 2026. I click on update. And you can see article updated successfully. You can see right here React 19 is amazing in 2026. On top of that, users will be able to delete their article. If I decide to delete my article, I can click on delete right here and I click on OK to confirm the delete. Click on OK. And after a while, it's going to say article deleted successfully, and I've successfully deleted the article I just created. These data we are fetching in this article space are going to be fetched on the client, while this one we are fetching in the home page are going to be fetched on the server. You're going to learn when to fetch data on the server and also when to fetch data on the client in Next.js. On top of these amazing features for this application, we're going to ensure that this application is fully responsive so that it's going to look good on your resume or portfolio. Now, when I reduce the screen size, you're going to notice that this screen is going to actually respond to the UI. You can see that this actually looks good even for mobile devices. And for mobile devices, we're going to have this amazing menu right here. It's going to slide in from the right hand side, and everything is going to look good for mobile device. We can read an article, and you can see everything looks amazing for mobile device. You can go to the articles page, and it actually looks really good. You can load more articles. Great. If you're excited about this project, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people like you who are going to find it very, very helpful. And basically think of liking this video as a very little way for you to actually support this channel. Now, if you'd like more production ready builds like this one in the future, then ensure you subscribe and turn on notification bell so you don't miss out on future uploads. Let's dive into the video. For the technology we're going to use for this project, first of all, we're going to start up with React, which is used for both web and native applications. Native applications meaning mobile applications, but we are going to be using React on the web. We're going to use a lot of features from React. We're going to learn how to use React to make reusable components, how to make use of the use-in hooks in React, the use state hook, the use ref hook, the use ref hook, and also you're also going to learn how to create your own custom hooks in the React application. You're going to learn lots of React features in this project. React on its own is not actually best for SEO, and so it's not completely optimized. Now, for building a website with better SEO, and we can actually implement server-side rendering, we have to actually pair React with Next.js. And Next.js is a React framework for the web used by some of the world's largest companies like Netflix, Hulu. Next.js enables you to create high-quality web applications with the power of React components. Now, you are going to learn how to build a complete application, a full-stack application using Next.js 16 and all the modern features like Next.js comes with, like server-side rendering and streaming. For styling our application and achieving a responsive design, we're going to rely on the power of Tailwind CSS. With Tailwind CSS, we can actually add utility classes to our GSS, and styles are actually going to be applied. And this is a very powerful modern library for actually styling your application from scratch. Now, for authenticating user and building a complete authentication from scratch, we're going to rely on BetterAuth, which is one of the best, if not the best, authentication library right now. Now, it's actually free and open source, and we can actually integrate BetterAuth to any database, and we can actually use BetterAuth with any frameworks, but we are going to be using BetterAuth with Next.js. And lastly, we're going to make use of Postgres database to actually store our data. But we're not going to be using Postgres directly. We're going to make use of Prisma ORM to actually interact with our database, so we can actually get type-safe database operation for our application. Now, if you've not worked with Prisma before, you're going to learn how to set up Prisma and how to use Prisma to build a full web application in this video. Now, before we actually dive into Visual Studio Code, I want to actually inform you that there's going to be a live link in the description below. If you'd like to actually visit the finished project and actually interact with the application and use the application to check if everything is working perfectly, I'm going to leave a link to the live project in the description below. Now, we're going to be starting this project from absolute scratch. All I have inside this Visual Studio Code, I only have this empty folder right here, tech blog. Okay, so the very first step we have to take, we have to create a new Next.js project. So we're going to head over to Next.js.org, the official Next.js documentation website. I'll click on Get Started, and you can read all about Next.js right here. I'm going to go over to installation, and we can see right here what we have to do to actually install Next.js in our local machine. Now, there are lots of package managers here. We have PNPM, NPM, we have Yarn, and then we have Bone. Now, for this tutorial, I'm going to be making use of PNPM package manager, but you can actually follow along using NPM. Okay, so I'm going to actually explain how you can follow along using NPM. But if you want to actually download the PNPM package manager, which I will advise you to, because it's actually faster than NPM and it handles packages better than NPM, then you can go over to the official PNPM website, pnpm.io, click on Get Started, and then I'm just going to scroll down to using other packages to install PNPM. Because if you are watching this tutorial, I'm assuming you already have Node.js installed, and if you have Node.js installed, you already have Node Package Manager installed, which means you can use your Node Package Manager to run this command right here, npm install global PNPM. Okay, and that's going to install PNPM in your local machine, and then you'll be able to use PNPM to manage your project dependencies. I'm going to head back to Next.js. Now, there are some system requirements for you can actually create this project. First of all, your Node.js version has to be version 20.9 and above. Okay, so if you have a Node.js version that is less than this version, you might not be able to actually run this command. Okay, and also your operating system must be a macOS, Windows, or a Linux operating system. So we're going to copy this command right here, pnpm create next app at latest. Now, if you are using npm, then you're going to copy this one right here. If for some reason you want to stick to your npm package manager, then you're going to use this one right here, nps create next app at latest. It's basically going to do the same thing. So I'm going to head back to Visual Studio Code. I'm going to open up this terminal right here, and then I'll just paste that right here, pnpm create next app at latest. I want this project to be created inside this tech block folder. So I want to say // to ensure it's created inside that tech block folder we have. So I'll click on enter. Now this is going to ask us some question. Would you like to use the recommend Next.js default? No, I want to actually customize the settings. So I'll just go to customize settings. And now let me just expand this a bit more. Now, would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we want to make use of TypeScript. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes, we want to make use of ESLint. Would you like to use React Compiler? No. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. Would you like your code inside a SRC directory? Yes. Would you like to use app router? Yes. No, we don't want to customize this. Then that's going to actually start installing our dependencies. And after all that, you're going to see that our package has been installed. You can see all the dev dependencies we are working with right here, and also the dependencies we're actually working with. Now, this is actually the beauty of PNPM. Now, what PNPM does is that anytime we install a package, it's not going to be installed in this project. It's going to install it globally in our computer. So anytime we want to install that package, it's just going to create a link to that package in our computer. You can notice right here that due to the fact that I've actually created this project before, you're going to notice that we only downloaded 2 new packages. The other packages are going to be reused from the ones I already have installed in my machine to actually create this project. And that's one of the beauty of PNPM. So now to actually run this project, we're going to do pnpm run dev. Now, if you are still using npm, you're going to run npm run dev. So basically going to do the same thing. Now to open up this project in a web browser, you're just going to follow this right here, localhost port 3000. I'm going to take you to the project in a web browser. So I want to close this terminal up. And when we open up the project, you can see right now that we have a new Next.js project right here. Okay, so now let's actually get rid of the files we don't need and the code we don't need. So I'll go to globals.css. First of all, I'm just going to get rid of all this CSS apart from this import Tailwind CSS right here, because we obviously need Tailwind CSS in our project. I'm going to go to page.css. I'm just going to get rid of everything I have here. I'm going to put a paragraph tag. I'm going to say hello everybody, and then I'll go to layout.css file. Now this layout.css file, this is the root layout. You can see right here the name of the component. This is the root layout of your application, which means whatever pages we create in this application, whether we create the home page, whether it's the home page, the about page, or whatever page we create, the children, those pages are going to be rendered right here as children to this component, which means whatever styles or whatever components we pass to this layout component is going to be rendered or applied to whatever page we created. So the very first step, I want to change the title of this page. I'm going to call this tech blog. Then the description of the page is going to be tech blog Eggbon Tech. And then I'm going to actually update the font family. I want to make use of poppins, so I'm get rid of these. I'm going to say const poppins. It's going to be equals to poppins. I want to get that from Nest font variable font poppins subset Latin. Finally, the weights. It's going to be an array of the weights we want. I'll do 300, 400, 500, 600, and 700. And then I'm going to scroll down right here and actually apply that font to our project. So right here, I'm going to say poppins.class name. That's going to ensure that the poppins font you are getting from Google is actually applied to the entire web page. Remember I said that this, because this is the body tag, this is where the body tag is, whatever styles we apply is going to be applied to the entire application. So when we go back to our project, we actually see that text right here, hello everybody, and the font is actually applied, poppins, and you can see the title we actually updated, tech blog. Great job. So the next thing we're going to do, I'm going to set up some custom colors we're going to need in our project. So inside these globals of CSS, I'm going to paste this right here. We're going to have color primary, color background, color secondary background, and color hover. Okay, and these are the custom colors we actually need in our project. And then I'm going to go to the layout file, and then I'm going to add a background to this. I'll say bg background, which is coming from this right here, this custom color we have right here, color background. Because when we want to actually apply this in Tailwind CSS version 5, we don't have to call color, we just call the background, the name. Okay, we don't call the color before this hyphen background. So if you want to apply this primary, we say bg primary or text primary, just like that. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to our project, which will actually see the dark background being actually applied. Now, if yours is not applied, if the previous styles has been cached to your application, if you still have white background, what you're going to do is that you're going to go over to your project, you're going to delete this .NET file right here, and then you're going to run npm run dev or npm run dev again to run the application. Okay, because sometimes the styles that actually come with the default Next.js project actually cached to the browser. So the very first component we're going to create is going to be this navbar right here. It's going to have this logo right here, tech blog, and also these links and this login button right here. And it's also going to be fully responsive. So the very first thing we have to do, we have to create a new navbar component. So inside this src folder, I'm going to create a new folder. I call this folder components. Inside this components folder, I'm going to create a folder called general. And then inside this general folder, I'm just going to expand this a bit. I'm going to create a new folder called navbar. Because this is where we're going to place all the components associated with the navbar. And then inside this navbar folder, I'll create a component called navbar.tsx, like that. RFC, I will now have a navbar component. I just get rid of this import statement, and then inside the layout file, this is where we're actually going to export the navbar component. Remember I said that this root layout file, this is the root layout of this entire application. So whenever page we created, the contents of that page are going to be rendered in this children. Now we want this navbar to be accessible to all the page we created. We want all the pages to be able to access the navbar. We want the navbar present for every page we create. So we have to place the navbar in the root layout file. So right here, I want to call that navbar component like that. And then inside this navbar.tsx file, I'll get rid of this div. I'll just create a nav tag. I'll give this nav tag some Tailwind classes. I'll give it a height of 18 and a BG of red 700, so we can actually see this properly. So I want to head over to our project. We should actually see that navbar right here, that red navbar. So let's start adding content to the navbar. So I'll just get rid of this BG red of 700. We don't need this. I'll give this a position of fixed, a top of 0, a left of 0. We'll give this a z index of 50. And this navbar is actually going to be transparent because I'm not adding any background to it. So when a user scrolls, because this is going to be fixed at the top of the web page, when a user scrolls off the content, we actually want to apply something like a blur to it. In the final project, you're going to notice that when I scroll off the viewport, you can see that blur effect on the navbar. Okay, you can actually see that when the contents are actually scrolling through the navbar, there's this blur effect on the navbar. You can still see the contents of the navbar. Okay, so that's actually what I want to apply. So I want to give this a backdrop. Sorry, spell that drop correctly. Blur of MD and a backdrop saturates of 50, like that. And that is going to actually do the trick. Inside this nav tag, we're going to create a div, which we're going to give a Tailwind class of flex, items of center, justify of center, heights of full, a width of 90%, and mx of auto, like that. The very first item we're going to add is going to be a logo. So right here, we're actually going to add the logo. So I'm going to create a new component for that. Inside this Navbar, remember that I said that all the components for the Navbar are going to be inside this Navbar folder. So I'll create a new file called logo.tsx rfc. And this logo, get rid of this right here. You're just going to return a link. I'll get that from Next link. I'm going to import, because when you want to make use of link in a Next.js project, you're going to get link from Next link. Okay, and then we have to pass in the href. Now, when a user clicks on the logo in the navbar, it doesn't matter the page the user is in. We just want to take the user to the root folder, which is going to be the home page. And then inside this link, I want to output a text called tech. I'm going to add a span. Inside this span, we're going to have blog. Okay, don't want any space between them. And then we can actually add some styles to this. First of all, I'm going to give the link some Tailwind classes, a text gray of 300, a font of bold, a text of XL. For medium screens and above, we're going to give it a text of 2XL. Then for large screens, I'll give it a text of 3XL, like that. And then for the span, I'll just give this a Tailwind class of text primary. Okay, now this text primary, remember, is coming from this custom color we have right here, text primary. I'll save that. Now, all we have to do is head over to our navbar, and then we just call that logo component logo, just like that. Now, when I save this and head back to our project, we should actually see that logo right here. And now when we reduce the screen, you're going to notice that it's going to actually be fully responsive. It's going to actually look smaller for small screen devices. After the logo, we're going to create the nav links. So down here, I want to create another list. I'm going to give this a Tailwind class of legs, items of center, a gap of 4. For medium screens and above, we're going to give it a gap of 8. First gray of 400. And then we'll apply a font of semi-bold. Now in here, we're actually going to map through the list of items we're going to have, okay, for our nav links. So what we're going to do, we're going to create an array of nav links. So up here, I'll just close this side by a bit. So up here, I'm going to create an array. I'll say const nav links is going to be equals to an array of nav links. The very first object is going to have a key called URL, which the prop is going to be, the home page is going to be / and then it's going to have a label that is going to be home. And then just drag this down multiple times, 1, 2, and then we're going to have the next one is going to be / about, and this is going to lead the user to the about page. So I'm going to say the label is going to be about, and then we're also going to have an articles page. So up here I'm going to say we're going to take the user to the articles page. So I'll just label this articles. I think that's about it. Just get rid of this last one. So all we have to do is actually map through these nav links. So down here, I'm going to say nav links.map. For every time we map through the nav link, we're going to call each of them a link, and then we're just going to return an li tag. We're going to actually pass in the key, which is going to be the link dot. Since the URL are actually unique, each URL are unique, you can use the URL as the key to the list. And then inside this li tag, I'm going to output a link, which we're going to get from Next link. And the href of this link, the link is going to point to link.url. And then the label of the link is going to be link.label. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to our project, which should actually see these items right here, home, articles, and about, but they are too close to this one. I think that's because we gave this a justify of center. We want this to be justify of between. We want a space between the item. But it's still not applied. The items are not occupying the entire width. We gave these a width of 90%. Oh, we didn't give this a width of full. We want this to occupy the entire width of its container. That's going to ensure the navbar is going to occupy the entire width. Okay, we're going to give the width of full, while the container, the div inside the navbar is going to have a width of 90%. So there's going to actually add the login button, the search button, okay, because those ones are going to be buttons. They're not going to be links you can click on. They're going to take you to the next page. Okay, they're going to be buttons. So let's actually add them. First of all, I'm going to actually install another library. I'm going to install a library called React Icons. So I'm going to open up this terminal. I'm going to close up this terminal. I'm going to cancel this, and then down here I'm going to say pnpm install React Icons. I click on enter. And you can see right here that immediately how fast this actually installed. React Icons has been added to my package dependency. And you can see right here where we have downloaded is equals to 0. That's because I've actually downloaded React Icons in the previous project. So PNP is not actually going to install React Icons. It's going to create a symlink to that React icon I've already installed in my package. And this is going to make it faster for you to actually work with dependencies in your project. I'll head over to package.json. We actually see that we have React Icons added as one of our dependencies. Great job. So I'm going to run this project again. pnpm run dev, and then just refresh your application. So now we actually can make use of React Icons in this project. So before we map through these links, I want to create an li tag right here. Inside this li tag, I want to output an icon called search. I just get that from React Icons. Then for the size, I'm going to give it 25. And after that, I'm going to output a span tag, which in here is going to be search. Add some Tailwind classes to this list tag. I'll give it a Tailwind class of cursor, of pointer, display of flex, items of center, and a gap of 1. Like that. I'll save that, and we should actually see that right here. I'm also going to add some styles to this other li tag. I'll give it a Tailwind class. I want it to be hidden by default. Then for medium screens and above, I'll give it a display of block. And then when someone hovers on the link, I also give it a text gray of 200, like that. Now when we hover on the link, you can actually see that light color when we hover on them. Now for this search span tag, we don't want this to be visible for small screen device. So what we're going to do, give it a Tailwind class of hidden by default. Then for medium screens and above, give it a display of block. And then I'm just going to copy this list tag and drag this down. Then this one is going to be not search this time around, it's going to be right. And for the icon, it's not going to be search, it's going to be Lou pen or Lou notes book pen. I'll save that. I head back to our project and we actually see that right here. We see the search, and we see the right, but this icon is too large. I'll just reduce this one from 25 to 20. That should look way better. Great job. And now I want to take this to small screen device. You're going to notice that we no longer see the search and the right. We only see just the icon, the search icon and the right icon. Okay, this is going to look for mobile device, for small screen devices. And for small screen devices, we're not going to see all these links. These ones are only going to be available for the users when the user is viewing it. When the user is viewing the application on desktop. We're actually going to create the mobile menu later on. After this, we are mapping through these links right here. Down here, we're going to create another li tag that's going to have login right here. Okay, now this is going to display login or logout depending on if the user is logged in or if the user is logged out. But for now, we're just going to add code login. We'll give this some Tailwind classes, a BG of primary, a text gray of 200, px of 3 for large screens. We're going to give it a padding horizontal of 5, py of 2, rounded of full, and a cursor of pointer, like that. And we should actually see that login button right here. And this is the login button the user is going to actually click on to open up the sign-in module. So next, we're going to create the navigation menu for mobile. So I'll create another component. Inside this, I'm just going to expand this all over again. Inside this Navbar folder, I'm going to create another component. Create a new component called mobile nav.tsx rfc, and then inside this navbar.tsx file, we just call the mobile nav component, like that. Now for the mobile navbar, it's going to be something like this. When we click on this menu, it's going to open up the navbar. You can actually see it right here. Okay, and then we'll click on it again. It's going to actually close it up, which means we're going to have an overlay. You can see right now there's an overlay on the entire web page, and then we're going to have the links right here. Let's actually work on that. I'm going to close this back up. I'm going to head to the mobile nav. I'll get rid of this. I'm going to create an empty fragment. Inside this empty fragment, we're going to have our div, which is going to be self-closing. Inside this div, we're going to add some Tailwind class. Because this is going to be the overlay. I'm going to pass dynamic styles to this. I'm going to use backticks beforehand. Give it a display of fixed, an insert of 0, a Z of 40, a BG black. Now reduce the transparency to 40%. Just do 60. And then we'll do a backdrop blur of XM, a transition for the opacity property, and a duration of 300. Okay, for when we actually add the transition. And then after that, we're going to create the mobile menu. This one right here is going to be the overlay. And then this one we're going to create is going to be the menu, okay, for small screen devices. And then down here, I'm going to create another list. I'll give this a Tailwind class. Now, this is also going to be dynamic, so I'm going to make use of backticks. We'll give it a position of fixed, a top of 20. I'll just do a top of 18 because I want this to start after the nav bar. Remember that the nav bar has a height of 18. So I want this to start after the nav bar. So I just do top of 18, which means it's going to start after the nav bar. A height of 0, Z index of 50, a height of 80 VH, a width of full, a display of flex of column, items, center, justify, center, a gap of 10, BG secondary background. I'll reduce the transparency to 80, backdrop blur of XL, a border of top, border color of white. I'm going to reduce the opacity, the transparency to 10%, a transition of transform, duration of 500, and it's going to be ease in out. Like that, I'll save that. And then I'm going to save this too because I've actually imported that component right here. I'll save that. So now we'll go back to our project, which will actually see this right here. Okay, you can actually see that overlay on the web page. That is blur overlay on the web page. So I want to go back to the mobile nav component. Inside this another list we just started, I want to actually map through the links. Okay, now so what we're going to do is that we want to be able to make use of these links outside of this component. So what we're going to do is simply just going to export, just say export const nav links. That way we can be able to make use of that nav links array in here. I'm going to say nav links. I'm going to get that from our navbar component dot map. Every time we map through the nav link, I'm going to call each of them a link, and then we're going to return a JSX. It's going to have a list tag in there, which the key is going to be link.url. And then inside this li tag, we're going to output a link tag, which we're going to get from next link. The href of the link is going to be link.url. The label of the link is going to be link.label. And then we have to pass in some classes to this. I'll give it a text of XL, a font of semi-bold, a tracking of wide, a text gray of 200, and over, I want to have a text indigo of 400, and finally a transition of colors. Okay, I'll just format this to actually rearrange this a bit. I'll save that, and now we'll go over to our web page. You actually see those links right here. When we go to small screen device, you actually see those links right here. Great job. But we have one little issue. We don't want this mobile menu to be open for whatever reason for large screen devices. So what we're going to do is that inside this mobile menu, I'll just call this a div. How to add styles to this. Instead of using an empty fragment, I'll just say this is going to be a div. And then we can pass a Tailwind class to this. Then we're just going to say for medium screens and above, we want this to be hidden. I'll save that. Now we should not be able to see that. When we go to small screen device, we should be able to see it. Okay, it's only going to be visible when we are at medium screens and below. Okay, when we don't actually have these links right here, that's only when we should see the mobile links. Now, after that, we don't want this for mobile devices. We don't want this to be open by default. We only want this to be open when a user clicks on that hamburger menu icon right here to open it up. And when the user clicks on it, it's going to close it back up. So to do that in React, we are going to actually make use of a state to actually track when the item is open and when the item is closed. So we're going to actually place that state inside this navbar, because this state is going to be placed inside this navbar. Then it's going to be passed to the child component, which is this mobile nav, which is the child of this navbar. Now, Next.js components are server components by default, and we can only make use of use states, use effects, and other React hooks inside of a client component, because they are basically client-side JavaScript. Okay, since this is a server component, when the page completely propagates, we cannot run client-side JavaScript. So we have to convert this to a client component. So after complete propagation, we can actually run client-side JavaScript. So to do that in Next.js, up here, we're going to say this is going to be a client component by using the directive from Next.js called use clients. Now we'll be able to run client-side JavaScript inside this component after complete propagation of the component. So up here, I'm going to create our first state as a const menu open set menu open is going to be equals to use state from React. Now by default, this is going to be false, because by default we don't want the menu to be open, so it's going to be false. And now we can actually pass these two properties to the mobile nav as a prop. And now you are wondering, why didn't we just create this inside the mobile nav so we don't have to pass it as a prop? That's because we are going to have a button inside this nav bar right here to actually open the nav, the mobile nav. Okay, we're going to have that export in that hamburger button to actually open the nav. So we have to create the state in here and then pass the state as a prop. So I'll copy this right here, and I'm just going to paste that right here as a prop. And also I'm going to copy the setter function, which is this set menu open right here. I'm also going to pass it down here as a prop. Great job. And now we have to actually specify the types inside this mobile nav. Right now we're getting an error. So I'm going to go over to that mobile nav component. Up here, I'm going to create an interface. Up here, I'm going to say interface mobile nav props. It's going to have a set menu open, which is going to be React .dispatch React .set state action boolean. And then we're going to have another public pass to it called menu open, which is going to be boolean. And then right here, you can see the props we want to destructure into this component are going to be of type mobile nav props. And then right here, you can destructure the menu open and also the set menu open, just like that. And you can see we no longer have that TypeScript error in this navbar component. I just format this because we've successfully actually handled the type in here. So inside this navbar.css file, just create that hamburger button. After this login button, I'll create another li tag right here, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class of cursor pointer. For medium screens and above, I want this to be hidden because I don't want this to be visible for large screens. I only want this button to be seen for small screen devices. So for screens that are greater than 768 pixels, it's going to have a display of none. And also I'll give it a z index of 80, a z of 80. And then in here, I'm going to check if menu is open. Then we want to actually render this icon right here, Lu X. S, we want to render this icon, Lu Me new, like that. I have to pass the question mark right here. Okay, so if menu is open, we want to render this component right here, this icon component, else we want to render this other one. And then we're going to hook up an on-click event handler to this li tag right here. So when someone clicks on this li tag right here, I'll say on click, I want to run an arrow function that's going to set menu open to the opposite value, menu open. So what this is basically going to do, if menu open is set to false, when we click on the button, it's going to set it to true. If it's true, when we click on the button, it's going to set it to false. It's basically going to toggle the state. So I'll just format this, save that. And now when we go back to the web page, when we go over here, when we click on this, it doesn't really do anything because we've not actually added the conditional styles to actually open and close these links right here. And I'll just increase the size of these icons right here. Let me quickly do that. Just give them a size of 20. Let me see how 20 looks. Actually, descends to 25. Then also give this one a size of 25, like that. Yeah, this actually looks way better. So now we're going to go over to the mobile nav and conditionally add some styles to the overlay and the menu. For the overlay right here, I'm going to say if menu open, then I want to give this opacity of 100. I'll give it opacity of 0 and the pointer event of none. And then for this one, if menu is open, we'll give it a translate x of 0 as a translate x of full. Save that. I'm going to test that again. And you can see when I click on this, it's going to open up. When I click on it again, it's going to close back up. Great job. And finally, what we want to do is that we're going to copy this set menu open, and then we're going to go to our link. When we click on this, because when we click on the set menu open for mobile devices, when we click on this right here, say we are in the home page and we'll click on articles. Since this mobile component, this Navbar component is inside the layout file, the component is not going to re-render, which means we're still going to have this menu open. This menu actually open when we go to the articles page. So what we want to do is that when we click on articles page, we want to actually close the menu open, close the menu. So we're going to say when we click on this link right here, on click, we want to run an arrow function. We'll fire an arrow function, we're going to set menu open to false. So we're basically going to close the menu after clicking on it. That way, when we go over here, when I click on home, you can see it's going to close up the menu. See that again. When I click on this, it's going to close up the menu. Great job. So with that, we are basically done with the Navbar. So next, we're going to work on the home page. Now for the home page, when a user lands on the home page, user is going to say this text right here: welcome to TechWorld, discover stories and creative ideas. A summary of the about page, and also the user is going to find the recent articles right here. Okay, so let's actually create the UI for this. So we're going to go to the page.css, which is going to act as our home page, because this is basically the home page of this application in Next.js. In here, I'm going to create a div. Get rid of this import statement for now. Now, whatever styles I apply to this div, I actually want to share these styles with the About Us page and the articles page. Okay, so basically what I want to do is I want to add some styles to it. So actually arrange the layout like a with pop thing. Okay, to actually give the page a structure. You can see right now that this page is right now, all of them are in the same line. Same thing when we go to the About page, they are in the same line. So we want to create something like a layout file. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to create a layout file. I'll just go to SRC. Inside this SRC folder, I'm going to create a folder called layouts. And inside this layouts folder, I'm going to create a file called container layouts.tsx rfc. And this layout is going to have access to a prop called children, which is going to be of type children. Is going to be of type react.react node, like that. And then in here, we're going to return a section. Then inside this section, we're just going to output the children. Then we're going to add some Tailwind classes to this. We'll give it a width of 90%. For large screens and above, extra large screens, we'll give it a width of 75%, MX of auto, and then we're going to give it a margin top of 30. And now I'm going to go to the page.tss file. Now, instead of using this div to wrap around everything in this page, I'm going to use the container layout file. Okay, and then in here, we can actually create a div tag. The contents we are adding are going to be rendered right here where we have these children. Okay, and they're going to be wrapped around by these tags we actually applied. First of all, I want to add a h1 tag, which is going to be that large text that the user is going to see when they actually land on the home page. I give this a Tailwind class of text of 3XL. For large screens, we're going to give it a text of 5XL. For extra large screens, we're going to give it a text of 7XL. A text of center, first gray of 200. A tracking of wide, leading of snug. And this leading of snug is basically the line height of the text. So for large screen, we'll give it a leading of tight. Save that. And then inside the h1 tag, we're going to have a span. We're going to output this text right here, welcome to tech block. And then we'll give this a Tailwind class of font of build. After that, we're going to have this text right here, discover stories and creative ideas. And then I'll just add a breaking tag right here. I'll save that. Now we should actually see that text right here. Welcome to tech block, discover stories and creative ideas. After this h1 tag, I'm going to create another div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of padding vertical of 12. For large screens, I'll give this a padding vertical of 24. And inside this div, I'll create another div. I give this div a Tailwind class of grid cores of 1. For large screens, we're going to give it a grid cores of 2, gap of 10. For large screens, we're going to give it a gap of 16. And finally, items of center, like that. Then the first thing we're going to add is going to be the image. So I can create a div for that. I'll give this a Tailwind class of relative. And I'm going to call an image tag, which I'm going to get from Next image, because I actually make use of image in Next.js. You're going to make use of the Next.js image component, which is going to help you to actually optimize your image. And SRC, the SRC is going to be / images. Now, inside our public folder, we're going to have an images folder right here. It's going to have the images we actually want to use. Okay. Now, if you want the exact image I'm using for this project, I'm going to leave them in the description below. Okay. You can actually find a link to the images or the assets you are using in the description below. Right here, the path to the image is going to be /images / Now, the image you want for this about is going to be this one called about.png. So I'm going to say about.png like that. And then the alt text is going to be about image. And then you have to pass in a width and height. I'll give it a width of 600, height of 600. And then we're going to add some Tailwind classes to this. A rounded of 2XL, a border and a border white. I'm going to use the transparency to about 10. I'm going to save that and actually check out the output, and we actually have the image right here. Okay, and it looks really good. So now we're just going to add that little glowing effect that's going to be at the back of the image. And this is going to be the glow. Now underneath here, I'll create a div which is going to have a self-closing tag, and I'll give it some Tailwind classes. Position of absolute, negative insert of 0, not 0.4, BJ indigo 500. I'll give it a transparency of 10, a blur of 3XL, and a negative Z index of 10. I'll save that. I'll head back to the application. I'll actually see that glow at the back of the image. You can actually see that subtle glow at the back of the image. Great. After this div right here, I want to close this up. I want to create another div which is going to be for the contents. I'll create another div down here. This is also have a Tailwind class of maximum width of XL. In here, I'm going to have a span. I'm going to have a Tailwind class of text of XM. I want all the text to have an uppercase. I'll give it an uppercase. A tracking of widest. Text indigo of 400. And then inside the span, we're simply going to have this text about tech blog. After this span, I'm going to create a H3 tag. Inside the H3 tag, I'm going to output this right here. Simple ways to innovate your inner creative mind. And then I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. Margin top of 3. A text of 2XL. For last screen, we're going to give it a text of 3XL. For extra last screen, we'll give it a text of 4XL. A font of semi-bold. A tracking of tight. And a text of white, like that. And finally, after this H3 tag, we're going to have a paragraph tag. And this paragraph tag, we're going to output a random text lorem. And then we'll give this a Tailwind class of margin top of 6, first gray 400, a leading of relaxed. I'll save that. I should actually see the content right here about tech blog. So next we'll just create the call to action button. After the paragraph tag, I'll just rearrange this a bit. After the paragraph tag, we'll create a div down here. Inside this div, we're going to have a link. I'm going to get link from next link. Then the href, this link is going to lead to /about. It's going to lead to the about page. We're going to have a text index called learn more. And also we're going to have an icon. Call the icon Lou arrow white. Give it a size of 15. And then I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this link. Give it a display of inline flex, items of center gap of 2, px of 7, py of 3, rounded of 4, bg secondary background. Okay, this bg secondary background is coming from this right here, this secondary background right here. Okay, bg secondary background. I'll give it a border and a border white. I'll use the transparency to about 10. First gray of 200, font of semi-bold. When it's hovered on, I want to give it a bg white of 10. I'll use the transparency to 10. A transition of colors. Save that. And we should actually see that call to action button right here. Great. But it's too close to this content right here. So we're going to add a, remember we had a div to wrap around the link. So we're going to give this div a Tailwind class of margin top of 10. I'll save that. That should ensure that there's a margin between the button and this content right here. Okay, so with that, we've actually created this about container right here. Okay, now if the user wants to go to the about page, the user can click on this about right here on the navbar or click on learn more, and then we'll go to small screen device. Everything we've created so far is fully responsive and it looks really beautiful for small screen devices, for mobile devices too. So next, we're going to actually create the recent articles section. So for this, we have to create a new component. So I'm going to go to, I'll just close everything up. I'll go to SRC components. I'll create a new folder inside this component folder called home. And inside this home folder, I want to create a new component called recent post.tsx rfc. Then inside the page.tss file down here, I'm just going to call that component right here. recent post like that. Then inside this recent post component, I just get rid of this text. Give this Tailwind class a space y of 2. Then I'm going to create a h2 tag. I give this h2 tag a Tailwind class of text of white, text of XL. For small screens and above, give it a text of 2XL. Then for medium screens and above, give it a text of 3XL. And a font of spell that font correctly, a font of semi-bold. Inside this history tag, I'm simply just gonna have this text recent post like that. Save that. And we'll scroll down, we should actually see that text right here, recent post. So after that, we're gonna create our recent articles card. So I'll create a div down here. I'll just label it. I'll say this is going to be the recent post cards. Then I'll give this div a Tailwind class of grid, a grid cause of 1. For medium screens and above, give it a grid cause of 2. Then for large screens and above, give it a grid cause of 3. And then a gap of 6 like that. Now we're going to be mapping through the list of items for the cards, okay? Because when we start working on the back end, we're going to be pulling this data from the database. Okay, so for now, we're going to make use of data we're going to hard code inside this component. So up here, I'll just paste this right here. Okay, now we have this array of posts, which has 3 post objects in here: post 1, post 2, and post 3. For now, since we're not actually integrating back into this project, we're going to map through the list of this array right here as our post, as our dummy post. So in here, I'm going to say post dot map. For every time we map through a post, we're going to call it a post, and then we're going to return a JXS. It's going to have a div in there, which is going to have a key that's going to be post dot id. Give it a Tailwind class, give it a group property, a rounded of XL, overflow of hidden, a BG. I'm going to use this hex color. I'm going to give it a border and also a border of white. Reduce the transparency to 10. Transition of all, a duration of 300. Then when someone hovers on this card, give it a negative translate y of 1. And then on hover, I'll give it a border white, reduce the transparency to 20. And then inside this card, the first thing we're going to expose is going to be the image. So in here, we're going to create a div. We're going to give this div a Tailwind class of relative, height of 48, width of full, overflow of hidden. And then inside this div, we're going to call an image tag, an image component from next image. The SRC is going to be post dot image. The auth test is going to be post dot title. Add some Tailwind classes to this image. Object of cover, transition of transform, duration of 500, a group over of scale 105. I'll save that. Now this group over right here is the reason why we give the container that wraps around it a group. Okay, so what's gonna happen is that when we hover on the card, these styles are going to be applied to this right here. Okay, so when we hover on the group, then on group hover is going to have a scale of 105. It's going to actually zoom out a bit. Let's actually go and check it out. And we have an error. It says image with SRC is missing a required width property. Now, when you actually make use of the Next.js image components to actually render your image, you have to pass a width and height prop. Now, since the container, this div that wraps around this image already has a width and height property, we're just going to give the image a fill property to tell the image to fill the entire container. So I'll save that. That should actually get rid of that error. Great job. And we actually see the images right here. And you can see when we hover on the image, it actually zooms out. So after this image tag, I'm going to create a div, which is going to be a self-closing tag. I give this a Tailwind class of absolute, insert of 0, and a bg of black. Reduce the transparency to 30 and save that. And we should actually see that overlay on the image. Okay, that little black overlay. When we actually increase the transparency to about 90, you notice that it's going to be actually be more obvious. Great. So after the div for this image, after the div that happens around the image, I'll create another div, and this div is going to be for the contents of the card, the other contents. I'll create another div down here. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of padding of 5, a space y of 3, and then inside this div, we'll make use of a time tag. I'll get rid of this date time. I'll give this a Tailwind class of text of xx, first gray of 400, and then in here I'm going to output the post dot, I think the post dot date, yeah, it's post dot the date. Just format this to actually rearrange the code base a bit. After this time right here, we're going to create a h3 tag, which is going to output the post dot title. I'll give this some Tailwind classes, text of LG, font of semi-bold, text of white, leading of snug, group over when the card is hovered on, so do a group hover. I'll give it a text indigo of 400 and a transition of colors. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to the card. When we actually hover on the card, you can see that the image zooms out and the H2 tag is actually kind of indigo in color. Okay, you can actually see that little over effect right there. After this H3 tag, I'm going to output a paragraph tag. It's going to output the post.x except. Then I'll give this some Tailwind classes, a text of xm, a text gray 400, a leading of relaxed, a line clamp of 3. Now what this line clamp is going to do is that when I'll just go back to the web page, when the text actually overflows, you can see right now we have this very long text right here. Now if I increase the length of the text, if I add more text to this, I'll just copy this and actually add more text to this. I'll paste that right here. You're going to notice that the text is actually going to clamp right here. Okay, so we want only 3 lines. After 3 lines, if there's still text, if the exempt is still long, we just want to cut it off and show these ellipses right here. Okay, so that's the line clamp we're actually adding. Then after this paragraph tag, I'm going to output a link, which I'm going to get from next link. The href is going to point to /articles /dynamic. It's going to be post dot the slug of the post. There are some Tailwind classes to this. I'll give it an inline block, text of xm, font of medium, text indigo 400, on hover, I'll give it an underline. And then inside the link, we're just going to have this text in there, read article with this arrow right here. I'll save that, go back to the web page, and we actually have the read article right here. It looks really, really good. I'll just add a margin bottom to this container right here. So up here, where we have this container right here, I'll just give this a margin bottom of 10. Save that. I should ensure that there's a margin at the bottom of this card right here. So with this, I'm basically done with the home page. So then we're going to create the about page. Okay, the very first thing we have to do, we have to create a new page. So to do that in Next.js, we're going to go to S housing. Inside this app folder, to create a new page, we're going to have to create a new folder. Okay, so the name of the folder is going to be the name of the route. So we want to create an about page. So the name of this folder is going to be about. And inside this folder, we're going to create a page.tsx file, RFC. And then we're just going to rename this component about page. Sorry, spell that correctly. About page, like that. And I won't click on this right here. I'll click on about. It's going to bring us right here to the about page. Now, due to the fact that we have this Navbar in the layout file, remember I said that whatever page we created, the contents that are inside this layout file are going to be rendered in this page. Since we have this Navbar in the layout file, we're also going to see this Navbar in the about page. Great job. So the very first thing we're going to do inside this about page, we're going to just get rid of this. We're going to call the container layout we created. And then in here, we'll create a div, which we're going to give a Tailwind class. We'll give it a px of 4, then for small screens and above, we'll give it a px of 12. After that, we're going to create the header or the heading. For that, I'll create a div down here. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of text of center, margin bottom of 16. And after that, I'm going to output a shrunk tag, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class of text 3xl. For small screens and above, we'll give it a text of 4xl. For large screens and above, we'll give it a text of 5xl. A font of bold, a text of white, margin bottom of 4. And inside this h1 tag, I'm going to output about text block like that. And after this h1 tag, I'm going to output a paragraph tag, which is going to have this right here. And then I'll give these some Tailwind classes. Give it a text gray of 400, a maximum width of 2xl, mx of auto, and a leading of relaxed. I'll save that. And we actually see that right here, a part text block, and then we have the paragraph tag right here. Now after this div for the heading, I'm going to create another div for the contents. I'll say content. Create another div down here. I give this a Tailwind class of space y of 40. Now the about page, after this right here, we're going to have 3 sections. We're going to have this first section, this section, then we're going to have this last section. Okay, so we're going to basically have 1, 2, and 3 sections. So for the very first section right here, I want to say section. Say section 1. I create a div down here. I give this div a Tailwind class of grid cause of 1. For medium screens and above, give it a grid cause. Sorry, spell that grid cause. A grid cause of 2. A gap of 10 items of center. Inside this div, very first item we're going to add is going to be the image. We'll get this image from next image, and then I want to pass an src. The src is going to point to an image inside the public folder /images / it's going to point to this image right here, about.png, about.png, and then the auth there is going to be about image. The width is going to be 600, the height is going to be 600, and then I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. Rounded of 2xl, an object of cover. Then after the image, I'm going to create a div for the contents of this section. Inside this div, we're going to have a h2 tag. I'm going to output y tech blog. I'll give this some Tailwind classes. Text of 2xl, font semi-bold, text gray of 200, and a margin bottom of 4. After this h2 tag, I'm going to create a paragraph tag. I'm going to output this right here. I'm going to give this a Tailwind class of text gray 400 and a leading of relaxed, like that. Save that, and we should actually see that right here, and we don't see the paragraph tag. Oh, I didn't spell test gray correctly. Test gray of 400, and we actually see the paragraph tag. We actually see the image. After that, we're going to create the next section. It's going to be the second section of this about page, section 2. So then you'll create a div. I'm going to give this div a Tailwind class of bg secondary background, which is coming from one of our custom colors, rounded of 2xl, a padding of 8. I'll give it a border, and then the border is going to be of border white, and then I'll give the transparency to 10. Then inside this div, we have a h2 tag. We're going to output this, and then we're going to give this some Tailwind classes, a text of 2xl, a font of semi-bold, text gray of 200, and a margin bottom of 4. And then after this h2 tag, I'm going to create an on that list, which I'll give a Tailwind class of space y of 3, text gray of 400. I'm just going to paste the list tags right here to actually save time. We have the first LI, modern web technologies and frameworks. The next one, front-end development with React, Next.js, Tailwind CSS. Then the third one, back-end tools, APIs, application architecture. And then the last one, practical guides and insights for web developers. I'll save that, and we should be able to see that in the web page. You actually see that section right here. So after this div, we're going to create the last section, which is section 3. So then you're going to see section 3. Create a div down here. Give this a Tailwind class of text of center. Then in here, we'll create a h2 tag. I'm going to output this right here, bit for developers. Then we have some Tailwind classes to this. A text of 2xl, a font of semi-bold, text gray of 200, and margin bottom of 4. After this h2 tag, we'll create a paragraph tag that's going to output this right here. I'll give this paragraph tag some Tailwind classes. I'll give it a text gray of 400, a maximum width of 2xl, mx of up to, a leading of relaxed, and a margin bottom of 8. And then finally, after this paragraph tag, we're going to have a link tag, which we're going to get from next link. And the href is going to be /articles. Okay, so when someone clicks on this link, it's going to take them to the articles page. And then right here, we're going to say explore. I gave you some Tailwind classes. I'll just paste the styles right here to save time. We have the styles we're actually applying to this button: inline flex, item center, justify center, padding horizontal of 6, padding vertical of 3, rounded 4, BG indigo 600, and hover, BG indigo of 500, transition of colors, text white, and the font of semi-bold. I'll save that, and we should actually see that button right here, explore. So now we have the about page. So let's actually work on this right page right here. Okay, and for the right page, it's going to be very, very straightforward. We're going to have this image right here to write a new article, this one for the XMP, this one to actually select a cover image. Then we're also going to add this text editor right here. Okay. The very first thing we have to do, we're going to create a new page. Remember, to create a new page, just go to app folder, then call the name of the page, create a folder and call it right. Then inside this right folder, we're going to create a page.tsx like that, RFC, and I'll just call this right page like that. I'll just get rid of this. Now this page is simply going to return a section. I'm not going to make use of that layout right here. It's going to return a section. I'll give this section a Tailwind class, maximum width of 3xl, mx of auto, py of 20, and padding vertical of 20, and the padding horizontal of 6 like that. And the very first thing I have to create the page title. So for that, I'm going to use a h1 tag, which is going to output this right here, write a new article. I'll give this a Tailwind class, text of 3xl, a font of bold, text of white, and a margin bottom of thin, and save that. Now let's actually visit the right page. So I'll just go to right. Oh, I just remember that we didn't actually pass a href to this. So we have to go to the Navbar, go to src components, general, navbar.tx. Now where we have that right, instead of having this inside an li tag, we're going to actually place them inside a link tag. Just place them right here, and then the href of this link tag is going to point to /right, like that. And now when we're actually over on this, we actually see the right link now, but now the link is actually now weird. So what I'm going to do, I'll just take off the styles from the li tag, and then I'll place the styles on the link tag itself. Okay, I should actually ensure that the flex properties are applied to it. So now when we click on this, it's going to take us to the right page, and we actually see that title right here, write a new article. So now I'll go back to the right page. After this h1 tag, we're going to create a form tag. Get rid of this action, we're not going to need this. And inside this form tag, we're going to create the first input. It's going to be of type text. The placeholder is going to be article title, and then I'm going to give this some Tailwind classes. Give this a width of full, a bg of transparent, a text of 4XL, font of bold, text of white, placeholder, that is the text of a placeholder, gray of 400. I'll just do 500. Outline of none, and a margin bottom of 6. I'll save that, and we should actually see that input right here. Great. So we'll create the next one, and this first one is for the title. The next one is going to be for the except. So now you're going to create a test area. That's going to be a self-closing tag. I'll give it a placeholder of write a short except 1 to 2 sentences. After that, I want the rows to be 3. I want 3 rows, and then I have some Tailwind classes to this. And this is going to be very long, so I'll just paste the styles right here to actually save some time. And then when we save that and go back to the web page, we actually see that text area right here. So next, after that, we're going to create a div. This one is going to be for the image upload, the cover image upload inputs. First of all, I give this div a Tailwind class of margin bottom of 10, and then in here, first of all, create a label. We should give a Tailwind class of block, a first gray of 400, and a margin bottom of 2. Then I'll just call this cover image like that. After that, we're going to have an input. It's going to be of type file. We're going to accept only image extensions, and then I'll give this some Tailwind classes. And the Tailwind classes are also long, so I'll just paste them right here too. You can see what we're applying. We're giving it a display of block, a width of full, text of XM, text width 400. Then we're actually styling the input, the HTML input element. So I'll save that, and when we go back to the web page, you actually see that file input right here. For the next input, you have to install a library called Jodit Editor. So I'm going to open up this terminal right here. I'll just stop this. I'll stop this server. Then right here, I'm going to say pm install Jodit React. I'll click on enter. And I should actually install the Jodit React library for us, so we can actually make use of it in our project. So the very first thing we have to do, we're going to convert this to a client component, because we cannot make use of Jodit in a server component. So up here, I'm going to make use of the use client directive from Next.js. I'll say use client like that. And then I'm going to import dynamic from Next.js. I'll say import dynamic, because I only want to import these when the component actually renders. Okay, so when we actually start running client side JavaScript, I'm going to import dynamic from Next dynamic. And then down here, I'm going to say const Judith editor is going to be equals to, I'm going to call the dynamic, and then we're going to import Judith React, and then we have to pass in a configuration that we want SSRO as false. Okay, we don't want any server-side rendering for this we don't want this Judith editor we're importing to be rendered on the server. Okay, so we only want this to be imported when the client-side propagation is actually complete. So when we're actually running client-side JavaScript, that's why we're using the dynamic from Next Dynamic. So next, what I'm going to do, I want to go to npm package manager, so you can actually see what we have to do to actually make use of this Judith editor in our project. So I just search for Judith React npm like that. That should bring us right here. I'll actually see that right, Judith React npm. I'll click on that. And it's going to bring us right here to npm. And then I'll just go to the readme. I'll actually see after installing, what we have to do next. We have to actually, if you are using Next.js, we have to actually do that dynamic import. But this is actually doing the implementation for React. That's why they're not doing that dynamic import. And then we have to do const editor. We just copy this there here, copy this right here. Then I'll paste that up here. I'm going to get use ref from the React library. I also get use state from the React library. And next we have to create a function. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste that right here. Okay. Now for this placeholder, I'm just going to get rid of this. This placeholder is going to be start writing your article ... Then I'm going to import use memo from the React library. We'll get rid of this placeholder. Okay. And then we can get rid of this read only to false. This read only false. We're going to set the theme to dark. And then after that, I'm going to add some styles to it. So I'll say style. I give it a background of hash 121212, and then I'll give it a color of this hex color right here. And then I'm going to scroll down, actually output that Judith editor to the UI. So right here, I'm going to say it's going to be the editor as a text editor, whatever you want to call it. And then we can output the editor to the UI. So I'll just copy this one we created, this instance we created. I'll just make this a capital case because we're going to make use of this as a component. So use capital case and uppercase. Then I'll just paste that instance right here. I'll wrap a div around this. I'll give this div some Tailwind classes. A rounded of 2xl overflow of hidden. Give it a border, and then I'll give it a border white. I'll reduce the transparency to about 10. And then inside this Judith editor, I'll say the ref is going to be editor. Okay, that's that ref. This ref we just created up here. This ref, that's going to be the ref. And then after that, we're going to say the value is going to be the content state we have up there. It's going to be content as this content state we created right here. And then config is going to be equal to the config we created up there. These configurations we created up here, that's going to be configurations. And finally, on change, we're actually going to handle when someone types on this Judith editor, I want to actually handle the change. We'll find an arrow function. I'm going to take an argument called new content. And then we're going to set content to new content like that. So basically what's going to happen is that anytime we type in this Judith editor, this content state is going to be updated. I'll save that. Now remember we actually cancelled our terminal, so I have to start that over again. So down here I'm going to say pm run dev like that. And then I just refresh the web page and we actually see that text editor right here. You can actually type on it. Great job. We can select a heading tag, and you can see right now we are actually in a h1 tag. So anything we type right here might not actually display it, but it's actually a h1 tag. After this div right here, I'll create a button which is going to say publish. Give this a Tailwind class. Px of c is py of 3, rounded of full, a bg of primary, cursor of pointer, text of white, a font of semi-bold, finally transition of colors. I'll save that, and we should actually see the button right here, publish, but it's too close to this editor, so I'll give this editor a margin bottom. I'll do a margin bottom of 10 to add a margin between it and the button right here. Great job. You actually see that publish button right here. I actually want this button to be here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this in a div. So I'll just cut this off. I'm going to wrap this in a div container, which I'm going to give this div a Tailwind class of flex and a justify of end. I'll save that, and that should ensure that we have this button at the end right here, not at the beginning. So with that, I'm done creating the white page. So next, let's actually work on the articles page. So I'll create a new page. Close this up. I'll go to SRC app. I'll create a new page. So to do that, I'll create a new folder called articles. And inside this articles folder, I want to create a new file, page.tsx, like that, rfc, and then we're going to call this the articles page, like that. Now in here, we're just simply going to return we're going to make use of our container layout. So right here, in here, we're going to create a div that we're going to give a Tailwind class of space y of 6. And inside this div tag, we're going to create a h2 tag. It's going to add both all articles, and we'll give this a Tailwind class of text of xl. For small screens and above, we'll give it a text of 2xl. For medium screens and above, we'll give it a text of 3xl, a text of white, and a font of semi-bold, like that. And then for the cards, it's simply going to be the same thing we are doing for the recent project. The UI is going to be similar, but when we are pulling the data from the backend, the data are going to be different. Okay, this is going to be all the articles, while the one in the home page is going to be the recent articles. So I'm just going to copy that. I go to SRC components, then go to home, then go to recent project. I'll just copy this right here, and then I'll just paste that right here. And then all we just have to do is get this Next image and also get this link from Next link. And also we have to actually get this post. Remember that this post array is not actually in here. So to actually do that, we're just going to go over to that recent post component, and then we're just going to export that post array. So we're already exporting that actually. So we're just going to import that in here. Import that in here. Okay, great, save that. And now when we just go to the articles page, we should actually see that right here, and it's a page cannot be found 404. Why is that? Oh, we didn't spell the articles correctly in our navbar. So I'll go to the navbar, go to general, I'll go to navbar. Didn't spell that, it's going to be articles. Save that. Test that again. I'll click on articles. It's going to bring us to the articles page. You already see that I here all articles. So I'll go back to the articles page. After where we are mapping through this div, after this div, we'll create another div. Give this a Tailwind class of flex, justify, of center, and a margin top of thin. And then in here, we're actually going to output a button. And this is going to be the load more button. So actually, that we're going to actually use to implement our pagination. So I'm going to add a Tailwind class to this. And the styles are pretty long, so I just paste them right here. We have a px of 8, padding horizontal of 8, py of 300 of pg of secondary background, text with 300. And we actually see all the styles we're applying to this button right here. I'll save that, and we should actually see that button right here. We've not actually added any text to the button. The label is simply going to be load more articles like that. I actually see the button right here. Great job. So next, what we want to work on is that we want to create the post view page. So when a user clicks on a post, you can actually view the post. For now, this is going to be static data, but when we work on the back end, when we click on a post, we can actually view that post in the post view page. Now the articles page is going to be dynamic right here. In the finished project, you can see right now we have 3 posts right here. Now when we click on this post right here, is PHP really dead or is it a myth? When I click on this, you can see that actually opens up. You actually see that post right here. Same thing if I click on this, is Next.js the future of web development? You're actually going to see that right here. Now the route is going to be dynamic and the content of the route is going to be based on the slug of that post. Okay, so we're going to use the slug of that post to fetch data to actually view the post. So the route is going to be dynamic. I want to hover on this right here. You can see the slug right here. I also want to hover on this. You can see the route, see the slug. I want to hover on this. You can actually see the slug down here. So to actually create a dynamic route in Next.js, what we're going to do, go to SRC app. Here we have this articles folder right here. We're going to say we'll create a folder, and this folder we're going to call, inside this folder we'll make use of a square bracket and we'll call slug. Okay, which means this is going to be the dynamic parameter we are getting from the URL. And then inside this folder we'll create a page.tsx like that. RFC. I want to call this post view page or article view page or blog view page or whatever you want to call it. And then in here, we're not going to return a div. We're going to make use of this tag right here, the article tag from HTML. Okay, we're going to return an article. Give this a Tailwind class of maximum weight of 3XL, MX of auto, PY of 20, and the party horizontal of 6 like that. And after that, I'm going to create the article header. So then I'm going to create a header tag, which is going to have a h1 tag that's going to output this right here. I give this header tag a Tailwind class of margin bottom of 10. And inside this header tag, we're going to have a h1 tag that's going to output this right here, building a medium style blog with Next.js. Now we are basically just hard coding this for now. When we start working on the back end, this is going to be dynamic. It's going to be put from the database. I'll give this a Tailwind class of text of 3XL. Small screens and above, I'll give it a text of 4XL. For large screens, I'll give it a text of 5XL. A font of bold, a text of white, a leading of tight, and a margin bottom of 4. After this h1 tag, inside this header tag, create a div which will give a Tailwind class of flex, items of center, gap of 4, text of XM, a first gray of 400. And in here, I'm going to output this right here. 3 span by Egbo Emmanuel, this dot right here, also this other span right here, the date of when the post was created. Okay, so for now, I'm going to outcode these details. So I'll just format this. I'm going to save this. Let's actually view this. So I'm going to go to our project. I'm going to click on this right here. I'll click on this, and we're actually in the post view page. After this header right here, I'm just going to close this up. I'm going to create a div for the cover image. Give this div a Tailwind class of relative, width of full, height of 55. For small screens and above, give it a height of 80. For large screens and above, give it a height of 105. And finally, margin bottom of 12. And then inside this div, we're going to output an image tag from next image, which we're going to get from next image. And then the SRC. For now, we're just going to make use of a random image from our public folder. So the image is /p1.jpg. The auth test is going to be cover image. Give it a Tailwind class of object cover rounded of 2XL. And finally, we'll give it a fill property to fill its entire container. Save that and we should actually see the image, and the image is not actually loaded in SRC images p1.jpg. It's going to be p1.png, not jpeg. The image is in png format. Yeah, I actually see the image right here. So after this image, we're going to create another div for the article content. So say article content. So then I create a div. I give this div some Tailwind classes. I give it a maximum width of none, a first gray of 400, leading of relaxed, and a tracking of wide. And I'm going to have a paragraph tag. I'll just put a random text right here, which I'll give a Tailwind class margin bottom of 6. I'll just put like 3 more, 1, 2. I'll save that, and we should actually see that in the UI right here. Now after this, we're going to create a divider which is going to be a self-closing div tag. I'll give this some Tailwind classes. We'll give it a border top, a border white, and reduce the transparency to 10, and then a margin vertical of 16. Now after this divider, we're going to have a div that we're going to give a Tailwind class of flex, items of center, and a gap of 2. After that, we're going to have a link tag. We'll get that from next link, and the href is going to point to. For now, we're just going to leave that as hash. So we're going to update this later on. So I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll just paste the styles right here. Okay, and inside this link, we're going to put an icon called Lupin. I'll get that from React Icons, and then it's going to be edit. I'll save that. I'll check out the output, and we should actually see that edit button right here. But I don't want it to be here. I want the action buttons to be on the right hand side. So I'm going to give them a justify. I'll give them end. That way, both the edit button and delete button we're going to create are going to be on the right hand side right here. And then after that, I'm going to create the delete button. So I'll call a button tag, and this is going to be of type button. Then I'll give it a Tailwind class. I'll just paste the styles right here. And the styles are actually long. That's going to take me a whole lot of time to actually write these styles, even for the edit button. So you can actually see the styles right here. And then we're just going to call an icon right here, low trash. Get that from React Icons, and then you're going to have the delete right here. I'll save that. And we'll go back to our project to actually see these 2 action buttons, the edit button and the delete button. Okay, so when a user wants to edit their blog post, if they are logged in, because users will be able to see this action button if it's actually their own article they actually created, as they're not going to see this action button right here. So finally, after these 2 buttons, I'll just close up this div. I'll create another div, and this div is going to have a Tailwind class of margin top of 16, and then inside this div we're going to have a link tag. Is going to have a href of /articles. Okay, this is actually to go back to the articles page, and then in here let's even just put back to all articles. So I'll give this some Tailwind classes, a text indigo of 400, and over do a text indigo of 300, and a transition of colors. I'll save that, and we'll go back to the project. We actually see that link right here, back to our articles. I won't click on this. It's going to make us back to the articles page, and then we can actually click on another one. It's going to bring us back to the post view page. So now we are done with all the pages. We've created the right page, the home page, the articles page, the about page. So now let's actually create the footer. So to do that, I'll create a new component, or SRC. Inside this generals component, I'll create a component called footer.tsx rfc. Get rid of this import up here, and this is going to return a footer tag. We're going to add some Tailwind classes to this footer. I'll give it a border of top, a border white, and then we'll reduce the transparency to 10 and imagine top of 24. Then inside this footer tag, we're going to create a div which is going to have some Tailwind classes, a maximum width of 7 XL, MX of auto, PX of 6, PY of 10, display of flex, a flex of column, for small screens and above, a flex of row, items of center, justify of between, and a gap of 4, like that. And then inside this div, we're going to have a paragraph tag. Give this paragraph tag some Tailwind classes. Give it a text of XM and a text gray of 400. And then inside this paragraph tag, we're going to say ampersand copy. We use HTML entity for the copy symbol. And then we're going to use client-side JavaScript to actually get the comment here. So say new date dot get full year. And after that, we can simply say tech blog or white reserved. Now, since we are making use of client-side JavaScript inside this component, we have to make this a client component. So up here, I'm going to say use client. I'll save that. Now, obviously, when we go back to our web page, we're not going to see any footer. Okay, even when we go to the home page, we're not going to see any footer. So what we're going to do is that we'll go to the root layout file. We're going to go over to SRC layouts and go to app, then we'll go to the root layout file. So underneath this children, we're going to call the footer. Okay, so it's going to be displayed underneath all the pages. So I'll save that, and we should actually see that footer down here. Okay, you actually see that copyright 2026, the comment here, tech blog all white reserved. Now after this paragraph tag in this footer, we're going to create a div which will give a Tailwind class of flex, items, center, a gap of 6, and a text of XM, like that. And then inside this div, we're going to create a link tag which I'm going to get from next link. The href of this particular one is going to go to the root folder, which is going to be the home page. And then inside here, we can say home. And there are some Tailwind classes to this. We'll do a test gray of 400. Then on hover, we'll do a text of white, like that. And then we'll give this a transition of colors. So I just copied this, I drag this down multiple times, 1, 2. This second one is going to be / about, and then the label is going to be about. And finally, the last one is going to be articles. And then the label is going to be, articles, like that. Just format this page. Great, I'll save that. And we should actually see those links right here, home, about, and articles. So we have the footer. When we go to the about page, we should be able to see the footer right here, okay, because we placed it in a layout file. We can actually click on the links in the footer to actually navigate to and go to the articles page and go to the about page. Great job. So next, we're going to start working on the modal. So we're going to have two modals. We're going to have the search mode, and we'll click on this search. It's going to open up the search mode, and we can actually search for post. And also we're going to have the login mode, where user can actually click on either the continue with Google button or the continue with GitHub button. Now, the very first thing we have to do, we have to install a library called Zerstand. Now, when you check out this project, you're going to notice that this search right here, this search button, this login button, these buttons are inside of this Navbar component, but they will be able to open this modal regardless of the page. Okay, so no matter the page we are in, we'll be able to see the modal. So to do that in a React application, we need to make use of global state. And there are different ways for us to handle global state. We can use Modals toolkit, we can use the built-in method, which is the context API. But for this tutorial, I'm going to make use of Zerstand. So I'm going to install that library. So I'll open up my terminal I'll just cancel this for now. Then I'll say pnpm install Zustand. Click on enter. You can see right here, added one. I'm going to add Zustand as a dependency to our project. And when we head over to package.json, we should actually see Zustand right here, version 5.0.9. So the first thing we have to do, we have to create a new component. So I'll go to src component. I'll create a new folder called Modals. Inside this Modals folder, I'll create a component called modal.tsx like that. RFC. Now we are going to be needing the global state inside of this modal component. So let's actually create them. So I'll just close this. I'll go to src. And inside this src folder, I'm going to create a folder called store. And inside this store folder, I'll create a file called use modal store.tx. First of all, we're going to create some interface. So I'll say interface modal state. We're going to have is sign in open, which is going to be a boolean. To know if the sign-in modal is actually open, we have the is search modal or search open is also going to be boolean. Then we're going to have open sign in. It's going to be a function that is going to return void. Then we're going to have close sign in, also going to be an arrow function that's going to return void. Okay, now when we say the function is going to return void, which means the function is not going to return anything. Okay, and then we have the function to open search, which is also going to return void, and we also have the function to close search, which is also going to return void. And then we're going to have a function to globally close all the modals. Okay, if you want to actually do that, it's going to be close all, which is also going to be a function that's going to return void. So now we have our interface, our TypeScript types for all the methods and properties we want to create in the store. So down here, I'm going to say export const use modal store. It's going to be equals to, I want to call create from Zustand, call the create method from Zustand, pass in a set. And now we have to actually specify the type. So I'll say this is going to be of type, this type created up here is going to be of type modal state. And now we have to pass in all the properties. First of all, we're going to have a sign in open or a search open. By default, they are going to be false. Is sign in open is also going to be false by default. Now, what we are basically doing here is we are basically doing the same thing we were doing when we were making use of the use state hook, where we are going to set a state. We set it to if it's boolean, false or true by default, or if it's a string, an empty string by default. And then as we progress with the application or when we perform an action, we can actually update the state. So basically, we are doing the same thing right here. But the difference is that the use state hook is a component-based state, which means when we create a state in the use Vercel hook, we can only use it within the component, or if it's a parent component that has a child, you can pass it as a prop to the child component. But we cannot make use of it globally in the entire application. That's why we are making use of Zustand. We are still setting state, but this state right here that we have right here, we'll be able to use this state globally in anywhere in our application. And then we're going to have a function called open sign in. There's going to be an arrow function. It's going to set this is sign in to true. Is sign in. It's going to set it to true, and then she's going to set the search modal, search open, to false. And then we have another function called close sign in, which is going to actually set. It's going to set a sign in open to false. Then after that, we're going to have the open search. We're going to find an arrow function that is going to run. That's going to set a search open to true, and it is set is signing open to false. And then also we're going to have the close search function. It's going to run an arrow function that is going to set a search modal open, a search open to false. And finally, we're going to have the close all function, which is going to actually set is search open to false, and also it's going to set is signing open to false too. So I just format this. So now we have the states, the global states we need, the is signing open, is search open, and also the functions to open the signing, close the sign-in modal, open the search modal, close the search modal, and the function if you want to close both of them. If you want to close both of them, a function to close both of them, which is a close off function. So we've created our use modal store. Okay, so now we're going to head over to our modal. Now, anytime this modal is called, because this modal is going to be reusable, with the search modal and the sign-in modal, the contents are going to be rendered based on the props we pass to this modal, this reusable modal. So we have to pass in the type of data we want this modal to actually expect. Okay, so up here, the interface modal props is going to have a state called is open, which is going to be boolean. It's going to have an on close. It's going to be a function that's going to return void, and then it's going to have a children that's going to be of type react node, because this modal is going to be wrapping around the contents of the search and the signing content. Okay, the signing modal content. So the children, the contents are going to be of type react node. And then right here we can say specify the type of the props, which is going to be of type modal props, and then we can destructure add the is open, destructure add the on close, and also destructure add the children like that. And then this modal is going to return a div. We'll give this div an area hidden that's going to be equals to is open. It's not is open. Okay, so when the is open is false, if the is open is false, we want this modal to be hidden areally. Okay, and also pass some dynamic classes to this modal right here. We use backticks, so we can make use of template trans. We do fixed insert 0 flex items center justify center a px of 4, a transition of opacity, a duration of 700. And then I'm going to add some dynamic styles to this. So if it's open, I'll give this an opacity of 100, s opacity of 0, and the pointer events of none, like that. Then after that, we're going to add a backdrop. So down here, I'll create a div that's going to be a self-closing tag. Now, this div I'm going to add a event handler to the on-click event handler to this. That's going to fire the on-close function we are passing as a prop. Now, the reason I'm doing this is that when we go to the finish project, when we click on this login, you can see the modal actually pops up. Now, we don't have to click on this cancel. If you can click on this cancel to actually close the modal, but also when we click off, when we click at the body, this overlay right here, when we click on that, it's actually going to close the modal. So now we are adding an event handler to the body too. So as long as it's outside of the modal, So as long as we click outside of the module, we can actually close the module. That's why we are adding this onClose to the backdrop. After that, add some Tailwind classes to this. We're going to make use of backticks because we want to add dynamic styles. Give it a position of absolute. Insert 0. I didn't give this a z-index. I want this to overlap all the contents in the web page. So I'll give it a z of 50. I give this a background of black. I'll use the transparency to about 90. A transition of all, a duration of 700. I want to add some dynamic styles to this. It's open. Then I'll give this an opacity of 100 as an opacity of 0, like that. Just format this. And then next we're going to add the modal. So I'll say modal. So then I create a div. I'll give this div some Tailwind classes. They're going to be dynamic, so I'll use backticks. I give this modal a position of relative, a z of 10, a width of full, a maximum width of MD, rounded of 2XL, a BG of secondary background, which is coming from our custom colors, a border white. I will use the transparency to 10, px of 6, a padding vertical of 12, a shadow of XL, a transform property, a transition of all, a duration of 700, and then we're going to add the dynamic styles. So we're going to say it's open. We give this modal a translate y of 0, s will give it a translate y of full. Now what this means is that when the modal is open, it's going to have a translate y of 0. It's going to be at the close to the center of the web page. Now when it's not open, it's going to scroll down. Okay, it's going to have a negative. It's going to have a translate y of full. It's going to go down off the viewport. And also I'll say is open. I'll give it opacity of 100, and just do opacity of 0. And then inside this modal, we're going to have that star button to actually delete, to actually close the modal. Create a button tag which will give some Tailwind classes, absolute, a right of 4, a top of 4, test gray 400, spell that gray correctly, test gray of 400, and over I'll give it a text of white, and then I'll give it a transition property. Then I'll give it an Arial label. It's going to be close modal, and then on click we're going to run the onClose that we're going to pass to this function. Okay, the onClose function. And then inside this button, we're simply just going to render this icon, do X, which we're going to get from React icons. And then finally, the children of the modal, because the modal is going to be reusable, we're going to have either the contents of the search, the content of the search, or the content of the sign-in. So the children are going to be rendered right here inside the modal. So I just format this. So now we have our reusable modal. Let's actually use it. So we're going to create another modal, create our sign-in modal. So I'll say sign in modal.tsx rfc. Get rid of these imports. Now all we have to do, this modal is going to return a modal. Just call our modal components, call that from our modal, because they are in the same folder. So it's going to be ./modal. They're basically in the same folder. And then when we over on this, it's going to say is missing the following properties from type is open, unclose, and children. So for the children, it's very simple. The children is going to be whatever we have in between this opening and the closing modal tag. So for this, I'm just going to add. So first, I'm going to add a h2 tag that's going to say sign into tech blog. And then for the states, we're going to be getting, remember that the states are global states we already created with Zostand. So we can make use of that state anywhere in our application. So let's make use of them. So up here, I'm going to say const, and the structure we're going to get is equals to use modal store. And then we can destructure the is sign in open, close, sign in. And then we can pass them as pub. We can say on close is going to be equals to close sign in, and then we can say is open is going to be equals to is sign in open, like that. And now to actually see this modal, we're going to place this modal in our root layout. Okay, so we can see this modal everywhere in our application. So I'll go to SRC app, then I'll go to this root layout file right here. Then right here, I'm just going to output the sign in modal, like that. I'll save that. Now I'll go back to the web page and we have an error. The use sign in modal has to be a client component, because where is that use client sign in modal? That's because the sign in modal is going to be a client component because we are making use of this use modal store, which is a client side, which is actually running client side JavaScript. Okay, because this is basically a hook. You can only run hook in Next.js in a client component. So up here, we're going to say this is going to be a client component by using the use client directive from Next.js. I'll save that. That should get rid of our error. Yeah, great. But we don't actually see the modal. Now the reason for that is because remember that I will say that inside this use modal store, by default, this is signing modal open is going to be false. So when we set this to true, we should be able to see the modal. I can actually see the modal right here. And also, I'll just refresh that again. You can see that when we click on this or click on this X, it's going to close the modal. So I'll set this back to false because we don't want to open the modal with this. We want to open the modal from this button right here, from this login button we have in our Navbar. This login button right here. So inside this Navbar up here, I'm going to say const, or the structure we're going to get is going to be equals to use modal store. And then we're just going to destructure the open signing. And then I'll just scroll down to this button right here. I'm going to hook up an event and I'll click event handler to this, which is going to be open signing, like that. And now when we save this and go back to our project and we'll click on login, it's going to open up this modal. And we can actually close the modal. Click on login and then we'll close it with this X icon right here. I'll just increase the size of that X icon a bit. So I'll go to sign in modal, go to modal, and where's that X? It's going to be this. I'll just say size 25. It's too big. Just use 22. Perfect. So now we have the login modal. Let's actually start the contents of this modal. So I want to go back to the sign in modal. I give this h2 tag some Tailwind classes, text of XL, a font of semi-bold, a text of white, and a margin bottom of 2. After this h2 tag, I'm going to have a paragraph tag, which is going to output continue with one of the providers below. So I'll give this some Tailwind classes, text XM, first gray of 400, margin bottom of 8. I'll save that. And we should be able to see that right here. For this paragraph tag, I'm going to create a div that we're going to give a Tailwind class of space y of 4. Then we're going to create 2 buttons. The very first one is going to be for the Google login. So I'll create a button for that. So I'll say button. That button is going to have these Tailwind classes right here. We're going to have an icon FC Google. I'll get that from React icons. Give it a Tailwind class of text XL, and then after the icon, we're gonna have continue with Google. Okay, save that, and we should actually see that right here. Login, and we actually see the button continue with Google. So the next one is going to be for GitHub. So down here, create another button. This one is going to be, just copy this one here, then I'll paste that right here. This one is going to be FA GitHub. And then this one is going to be continue with GitHub. Then we add some Tailwind classes to the button. Just paste the styles right here. Okay, save that. And when I go back to the Modal, I'll click on login, and we actually see both the continue with the Google and the continue with GitHub button. After both of those buttons, after these div that wraps around both of those buttons, we're going to create a paragraph tag. I was going to output this right here. By continuing, you agree to our terms and privacy policy. And then I give this some Tailwind classes. A text of XX, first gray 500, margin top of 8, and a text of center. Save that. And we actually see that right here. And with that, we have the sign in modal. So let's create the search modal. So I'll just create another modal. Go to our modals folder, create another component called search modal.tsx. IFC. I'm basically going to do the same thing. We're going to call our modal. And then up here, we're going to say count. So the structure, what we're going to get is going to be equals to use modal store from the stand. The structure are the close search and also the is search open state. Okay. And then right here, we can say we'll pass in the prop on close is going to be equals to close search, and then the is open is going to be equals to is search open. Now in between the opening and closing modal tag, we're going to create a div. We'll give this div a Tailwind class space y4. And then inside this div, we'll create an input that's going to be of type test, and the placeholder is going to be search articles. And then I'll pass an autofocus attribute right here. Now this autofocus attribute is going to, when the modal opens, the input is going to be focused automatically. You don't have to click on the input to focus on it. We'll give this input a Tailwind class, width of full, padding of 4, rounded XL, BG, black. I'll reduce the transparency to 40. I'll give it a border. I'll give it a border of white. The border color is going to be white, and I'll reduce the transparency to 10. A text of white, a text of LG, outline of none, and focus. I'll give it a border indigo of 500 and save that. Now we should actually see that. I won't click on the search modal, and we've not actually added the search modal to the layout file. So let's do that. So I'll just go to the root layout file. Then down here, I'm just going to call the search modal. And don't forget, inside this search modal, since we are making use of a hook, we have to make this a client component. So say use client. And then finally, inside this navbar.dss file, we're going to actually get the open search, and then when we click on that search icon, there's a search icon, this right here, we'll click on this li tag. So I'm click, I want the function open search, save that. And now we'll go back to the web page and click on search. It's going to open up our search modal. We can actually type on this search and actually search for articles. Now let's actually create the UI for the auto completion. So for that, I'm just going to paste some dummy data. Just paste some dummy data up here. Basically 2 results we are getting from a search. Okay, but this is going to be coming from the database. Okay, when we actually work on the back end. So when we type, it's going to actually fetch the articles and actually map what you actually type in the input. So for now, to create a UI, we're just going to make use of this dummy data. So down here, create another div. Give this a Tailwind class of maximum height of 80, overflow y of Auth, a rounded of XL, give it a border of white. I will use the transparency to 10, a divide of y, then the divide color, divide white, also reduce the transparency. Inside this div, we're going to map through the results. I'll say results dot map. I call each one a result, and then I'm going to return a JSX. I just want to have a button in there. This button is going to have a key. It's going to be the results dot the ID of the result. I give this some Tailwind classes: a width of full, a text of left, px of 4, py of 3, text gray of 300, a transition, and over. I give it a bg white, I'll reduce the transparency to 5. Then also on over, I'll give it a text of white, like that. Then inside the button, I'm just going to output the results dot title. I'll just format this and save that. Now we'll go back to the modal. We'll click on the search modal. We actually see those auto completion we just created right here. But it's too close to this input. I want to add a margin between them. We don't really have to add a margin since we gave them a space y of 4. Okay, this is supposed to be inside this div right here. Okay, it's supposed to be inside this div where we are giving them a space y of 4. So that's going to add a margin between both of them. Click on search modal. I can actually see the space between both of them. I'll just give this a cursor of pointer. I'll give this a cursor of pointer. Yeah. So with that, we are basically done with the first part of this tutorial. We have the login modal, we have the search modal, we have the right page, we have the home page, we have the articles page, we have the about page. Okay, I also have the footer. Now in the next part, we're actually going to work on the back end. Now welcome to the second part of this project where we're going to start actually working on the back end of our application. Now if this is your first time working on the back end of an application, you don't have to worry. I'm going to explain everything step by step and you'll be able to follow along. Now we're going to be making use of Postgres database, and for the ORM we're going to work with, we're going to make use of Prisma ORM to actually interact with our database. So first we have to actually set up Prisma. I'm going to head over to the official Prisma documentation website, which is going to be www.prisma.io. You can actually see the URL right there. Now I'm going to head over to docs, and now we're in the Prisma documentation. Just scroll down. Now we're making use of Next.js, so I'm going to click on Next.js. And now how to use Prisma ORM and Prisma Postgres with Next.js, because we are going to make use of Prisma ORM as the ORM, and then we're going to make use of the Prisma Postgres database. Now first of all, the prerequisite is that you need to have this Node.js version. You have to have Node.js version 20.19 and above. And then to actually set up our project, we have to first of all create a new Next.js project, which we already did. We already have a new Next.js project. And the very first command we have to run is going to be this right here: pnpm install prisma CSS and attach Postgres. We want to actually install this as dev dependency, so we're going to make use of -- save dev. So I'll copy this command right here. Now since I'm making use of pnpm, I'm going to use pnpm to install this dependency. Now if you are using npm, if you are still using npm, then you're going to make use of npm install prisma CSS attach Postgres. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm just going to open this up, and then I'll just paste that command right here, pnpm, then I'll paste that right here, pnpm install prisma CSS attach Postgres as dev dependencies. So I click on enter, and that command is going to add those packages to our dev dependencies. Now they are dev dependencies. Now these dev dependencies mean that they are not going to be part of our dependencies when we actually build this project for production. We are only going to have access to these dependencies during development. Now after that, we're going to run this next command: npm install at prisma client, prisma adapter Postgres, and .dev and pg. So I'm going to copy this right here, go back to my terminal, then down here I'm going to say pnpm Then I'll paste that command right here. Okay, now click on enter. And that's going to actually install these packages for us as dependencies. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to Prisma. Now for the next step, it says that once installed, you have to initialize Prisma in your project. So we have to run npx Prisma init db output app generated, which means you have to run the npm init and then you have to generate the Prisma clients in this folder right here. Inside our app folder, we're going to create the generated Prisma clients in here. And let's go one step at a time. I'm going to first of all initiate a new Prisma project. So I just run Prisma init. So I'll copy this. Now, if you are making use of npm, you're going to use npx Prisma init. Okay, that's actually going to work for you that way. If you are making use of npm, not package manager. Now, if you are using pnpm along with me, then what we're going to do is I will say pnpm dlx and then we'll paste that command here, pnpm dlx Prisma init. I click on enter. And after that command is run, you're going to see the output we are getting. It said initialize Prisma in your project. Now in our root folder, it's going to create a Prisma folder that's going to have a schema.prisma in there. It's going to create a prisma.config.ts file and a .env file. And it's also going to create a gitignore file because it needs the gitignore file to actually ignore the environment, the .env file. Okay, but we already have a .env file. Okay, so you just have to add the .env. I want to go to that gitignore file. Where's that gitignore file? I'll go to that gitignore file. We should actually see .env right here. Okay, it's actually ignored. And it also added this right here. So actually ignore this file when we actually create this file. So I think we just need one of these. Okay, so whenever we generate the Prisma client, it's not going to be tracked by Git. Okay, that's why this has to be ignored. And now we have to create a new database, but I don't want to run a local database. I want to run a production database. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to Prisma. I'll click on login. Now, if you've not actually created an account with Prisma, it's actually free to actually create an account. So you can actually create an account so you'll be able to log into your dashboard. I'll click on login. And when I click on login, it's going to actually log me into my dashboard. And I obviously have just one project right here. So I can create a new project. I'll call this project Tech Blog. And I think that's about it. I just click on get started. Then I'll create. Now, before you create the project, you have to actually specify the region you want the project to be hosted, the database to be hosted. Now, in my case right now, I think the closest region to me is Europe, Paris. So I'll click on Europe, Paris. Then I'm going to click on create project. And then after creating the project, you can actually try to connect to this project. So I'll click on connect. And you can actually see the connection string we actually need right here. So I'll copy this connection string right here. Then I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just reduce this a bit. Now, where do we actually paste this connection string? When we go to our environment variable, you can see right here that a database URL was actually created when this .env file was actually created. So all we just have to do is get rid of this long string right here and paste our connection string. Now with this now our Prisma now has a Postgres database to actually connect to. So I'm going to go to this Prisma folder right here. Now inside this schema.prisma that was generated when we run pnpm dlx Prisma init, we're actually going to actually set up our schema in here. This is where we're going to set up our schema. And now when we get rid of these, and you can see that we can actually connect to 6 different types of database: CockroachDB, MongoDB, MySQL, Postgres, SQLite, and SQL Server. I'm connecting to Postgres, so I'm going to leave this as PostgreSQL. Now, with this schema file, we can create a model and then we can push that model to our database. We don't have to go over to this database right here and actually create a new table. Okay, we can do that here in our Visual Studio Code and then we can push the changes, push that schema to that database since we are already connected to that database. So let's create our first model. Now to create a model in Prisma, we're simply going to say model, then post model. I'm creating the post model because for the user model and the session model, we are going to actually generate that with BetterAuth. So you don't have to worry. When we actually connect BetterAuth to our project, we're going to actually generate the schema we need for authentication. So let's actually create the post model. Every field in a database needs to have a unique identifier, okay, a unique key, like a value in the table that's going to be unique to each record that's added. Okay, so for every blog post we add, we're going to have a unique ID for that blog post. So when we want to actually delete or update a blog post, we're going to make use of that unique ID. So the first field we're going to add is going to be the ID. So I'm going to say ID, which is going to be of type string. It's going to be at ID, and I want the default to a CC UID. And they're going to add the next column, which is going to be title, which is also going to be a string. The slug is going to be of type string too. Remember that the slug is going to be used to view the post, because the slug is going to be in a dynamic URL. So each slug has to be unique. Okay, each slug has to be unique to each post. So to do that, I'm going to say at unique to specify that we want this feed to be unique, which means no two posts is going to have the same slug. After that, we're going to add the content, which is going to be a string. It's going to be at db.test. After that, I'm going to add the except, which is going to be a string. I'm going to add the cover image URL. Now, because after we uploaded the cover image URL to Cloudinary or to any third-party service you want to use, we're going to actually get the URLs, the public URL string, and then we're going to insert that to database. So this is going to be string. And then we're also going to have a cover image public ID. Now we need this public ID to actually delete the image from the Cloudinary dashboard, okay, the unique public ID. And then I'm going to have a created add field that's going to be date, time, and it's going to be default to now. Okay, it's going to be the current instance the resource was actually created. And we're also going to have updated at, which is also going to be date, time, and there's going to be at updated at. Okay, so anytime the resource is updated, it's going to actually update too. And then finally, we're going to have it's going to be a relationship with the user model, which we've not actually created. So we're going to have author ID, that is the ID of the author that created the resource, the post, which is going to be of type string, like that. And then finally, I want the name of this model in the database to be map, to be called post, the post table. Great. Now we actually have our first schema. So now that we have this schema, this post model schema, how do we actually push this model to our database? Now, to do that, we're going to make use of a command. I'm going to open up this right here because I don't want to create any migration file. So I'm going to do pnpm dlx db push. Now, if you are using npm, you're going to do npx. Sorry, we need to actually add the Prisma, npx Prisma db push. Okay, if you're using npm, you're going to npx Prisma db push. Now, since I'm using pnpm dlx Prisma db push, I'll click on enter. And you can see right now that after that command is run, it's going to say your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema, which means our database now have this post model, which actually created a post table. So let's actually go to our database. I'll go to our Prisma database. I'll go to, I think we basically have to go to Studio. I want to go to tables. You actually see the post collection right here. Okay, I'll click on that. You actually see the post collection. We have the ID feed, the author ID, the contents, the cover image public ID, the cover image URL. We basically have all the feeds we created in our schema. How beautiful is that? Now we don't have to manually come over here and actually create these tables and these values. We just do that in our schema, and then we just push that to our database. Now we're not done with the Prisma setup. We have to actually generate our client. Okay, so to do that, we have to do pnpm dlx Prisma generate. Okay, now if you're using npm, you know npx Prisma generate. I'll click on enter, and you can see right here it said generated Prisma client at src generated Prisma. Okay, that's our output right here. Now you can see that file right here. You won't go to src generated. You can actually see the Prisma client files generated, and you can notice something, that these other files are green while this one is actually white. That's because Git is actually ignoring this file. Okay, now if you go over here, you can see that this file right here, src generated Prisma, is in our git ignore, which was created when we ran. Now this was actually added when we ran Prisma init. Okay, when we initialize a new Prisma project. Close this up. I'll close also the env file. Now I'm going to go back to Prisma. Now after we've run our Prisma generator, after we generated our Prisma client, I'll just scroll down. Now we have to actually create a Prisma instance. Okay, we have to set up a Prisma client. Okay, because when we want to actually interact with the database, we're going to be doing something that prisma.find. So we have to create that Prisma instance and export it so we can actually make use of it. So to do that, I'm just going to copy this right here. Then it says that we should place this inside a prisma.ts file, which is inside a lib folder. So I go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just reduce the height of this a bit. Inside my src folder, I'll create a folder called lib. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a file called prisma.ts. And then I'll just paste that right here. Now what this is going to do is going to import Prisma Postgres from @prisma/adapter Postgres. Then it's going to import our Prisma client. So I'm just going to get rid of this import. Then I'll just import this manually from @generated Prisma client, which is coming from. Now this is actually coming from this folder right here. This Prisma client we actually created @generated Prisma client. So that's basically always setting up Prisma, and this database URL is going to point to the database URL we have in our env file. So that's basically all. So I'm going to save this file and then we can actually close this. So with that, we've actually set up Prisma in our project. So the next step, we have to actually set up BetterAuth. So I'm going to head over to betterauth.com, which is the official BetterAuth documentation website. So I'm going to head over to docs. Now it's going to actually introduce to us what BetterAuth is. BetterAuth is a framework agnostic universal authentication and authorization framework for TypeScript. It provides comprehensive sets of features out of the box and includes a plugin ecosystem that simplifies adding advanced functionalities. Okay. Now, which means we can actually use BetterAuth to build our authentication system. Now, I'm going to go over to installation, and then we can actually see what we have to do to actually install BetterAuth. Now, if you're using npm, you just have to run npm install BetterAuth. If you're using yarn, you do yarn add BetterAuth. If you're using Bourne, you Bourne add BetterAuth. Now, I'm using pnpm, so I'm going to do pnpm add BetterAuth. So I'll just copy this. I'll head back to my terminal. I'm just going to open this a bit, and then I'll just paste that right here. pnpm add BetterAuth. Now that command is going to run. It's going to actually add BetterAuth as a dependency to my project, BetterAuth version 1.4.10. And now I'm going to go back to BetterAuth. Now after we run the installation to actually install BetterAuth, now it says right here that if you are using a separate client and server setup, make sure to install BetterAuth in both parts of your project. Now this means that if maybe you are using Express for your backend and React for your frontend, then you have to actually install BetterAuth for both projects, because you're going to make use of BetterAuth in your React application and in your Express application. Now, since we're making use of BetterAuth in our Next.js application, which has both backend, which is API routing, and also frontend, we don't need to actually install it multiple times. We just need to install it once for our Next.js project. And the next step is that we have to set environment variables. Create a .env file in your root folder, put it and add the following variables. Okay, so we have to set this environment variable. So I'm just going to generate a secret. I'll copy these. I'll go to my .env file. Just reuse this. I'll go to .env and then I'll just paste that underneath. Yeah. Okay. BetterAuth secret. And then for the next step, we have to set a base URL. Okay. Now this base URL is going to be the domain of your project. Now, since we are working on localhost for now, this is going to be our domain, localhost port 3000. Now, when we actually deploy this on production, we're actually going to update this URL. So I'll copy this and then I'll just paste that right here in BetterAuth URL. And then for the next step, we said that we have to create a BetterAuth instance. Create a file named auth.ts in one of these locations in a lib folder or a utils folder. We already have a lib folder. So inside our lib folder, we're going to create a auth.ts file. So I'm going to go over to my Visual Studio Code. Inside this live folder, I'll create a new file called auth.ts like that. And then we just have to copy what we have here. I just copy these. Basically, I just scroll down. So I have to configure it with database. Now, to configure this with any database, you can see SQLite, Postgres, MySQL. Now, we are not making use of the database directly. We are making use of Prisma ORM to connect with the database. So it's going to say alternately, if you prefer to use an ORM, you can use one of the built-in adapters. Now we have a Drizzle adapter and then we have a Prisma adapter. So I'm just going to copy this one and then I'll paste this one in here. Now, I don't actually need this because remember we already created our Prisma instance right here. We're actually exporting Prisma right here. So we do not need to actually create another Prisma instance right here. So I'm going to get rid of this. And then in here, I'm just going to import Prisma from Prisma. I'm actually importing Prisma from this Prisma.ts file we are exporting right here, our Prisma instance. And then I'm going to change my provider to Postgres, because we are making use of Postgres database. I'll save that and then I'll save this environment file right here. So next, I'm just going to set a base URL, which is going to be process.env. It's going to be the environment variable we created for our BetterAuth URL. So I'll just copy this and then I'll just paste that right here. So now we're actually done with setting up BetterAuth right here. So for the next step, we have to actually create table database. Remember I said that when we actually set up BetterAuth, we're going to generate all the models we need to actually perform authentication in our application. So BetterAuth CLI actually gives us a way to do that. So it's going to say to generate these commands. This command generates an ORM schema or SQL migration file. So we're going to run this command at BetterAuth first as CLI generate. Now, if you're using npm, you're just going to run this directly. npx BetterAuth CLI generate. I'll copy this and then I'm just going to open this up. Then down here, I'm going to say pnpm dlx. Then I'll paste that right here. Get rid of the npx at the back right there. I think that's about it. And then I'll just click on enter. Now it's going to ask us if we actually want to overwrite our schema first. So I want to say yes, I want to overwrite that file. And now when we close this up and go to our schema.prisma, you're going to see that we have some new models right here. Okay, you see the models we actually created initially, the post model, and now we have other models actually created by BetterAuth. So you see, we didn't have to actually manually type these models, and BetterAuth is going to generate the models they need to actually perform authentication. So next, what we're going to do is that we actually want to create a relationship between the post model and the user model. Remember that when the user is logged in and the user actually creates a blog post, the user is going to be connected to the blog post as the author of that blog post. So we already have a feed right here where we're going to place the author ID. Now we have to create a relationship between this user model and this post model. So inside this post model, what we're going to do here is we're going to say the author of this post is going to be from the user model, and then we can say at relation. The feeds that relates to it is going to be this author ID we have up here, and it's going to reference the ID from the user model. And then in the user model, you have to specify a reverse relationship. So we're going to say user's post is going to be the array of the post model. Great. So now we have a relationship between this post model and this user model, which means whenever a user creates a post, the user is going to be the author of the post or the blog post. So I'll save that. So now we have to actually update our database. So I'm just going to open this up. Then down here, I'm going to say pnpm dlx prisma db push. Now if you're using npm, you're going to do npx prisma db push. I'll click on enter. Now after the command run, we're going to get your data is now in sync with your Prisma schema. Now we'll go back to our dashboard. We'll refresh this web page. I just refresh this database. You're going to notice that we have additional fields. We have the account field, we have the session field, we have the user field, and then we have the verification feed right here. Now, since we've actually updated the schema, we have to run the Prisma generate to actually generate a new client instance. So I'll just delete this old one. I'll just delete this one off this generated folder, move to recycle. And then right here, I'm going to say pnpm dlx prisma generate. Okay, to generate a new Prisma client, I click on enter. And running that command is going to generate a new Prisma client for us. Okay, so we can close this back up. So now coming back to BetterAuth, the next step is that we have to actually, because we actually push this to our database, we've updated our database. Now we have to actually use the authentication method. So I'm going to skip this from now, go to the next step, which is going to be setting up a route handler. Now, anytime we make a request to log in, sign in, or register a user in BetterAuth, now the route is going to be handled by BetterAuth. So we need to create a catch-all route. And you have to see how we have to do that right here. Inside our API folder, we have to create an auth folder. So what I'm going to do, I'll go to my folder. I'll go to SRC app. Then inside this app folder, I'm going to create a folder called API. And inside this API folder, I'll create another folder called auth. And then inside the auth folder, it's telling us to actually create a catch-all route. Okay. So what we're going to do, we'll go back there, we'll create a new folder, square bracket, ... all, close brackets. And then inside this catch-all route folder, we're going to create a route.ts. And then in here, we're just going to copy what we have here. Since we are using Next.js app router, I'll copy the code we have here, and then I'll just paste that right here. So this is all we have to do to actually handle all our route requests, whether it's login, logout, sign in. This is all we have to do. So now we'll head over back to BetterAuth. Then we can create a client instance. Now we don't have to do this now. So the next step we're going to do is that we actually want to implement Google Authentication. So I'm going to go to Authentication, and then I'll go to Google Authentication right here. And you actually see what we have to actually do right here. First of all, you have to get your Google credentials. To use Google as a social provider, you need to get your Google credentials. You can get them by creating a new project in the Google Cloud Console. So we're going to actually head to the Google Cloud Console. So I want to open up a browser. I'll go to Google Cloud, console.cloud.google.com. I'll go over there. And you can see right here, I already have two projects right here. I have a blog website project and my first project. So I want to create a new project. I'll go to new project over here. I'll call this project Tech Blog. I'll just leave this organization and click on create. And after creating, I can just go over to this tech blog right here, which we're already in. And now inside this tech blog, we'll go to APIs and services. And then we're going to head to Auth and consent screen. I'll click on that. And then right here, we're going to see this right here. Say Google Auth platform not configured yet. Get started to configure your application's identity and manage credentials for calling Google APIs and sign in with Google. So I'll click on get started. And then we have to actually specify an app name. So I'll just call this tech blog. And then the user email is going to be this email right here. I'll click on next. Then Esther, I'll choose Esther because I want this to be available to any user with a Google account. Click on next. Then for the contact email address, I'll use this email address right here. And then I'll click on next. And you just have to click on check this. I agree to Google API service and user data policy. Then continue. And then finally, we just click on create. And that's going to create this application for us. And then I'm going to create a new OAuth client. I'll go to create OAuth client. And then we have to specify the application type. This is going to be a web application because the request is going to be coming from a web application. Then the client name, I'll just call it tech blog. And then this is very important, the authorized JavaScript origin. Now, when we go back to the BetterAuth documentation, we have to specify a authorized origin. And the origin has to be where the request is coming from. And since we're in a development server, the request is going to be coming from our local host port 3000. But when we deploy this project, we're actually going to update this later on. So I'll just copy this over here, and then I'll just paste that. Add a new URL, then I'll just paste that right here. We just need the domain. We don't need this /. We just need the domain name. Okay. And then we have to add an authorized redirect URL. Now you can see right here now it says in the Google Cloud Console credentials authorized URL. Make sure to set the redirect URL to this right here for development. Then for production, make sure to set URL as your application domain. So for development, we're going to make use of this right here. So I copy that and I'll just paste that right here. Add new URL. I'll just paste that right here. Okay, and then we can click on create, and we've actually created a new OAuth client. So I'll go to edit OAuth clients, and then we have our client ID here, and we have our client secret over here. Okay, so next I'm going to copy this integration right here where we have this Google providers right here, social providers, Google. I'll copy this, and then I'll go to my Auth.ts file. I'm going to head over to this Auth.ts file right here, and then we're just going to paste that down here. And then we have to actually set this environment variables. So I'll copy this right here. I'll head to my .env file. I'll just paste that down here, which is going to be equals to our Google client ID. And also I'm going to copy this right here, and I'll paste that right here. Then we can head back to our Google Cloud and copy this client ID right here. I copy this, then I'll just paste that client ID right here. Then I head back there, and then I'll copy the client secret. Now you obviously have to create your own project because you cannot make use of my client ID and my client secret, because when I'm done with this project, I'm actually going to delete this application. So I'll just paste that right here like that. So now we have the Google client ID and Google client secret configured, and also in our Auth.ts file we have these social providers. We have our Google social providers configured. So now we can actually log into this application using our Google account. So remember that to actually log in, we need our sign-in module. So I'm going to go to SRC components modules. I'll go to sign-in module. We're actually going to make use of this module to actually sign in a new user. Now, to make use of BetterAuth on the client, we actually have to set up a Auth client. So I'm going to go back to the BetterAuth documentation. I'll go to our installation review. I'll go back to installation, and I'm just going to scroll all the way down. This is the route handler session here, where we have create a client instance. The client side library helps you interact with the Auth server. BetterAuth comes with a client for all popular web frameworks, including vanilla JavaScript, which means it doesn't matter if you are using Vue, React, Svelte, Solid, or vanilla JavaScript, you can actually interact with BetterAuth from the client. Now, for React, this is what we actually have to do. Inside our live folder, we'll create a auth client.ts. And note, it said that if you are using different base path other than API/auth, which means if your server is different from your client, for me, you are using a React frontend and an Express server, then you have to pass the routes to that Express server. So the Express server is going to be the Express domain, the path, then auth. But in our case right now, we are using the same server via our client. So our client is in the same domain with our server. So we don't really need to actually add any domain. So I'm going to copy this right here. I'll go to my lib folder. I'll go to src app, not app, lib. I'll create a new file called auth client.txt like that. And then in here, we're just going to paste that right here. And now we do not need, say the base URL of the server optional if you are using the same domain. Since we are using the same domain as our local hotspot 3000, our server is in the same domain as our client, we're just going to get rid of this. And this will actually work for us. Great. So we have actually set up the auth client. So now we can use this auth client to actually make requests to BetterAuth. I'm going to go to the sign in module right here. Up here, I'll create a function. I'll say const sign in with Google is going to be equals to an async function. And yeah, inside this function, we're simply just going to await. We'll get our auth client from the that we just created. The auth client we just created in this file right here. This auth client right here. Dot sign in dot social sign in. Then the providers we want to use, is going to be Google. And then all we have to do is just copy the function name, and then just paste the function name to this Google button right here. Okay, so I'm going to say on click of this button, we want to fire this function sign in with Google. Great job. Now let's actually run our application, test this out. So I just do pnpm run development, and we actually have our application running. So I'll click on login, I'll click on continue with Google, and it's going to actually bring us right here. We can actually choose a Google account we actually want to sign in with. Beautiful. So this is actually fully working. So to actually log in, I'm going to choose this Google account right here. Click on this right here. It's actually going to log in with this Google account, and I'll click on continue. Say sign into tech blog. I'll click on continue. And we are actually signed into this application. Now, we can't actually know right now because we've not actually handled this button to display logouts when we log in. So what we're going to do, we go to our development server. I'll go to cookies. I go to locals, and we can actually see a BetterAuth cookie right here to show that we actually logged in with BetterAuth to this project. So I'm just going to delete this because we're actually going to do the same thing with our GitHub. We're going to sign in with GitHub. So I just delete this. So now let's actually implement the sign in with GitHub. So I'll go back to the BetterAuth documentation. I'll go to authentication. I'll go to GitHub authentication. It's basically similar with the Google authentication, but we have to create a new GitHub Auth app. So first of all, I'm just going to copy this right here. Then I'll paste that. I'll go to my Auth.ts. After this Google object, I'll just paste that right here, the GitHub credentials. And now in our environment variables, we have to actually specify the GitHub client ID and the GitHub client secret. So I'll go over here. Then I'll just paste that right here. And also I head back there. I copy the GitHub client secrets. Then I'll just paste that right here. So now we actually have to create this client ID and the GitHub client secret. And that's very simple. Now you're going to head over to github.com, and we're going to go to, I'll just go to settings. I'll go to settings. And then I'll just scroll all the way down. I'll go to this developer settings right here. You're going to see GitHub apps and OAuth apps. I'm going to go to OAuth apps. And I already have one OAuth app here. So I'm going to click on new OAuth app. I call this one tech blog, and then the homepage URL is going to be localhost 3000. We're actually going to update this later on when we actually deploy this project. Okay, but for now we're going to leave it as localhost 3000. And then we have to actually place the GitHub callback URL, the authorization callback URL. So I'll go back to the documentation. It says that the authorization, the redirect URL is going to be this right here. So I'll just copy this. Then I'll paste that where we have this authorized. And for the description, we can actually leave it blank, or this is actually optional. And then we just register the application. Great. So now we have the application. So I'm just going to copy the client ID. I copy that. I'll head to my environment variable. I'll paste that client ID right here. I'll head back, then I'll generate a new client secret. And you actually have to pass in a password. Okay, now this is just a security check from GitHub. I'm going to type in my password. And then you can actually see we have a secret right here, client secret right here. I'll just copy that client secret. And then I'll paste that right here. So that's basically all. We've actually configured the GitHub sign in. So let's actually use it. So I'll go to the sign in modal. I'll create another function, just basically drag this down. This one is going to be sign in with GitHub. And then right here is going to be provider, is going to be obviously GitHub. And then we can hook up and unclick events to this GitHub button right here. I'm going to say unclick with fire sign in with GitHub like that. I'll save that. So let's test this out. So I'll go back to my project. I'll click on login. I'll click on continue with GitHub. And we can actually sign in with GitHub. It says authorize will redirect to this right here, localhost 3000. And you can actually sign in with your GitHub application. So I just click on authorize Agbon Tech. And it's going to redirect us back to our project. So now when we go to our development tools, you can actually see right now we have a BetterAuth cookie, which we are actually logged in. So the next step is that we have to actually render part of our UI conditionally to actually complete authentication of this project. Now, what we simply want to do is that we want to actually render components like this white right here and also this login right here based on if the user is authenticated. If the user is logged in, we want to render the logout button and also work on the logout functionality. And also if the user is logged in, that's only when we also want to render this right button right here. So let's actually do that. So I'll go to my navbar.ts. I'll just go to that navbar components, go to SRC components. There's that general, and I'll go to navbar, then navbar.tss. And this is already a client component, so we don't really need to make this a client component anymore. Then up here, we're going to say const, our destructure what we're going to get is going to be equals to, I'm going to get auth client from our, that's the auth client we created. I'm just going to import that in dot use session like that. And then we can destructure out the data. I'll just call this data session. This is going to be a better name for us. And then I'm going to destructure out is pending. Now, this is pending is when BetterAuth is actually fetching our session from the database. Remember that BetterAuth is connected to our Postgres database with the Prisma adapter right here. Okay, actually connected to our database using this Prisma adapter right here. So BetterAuth is going to make a request to check our session from the database. So this is spend is during the process where it's actually making that request. And then right here, what we're simply just going to do, we're going to console.log data like that. I'll save that. Sorry, not data. We actually renamed it to session, console.log session like that. So now I'm just going to go back to my project. I'll just refresh the web page. Now I'm going to inspect, and then I'll go to console, and we should actually see an object right here. When I open that up, you can actually see we have a session right here. You see the session right here. You see the session, the ID of the session, the IP address of the user, the token, and also we have the user details right here, the user object. That's going to have some things like the user's mail, if the email is verified. Now we didn't do email verification, so by default the email is going to be verified. Then we have the user ID from the database, the image of the user. Now, since the user's first login was using a Google account, the user's Google account profile picture is going to be placed there as their profile picture. Okay, and then the name of the user is going to be Emmanuel Egbon. Great, that's my name because I used my Google account to actually sign in. Now let's actually make use of this session right here. Then just scroll down for these right here. I want to render this when there's a session. So I'll say session. That's only when I want this to be rendered, this JSX to be rendered to the UI. Also, I'll scroll down to this login button right here. First of all, I'm going to say, I use an empty fragment. I'm going to say it's pending because we don't want to display the login button and the logout button if we don't know yet if the user is logged in. So when we land in the web page, we don't want to render anything. We only want to render the logout button if the user is logged in and the login button if the user is logged out, if the user is not authenticated yet. So if it's not pending, that means if it's no longer loading, we've actually forced the session. That's only when we want to render this component right here. And then inside this component, we're also going to have another empty fragment. We're going to check for the session. If the user is logged in, then we want to render a JXSS. We want to render this right here. We want to render the login. We want to render the log out. So right here, I'm going to say log out. So if the user is not logged in, we're going to render log out. I'll just format this. I'll save that. Now when we go back to our project, we should see the logout button right here. You can see there's an instance where we don't see the logout button because it's actually pending. You can actually see that instance right here. If it actually loads it in. Great job. So now when we click on this logout button, we want to actually log out the user. So let's actually do that. To do that, we're just going to create a function up here called handle logout. So up here, I'll say const handle logout. It's going to be equal to an async function. Then in here, we're going to await auth clients dot sign out the user like that. So when we run this function, it's going to make a request to our API wrap. This API wrap we created, this catch all wrap right here, to actually log out the users. Same thing when we log in. So all our auth requests are going to be handled by this route right here. Okay, now that's the beauty of BetterAuth. So I'm going to go back to my Navbar.css file. I'll copy this handle logout right here. I'm just going to scroll all the way down. Now for the onClick event handler, instead of opening the sign-in module, the logout is simply just going to run this function handle logout. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to our project. I'll just click on logouts. And you can see we are actually logged out. I'll click on login again to actually log in the user. I'll go continue with GitHub. And it's actually going to log in the user over again. So now we are basically done with authentication. We can actually now render our UI based on if a user is authenticated or not. So now we are actually done with authentication. What we are going to work on next is going to actually be creating blog posts. Okay, so we're going to work on writing the code to actually create a new blog post. So first of all, we're going to create an endpoint for that. Okay, an API endpoint for that. Now, since we are making use of Next.js, we don't have to go and create a separate Express server or a separate backend. We can create our endpoint inside this Next.js project. So to do that, we're going to go to our API folder, which we've already been doing. This API folder we have right here that's catching all our Auth API requests. Then inside the API folder, I'll create a folder called posts. I'll just call it posts. It's going to be a better naming convention, posts. And then inside this post folder, I'm going to create a route. So I'll create a route.ts file like that. And then in here, we can actually write the API route to handle creating a new blog post. So down here, I'm going to say export async function post. It's going to take a request, which is going to be of type request. And then in here, we'll make use of a try catch block. Now, we're going to actually try to query the database, but if there's an error, we're actually going to catch the error. Now, if there's an error, we're going to console.error, and then we're going to return a next response with an error failed to create post and a status of 500. And then I'm just going to import this next response from the next server. And then inside the try, the first thing we have to do, we have to check if the user that is making the request is actually authenticated, if the user is logged into our application. So we're going to get the session of the user. I'm going to say const session is going to be equals to, I'm going to await auth. Now we're going to get our auth from our lib folder, the auth instance created in our lib folder .api. Now remember that when we are making use of the auth in the browser, we made use of the auth client. So now we are making use of it on the server. We're going to make use of the auth, and then we're going to access the API in there, and then we're going to say get session like that. Now we are not done. We have to actually pass in the Next.js header. So in here, I'm going to say headers. It's going to await headers. It's going to await headers from next headers. Okay, just invoke that. Great. So with this, we have access to the logged in user session. So down here, we can check. We can say if no session dot user dot id, if no session user id, then which means the user is actually not authenticated. In that case, we just want to return a next response dot json with an error unauthorized and the status of 401 like that. And then if the user is logged in, then down here I'm going to say const form data is going to be, because I'm going to await form data. Sorry, I'm going to await this request object right here, request dot form data like that. And then through the request, I'm going to pass in the title, set that to a variable. It's going to be equals to form data dot get title from the request as a string, and then const content is going to be equals to form data dot get content as string, and then const except is going to be equals to form data dot get except, also get this as a string, and then now you can get the cover image. Say const, so I spell that quite correctly, const cover image is going to be equals to form data dot get the cover image that's going to be passed through the request cover image, and we're going to get this as a file. Okay, remember this is going to be an image, so it's going to be a file. Okay, then after that, down here we're going to actually do some server-side validation to check if these fields will actually pass through the request. So we're going to say if no title was passed, if no title, or if no cover image, or if no exempt, or if no contents. Then if any of this is true, if one of these is actually empty, then we're going to return this next response right here. All fields are actually required. And then down here, you can actually generate the slug. So down here, what I'm going to do, I'll say const base slug is going to be equals to, I've now actually installed the library we need to actually convert our title to a slug. So let's actually do that. I want to install a library called slugify. I'm just going to stop this server. I'll say pnpm install slugify. Now, if you are making use of npm, you're just going to do npm install slugify. So I'll click on enter. That's going to install the slugify package for us. I can see it's actually added as a dependency. So I'll just close this back up. So then I'm going to say, I want to call the slugify. I'll get that from slugify. So up here, I'm going to import slugify from slugify. And then in here, pass in the title that I want to actually convert to a slug, and then lower, set it to true, street, true, and trim 2. And then now we've actually created the slug. Well, now we have to ensure that this slug is unique, because for every post we create, we want each post to have a unique slug. Remember when we created our schema, we said that the slug was going to be unique. So what we're going to do here is that, so now we're going to ensure slug is unique. So to do that, I'm going to say let the slug equals to the base slug we created up here equals to base slug, and then let counter equals to 1 by default, and then we're going to make use of a while loop. So I'll say while with Prisma. I'm going to import Prisma from lib Prisma up here, okay, from our Prisma instance dot the post model. Now, this is the fun thing about Prisma. Now, when we try to access our client, that's how we run Prisma generate. When we try to access our database, you can notice that when we click on dot, we actually have access to these queries right here. Okay, we have access to all our models. When I type P, you can see right now we have access to the post model. The post model does find a unique post where slug matches the slug we're actually passing to this. Okay, and then we're going to set the slug to make use of backticks $slug, and then hyphen, I'm going to add the counter like that, and then down here I'm going to say counts plus plus. Now, say for example, now we created a post called first post, and this was a slug that was actually generated. Now, when we try to create similar post again with first post again, what's going to happen is that Prisma is going to actually check our database to check if we have a slug that matches the slug that was actually created, this base slug right here. This slug right here actually matches this slug right here. Now, if it matches, why it matches, if this returns true that it finds, then it's going to be slug, then the counter is going to be slug, then it's going to be 1. Okay, now if you create the same post again with the same title, then the next one is going to be first post, then post 2. Sorry, first post, then post 2, like that. It's going to run, the while loop is going to run like that, as long as we have a slug that actually matches, sorry, post, it's always going to ensure that the slug of each post is unique, even if they have the same title. So I'll just get rid of this. And then down here, we have to upload the cover image to Cloudinary. Now, which means we have to actually install the Cloudinary library. So first of all, I'm going to go over to the Cloudinary website right here, cloudinary.com. Now I'm going to actually log into my account. Now, if you've not created an account with Cloudinary, it's actually free to actually set up an account with Cloudinary. I just go to login. Now, after login, it's going to bring you right here to your Cloudinary dashboard. Okay, and you can actually upload files to your dashboard. So first of all, I'll go to settings, and then I'm going to go to API keys right here, because we need the API key, the API secret, and the cloud name to actually connect Cloudinary to our project. Okay, so first of all, I have to actually install the Cloudinary library. So I'm just going to open up my terminal down here. I'm going to say pnpm install Cloudinary, enter, and that's actually going to add the Cloudinary package for us. Okay, great. So we can close this back up. So now let's actually set up Cloudinary. So I'll just go to my environment variable. I'll go to .env right here, actually set up my Cloudinary environment variables. So we need the Cloudinary cloud name. We need the Cloudinary API key, and also we need the Cloudinary API secrets. Then I go back to the web browser. Now this is going to be the Cloudinary cloud name. This one up here, that's going to be your Cloudinary cloud name. So I'll copy that and I'll just paste that right here. And then I'll copy the Cloudinary API key and I'll paste that right here. And then you're going to actually copy your Cloudinary API secret, and then you're going to paste that right here. And that's actually a secret, so I obviously want to keep it a secret. Now, after setting all your environment variable, you have to create the Cloudinary instance. So inside my lib folder, I'll go to src lib. I'll create a Cloudinary instance. Right here, I'll say Cloudinary. Spell that Cloudinary correctly. .ds. Then in here, we're going to import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary. And then down here, we're going to say Cloudinary.config. The cloud name is going to be process.env.the Cloudinary cloud name. So I'll just copy this Cloudinary cloud name. Then I'll paste that right here. And then the next one is going to be the API key. It's going to be process.env. We just copy the API key from here. Then we just paste that right here. And then finally, the API secrets is going to be process.env. Just copy the API secret right here, Cloudinary API secrets, and then we just paste that right here like that. And then down here, we can simply just export default the Cloudinary instance. Okay, so I can make use of this in our application. Export this Cloudinary instance right here. So now we can actually make use of this Cloudinary configuration to upload files to our Cloudinary from our project. So go to route.ts. Now, instead of actually uploading the file here, I'm going to create a service function to actually upload the file. Then we'll just call the service function here. So I'll create a function. I'll go to shouse. Inside this folder, I'll create a folder called services. And then inside the services folder, I'm going to create a service called Cloudinary.txt like that. And then in here, Now to save time, I'll just paste the code to actually upload to Cloudinary right here. Now, this is actually very straightforward. We're just importing Cloudinary from this lib folder right here. And then this first line of code, we are creating the tabs, okay? This is basically a TypeScript tab that we are passing to this function right here, this upload to Cloudinary function. And this upload to Cloudinary function, what it's going to do is that it's going to actually convert our file to a base64 and then get the data URL, and then we're going to upload the file. Whenever we call the function, we'll upload the file to Cloudinary, specifically this folder right here, tech blog, and then the transformation, we're going to transform it to a WebP format, and then the function is going to return this right here. Remember, we'll pass this type to the function as a result, so we're going to return this right here. This is going to be the way the data is going to be returned. And then if there's an error, we're just going to cache that error and then log the error to the console. And then we have the last function right here, which is going to be delete from Cloudinary. So whenever I want to delete an image from Cloudinary, say we update a post, and we uploaded a new image, or say we delete a post, this is the function we're going to call to actually delete from Cloudinary. And you can actually copy this right here. Now we just have to go to our wap.ts and actually make use of these functions. So down here, what we're going to do is that we're going to create a variable const image data is going to be equals to await upload to Cloudinary. Okay, so we are basically calling this function we actually created right here. Okay, this function to actually upload to Cloudinary, to upload a file to Cloudinary. And then you can see right here, the function actually expects an argument of type file. It expects a file. So in here, I'm going to pass in the cover image from the request, because that's the file we actually want to pass to this right here. And then we can specify this type as Cloudinary upload results. That's this type right here. I'll just format this document. Now after that, down here, I'm going to say const post is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot, we want the post model dot, we want to create a new resource dot create. Then in here, we're going to specify the data I want to add. So data is going to be an object. It's going to have a title. It's going to have an except. Now this except right here, and this time is simply as saying except is going to be the except, okay? Because the name of this field in our database is except, and also the name of the variable up here is actually except. We can make use of the shorthand method and just call the variable like that. And then we can pass in the slug, the content, the cover image URL is going to be, now remember that when we actually uploaded the image, we got a result. Okay, so it's going to be the image data dot the secure URL. Okay, now this is going to be the URL we're going to use to actually view the image on the browser. And then the cover image public ID is going to be image data dot the public ID. And then finally, the author ID is going to be the session dot user dot ID, which is going to be the logged in user ID. So the logged in user is going to be the author of the post. After we create the post, now you're just going to return a next response dot JSON, passing the post down here, passing the status of 201. Okay, 200 for successful response, then 201 for new resource created in the database. So I just format this right here. Great. So now we have the API endpoint to actually create a new blog post. So now what we're going to do, we're going to go over to our white page and actually try to send a request from there. So I'm going to go to SRC components. I'll go to, where's that page? No, it's not in the components folder, it's in the app folder, the right page.tss file right here. Now in here, we're going to create some state. So up here, I'll create a state const title, set title is going to be equals to use state, and by default it's going to be an empty string. And then after that, I'll say const except set except is going to be equals to use state, and then by default it's also going to be an empty string. Create another state const cover image set cover image is going to be equals to use state, and by default this is going to be null, and it's going to be of type. It's either is null or it's going to be of type. Sorry, it's going to be of type fine, like that. And finally, we'll create the final state const is submitting set is submitting as when the state for when we're actually processing the request, sending the request to the server is going to be equals to use state, and then by default is going to be false. So after that, we're going to actually link these states to the input. So I'll scroll down to the title input right here. I'm going to say the value of this input is going to be equals to the title states, and then on change of these inputs, we're going to find an arrow function that's going to take an event, and then it's going to set the title state to event.target.value. And then we'll do the same thing for the text area. I'll just copy this right here, then I'll paste that right here. Now update this to the except. The value is going to be the except state, and then we're going to set the except state to event.target.value. Great. So now we've handled these two inputs. Let's actually handle for the image upload. So right here, I'm going to say on change. When someone uploads an image, I want to run an arrow function that's going to take an event, and that event is going to actually set the cover. That function is going to set the cover image to event.target.files, and then we just want the first file like that. S is going to be null. Okay, great. I'll save that. So now when we upload the file, the cover image state is going to be updated to the file we actually uploaded. And I've actually handled all the inputs. So all that is left to do is actually create a function to actually send that request. So up here, create a function const handle submit is going to be equals to an async function that's going to take an event which is going to be react.form event, and then in here now you have to prevent the default form behavior, because when the form is submitted it's going to refresh the page. Okay, so just say event.prevent the default behavior of the form, and then after that we're going to make use of a try catch block. Now inside the catch block, now we're going to make use of Axios for our request, so we have to check if it's an Axios error. So first of all, I'm going to install the Axios library. So down here I'm going to say pnpm install Axios. I'll just expand this, and that's going to actually add Axios as one of our dependencies right here. So now I'm just close this back up, and then in here I can check if the error we are catching is an Axios error. I want to get Axios from Axios. Axios.is Axios error. Then I'm passing the error in here. And if it's an Axios error, then right here we're going to actually toast to the user that there's an error about the error. Okay, basically give the user a feedback of the error that they are getting from the server. Maybe they didn't actually fill in all the feeds. Okay, we are going to use React hot toast for this, but let's first of all create our function, and then finally I'm going to set its submitting to false like that. Okay, and then inside the try block, what we're going to do is that we're going to do some basic client-side validation. So I'll say if, so we are basically doing the same thing we did right here. We're basically doing the same thing we actually did right here. So I'll just copy this. We are checking if any of this field is empty, and I'll paste that right here. But this is not a server, so we can get rid of this. But if any of this is empty, we're also going to toast to the user here. So let's just actually install that React hot toast. So I just open this up. So down here I'll say pnpm. So down here I'll say pnpm install React hot toast. And that dependency is actually added right here. React hot toast version 2.6.0. Great. So let's just have to call the toaster components. I'm going to go to my, because I want this to be accessible globally in our application. So I'm going to go to src app. I go to layer.ts. Now, right here we have these modals right here. We have these modals right here and this footer. We want this to be accessible globally. So I'm going to call the toaster from React hot toast. Okay, great. And then in this page.tss file, first of all, let's actually handle this error right here. Just under this comment right here, I'm going to say I'm going to toast. I'll get toast from React hot toast. And then we can do all fields are required like that. And then we have to configure this, actually add our own style into the toaster component. I'm going to say style, and then I'll give this a color of white and a background of this hair's color right here. And then I'll just copy this toast right here, and then I'll paste that toast where we have this right here. It's going to be all fields are required. Then instead of outputting all fields are required, what I'm going to do, I'm going to output the error we are getting from the server. So I'll say error dot response dot data dot the error. Okay, and this is going to be the error we are getting from this server right here. Any error we return from the server, we are actually going to handle the error right here. Just rearrange this a bit, and then after this if check to check if these fields actually feed up or if they are empty, then down here I'm going to set the is submitting to true because I want to actually start sending requests to the server. I want to start the request. Then down here I'm going to say const form data is going to be equals to new form data. Now I'm going to say form data. I'm going to append the title. Form data dot append title, and I'm passing the title states. Now this field right here has to match with the name we are using in our endpoints right here, title, content, except cover image. Okay, great. So the title is going to be title, and then form data dot append the except is going to be the except state. Then also form data dot append the content, which is going to be the content state. Yeah, content. Then finally you're going to append the form data dot append cover image, which is going to be the cover image state, like that. Now we're actually getting an error. It says that no overload matches. Now this is coming because remember we said that this cover image right here could be null or it could be a file. I send a cover image that could be null or file through a request. So what we're going to do is that after we toast all fields are required right here, we're just going to return. Okay, so basically if any of these field is empty, this block of code is not going to run, and that error is actually gone. Then after that, you can simply just await Azure's dot or make a post request. Remember that in our endpoint we are actually expecting a post request, so it's going to be a post request to that endpoint, which is going to be /API/post, and then we just pass in the form data. And since we are passing an image, you have to specify actually specify that. So in the headers, I'm going to say content type is going to be multi-part form data, like that. And then after that, I'm going to set content to an empty string. So after we actually send the request and it's successful, I'm going to reset all the state. You can do set title back to an empty string, set except to an empty string, and then we set the cover image to null. And then we just want to output a toast. So I just copy this one right here. Then I paste that right here. Then you can simply say article published successfully. Now all you have to do now is copy this handle submit function right here, and then we're going to hook it up to the form. So I just scroll all the way down. So this form, when this form is submitted, I'll say on submit. I'll just paste that function. So I want this function and do submit. And also I want to handle from when the state is actually loading. I'll say is submitting. If it's submitting, then I want to render publishing. As I want to render publish like that. So let's actually test this. I'm going to run my server again. So I just open this up. Now I'll say pm run dev like that. Close back this terminal. First of all, I want to log in. Continue with GitHub. And the user is actually logged in. And then I'll go to write. And now we're on the right page. Okay, great. So let's actually try to create a new article. So I'll say first post. And then for the SMs, I'll just call this is my first post. Hope you enjoy reading. And then for the cover image, I'll just select something from, go to desktop, I go to tech block assets, and then I just select something random. Basically, just select this Prisma image right here. And then I'll just copy this right here and paste that right here as the article. Then I just click on publish. I actually see that right here, publishing. And you can see right here, article published successfully. Now to actually check if we have this in database, we don't have to head over to Prisma. We can just run Prisma Studio locally right here. So down here, I'm going to run pm dlx Prisma Studio. Now, if you are using npm, you can do npx Prisma Studio. I'll click on enter. So now, when this actually opens, we'll go over to our post the table. You can see right here we have one resource right here. Okay, we have the ID, the author ID is actually placed right here. There's the logged in user ID. We have the content right here. This is obviously a paragraph tag. This is my first post. Hope you enjoy reading. Then we have the cover image public ID, which was gotten from Cloudinary after we actually uploaded the image to Cloudinary. And then we have the cover image URL right here, the secure URL to actually access the image from Cloudinary. And then we have the created that, we have the except, we have the slug, which was actually generated from the server. You can see right here, first post, and then you see the title, first post, and then you see the updated that. Great. So now we've actually successfully worked on actually creating a new post. And the last chapter, we actually worked on actually creating a new blog post. Now, in this chapter, what we're going to do is that we're going to actually start fetching this post so that we can actually view the list of posts as a recent post in the home page, and also view all articles in the articles page. And before we do that, there's a code we actually wrote in the previous chapter. I'm going to go to src app, then go to, I think it's inside the services folder. This code right here, this cloudinary.ts, where we're actually uploading an image or uploading files to Cloudinary. Now to actually make things easier for you, I'm going to leave a link to a repo that has this code right here, a function to actually upload files to Cloudinary. Now the first thing we have to do is actually fetching the post. You have to create an API endpoint. Okay, so I go to src, I go to app, go to API. Now inside this post folder, first of all, I'm going to fetch the recent post as the post we're going to actually display on the home page. So I just actually create a new folder here called recents. And then inside this recent folder, I want to create a file called route.ts like that. In here, I'm simply going to export async function. This is going to be a get request, so I'll call the function get. Make use of a try catch block. Now, if there's an error, we're actually going to log the error, and then we're going to return a next response fail to fetch recent post. And then I just import next response from next server. And then inside the try block, I'm going to say const, I'll set a variable called post is going to be equals to, I'm going to await. I'll call the Prisma instance from the live folder dot the post model dot. I want to find many posts, find many. I'll order the post I created at, and it's going to be descending order. So we actually want the new post first. And then we have to specify the phase we want. I'll say select the ID and set that to true. select the title and set that to true. I want the slug, I'll set that to true. I want the except, set that to true. I want the cover image URL as the basically the thumbnail of the post, and then finally we want the created art, set that to true. And then down here, this API endpoint, you see me just gonna return a next response.json, pass in the post, and then the status is going to be 200 success response. Now just format this. Finally, we only want the 6 latest posts. That's the 6 newest posts of the platform. That's what we want in the home page. So what we're going to do, we're going to say only take 6, which means even if we have hundreds of records, it's going to take the 6 newest ones. So now we actually have an API endpoint to actually fetch the latest posts. All we have to do is go to our recent post, because we actually want to fetch this on the server, so we don't have to do any client-side code. So I'll just go to the recent post component. Where's that's going to be component home, then recent post right here. And then inside this server component, we can actually fetch the post. Now first, we have to actually make this function an async function, because we want to make network requests inside this function, okay, as a server component. So I'll say export default async function, and then inside this function I'm going to create a variable called res, which is going to be because I'm going to await fetch. I call the fetch API from JavaScript, and then in here we have to actually pass in the URL. Now we cannot do something like this when we actually remember when we made a post request, we did something like this /API/. Now we cannot make use of relative paths when we're inside a server, okay. We have to actually put the full URL because we're inside a server component. So I'm going to create a variable. I'll go to .env right here. Now where we have this BetterAuth URL, I'll just drag this down. Now instead of this one to be BetterAuth URL, this one is going to be base URL, okay, our website base URL. And then right here we're going to make use of a dynamic variable. So I'll say process.env. I'll just copy that environment variable right here, this base URL right here. So because we basically want the request to be something like this. We want it to be like this: http:// and then the route. Okay, that's what we want. So we want local host port 3000, and then let me /API/post/recent. That's how we want the URL to look. So we can't start from here since we're inside the server. We have to place all the URL. Okay, great. So I'll just get rid of this, and then in here we just paste that base URL right here, and then we can say /API/post/recent like that, which is going to go to this route.ts file we have right here. We make a get request to that route. And now, very important, after that, because by default in Next.js server components, when you fetch data in the Next.js server components, it's going to actually cache the data. Now we don't want this data to be cached. We want it to be fetched fast. That's why we are using server components. But at the same time, we don't want it to be cached, because anytime anyone creates a new blog post in this platform, we want the new blog post to be reflected immediately in the home page. So to actually disable caching in Next.js, we say cache, and then we're going to set this to no store. This is basically telling Next.js not to actually cache this. And then after this, then I'm going to say if res is not okay, if the response is not actually okay, as if we get an error in the response, then we're going to throw new error fail to fetch recent post. And then down here we can simply say cons, or the structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to the response.json. And then we can destructure out the post, because remember that right here we're actually returning the post right here. Okay, so I'm returning the post as an object. So we're going to destructure out the post, and then we have to specify the tab. The post is going to be of tab. We've not actually created a tab for this, a tab for our post we are fetching. So let's actually do that. So I like to actually organize my code. So I'll go to src and create a folder called types. And then inside this folder, I'm going to create a tab for the post. I'll say post.ts. So in here, all the tabs actually related to the post is going to be inside this file. In here, I'm just going to paste this right here. Now, these are the types we actually need. We're going to use these ones later on. Export interface, fetch post params. We are going to need this one, export interface, post author. And then this is the one we need right now, export interface, post. And you can actually copy this right here. You can actually pause the video and copy all this. And then the last one is going to be the fetch post response. We want to actually start fetching the post on the client. Great. So now we have all these types right here. We actually want this one. So I'm just going to import this one. Okay. Import that from my types. And then it's going to be an array. And we're actually getting an error here. That's because we are not actually awaiting this. So I'll say await. Because we have to await data before we can make use of it like that. Now we can actually get rid of this other post right here. We no longer need this, so we can get rid of this and we can make use of this. Actually map through this post right here at this structuring. And then when we scroll down, we're gonna have some error because this is not actually, we don't have an image from our database. It's going to be post dot the cover image URL, which we have to actually check because this could be null. So I'll say post dot cover image URL. Only then do we want to render this right here. And same thing for this one. It's on the post dot the created at. So I'm just going to go to the home page. I'll click on the logo right here, and we actually get an error from the home page. We just head over to the terminal and try to actually debug this. I'll just open this up, and we have lots of errors from the server here. Just scroll down. It says that API post, we are getting a 500 response, which means we'll go over to our server. 500 response means fails to fetch recent post. We are getting a 500 response, and that's because our route is actually wrong. Now, this was what I was trying to prevent. That's why we actually created this base URL right here to actually use this base URL as the URL for the website. Okay, so it doesn't use this relative route, but for some reason still making use of the relative route. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm just going to use the localhost port 3000 right here. Okay, so I just get rid of this. Up here I just create a variable, say const base URL is going to be equals to http :// localhost port 3000, and then right here we just place that base URL right here. That way we are no longer getting it from the environment variable. So when we want to deploy, to production, we just want to change this to our domain, and not port 300 but 3000. So I save that, go back to the web page, I just refresh this. And now we get another error. Now the error we are getting now is not from our data fetch. Our data was actually fetched successfully. That's why we're getting this error. Now this is due to the fact that we've not actually configured the image domain, because in Next.js, when you are pulling image from an external domain, you have to actually register that domain with Next.js. So that's very simple to do. We just go to this nextconfig.ts file right here. And down here, you can say images, remote patterns, register these ones. The protocol is going to be, because since the domain is actually HTTPS protocol, when we go back, you can see right here that it's actually using HTTPS. So you have to say this is going to be HTTPS. And then after that, the host name. Now for the host name, you can actually get the host name from the error. It's going to be res.clardinary.com. I'll just copy this host name right here, and then I'll paste that right here. Now that should get rid of that error. Just go back there, I'll just refresh, and we actually see the home page. Now when we scroll down, we actually see one blog post right here. So that's because we've already created one blog post, but the date actually looks weird. Let's actually format this date to actually look better. So I'll just go back to the recent post right here. Then where we have that date right here, where's that date? This date right here. Now just write some JavaScript in here. I'll get rid of this. Then right here, I'm going to say new date from JavaScript. I want to call the post dot created at. I want to format this dot to local date string. We use GB, which means English Great Britain. Then we are using the Great Britain time format. The day, I'm going to use 2 digits, and then the month, I'll say short. Then finally, the year, I'm going to say numeric. I'll save that, and that should actually ensure the date actually looks better. I can see 8th January 2026. So now we've actually fetched the post successfully, and we're actually fetching this on the server. When we refresh, you notice that this is actually being fetched on the server. But now before I actually proceed with this tutorial, I want to go to SRC app. I'll go to this articles page right here. Now remember that we no longer have that dummy post data we were actually importing. So for now, I'm just going to get rid of these imports. We no longer have this post array inside this recent post component. And then up here, I'll just create a const. Create a variable called post, which is going to be equals to an empty array. And this is going to be of type the post model, which I'm going to get from types post. And it's going to be an array. And then, I'm going to get an error here. So for now, I'm just going to comment this right here. I'll comment this off. And then I'll just commit this time for now. Okay, so we can actually focus on the recent post. Now, we are not actually done with the recent post, because in Next.js, when you actually fetch data on the server, what happens is that the entire web page is going to wait for this data to be fetched before the entire page can be rendered. Now, that's going to lead to you having a slow website, or having a home page actually slows to load. And that's against the reason you're actually using Next.js. So how do we ensure that these contents right here that are not being put from the database are rendered, while this one is going to actually penned, then it's going to be resolved whenever it's fetched? Now we're going to be doing that using streaming in Next.js. Now I'm going to head over to the Next.js documentation. I want to search for streaming. And then I just click on this right here. And it's going to actually tell us what streaming is. Streaming allows the server to send parts of a dynamic route to the client as soon as they are ready, rather than waiting for the entire route to be rendered. This means users see something sooner, even if parts of the page are still loading. For dynamic route, it means they can be partially prefetched, that is shared layouts. Loading screen can be requested ahead of time. Now, what this means is that when this page loads, we can see all the static content even before this dynamic content gets pulled in. Okay, before we actually fetch this data, instead of the entire page actually waiting for this data to be fetched before the page is actually rendered. So how do we solve this problem? I'm just going to scroll down. Now, to actually solve this problem is just to create a loading.txt file in your root folder. So which means we'll create in our root folder, we'll just create a loading.txt file. That way, any page that needs to actually load is going to load. But the problem is that the entire page is still going to load. So let's actually look for a solution where we want only these components to load while these other ones are actually rendered on demand. So I'm going to scroll down, and then it's going to say we have to make use of something. Where's that? I'll just scroll all the way down. I can't actually find that, but we have to make use of something called suspense. And you can actually see what we have to do here. Now, with suspense, we are going to wrap our recent post with this suspense right here. We're actually getting from React. There's actually a feature from React. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to go to the home page. I'll go to SRC app. I'll go to the home page right here where we have this recent post right here, and then I'm just going to wrap this a suspense boundary. I'll wrap a suspense boundary around it, and I'll paste that right here, and then we can specify the fallback. Now the fallback is basically what we want to display to the UI when this is actually being processed, when this data inside this component is being fetched. So for now, I'll put a paragraph tag that's going to say loading ... I'll save that. And now we'll go back to our application and refresh. You're going to notice that it's actually loading. And then the data is actually going to be pulled in. Instead of the entire page to actually wait for the data, the entire page is actually going to load. And then it's going to wait for this to actually be fetched into the UI. And you can see that this is actually better for user experience. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to give this paragraph tag, I'll give it a Tailwind class. of GUI 300. Save that. And now when I refresh this, you can actually see we have that loading right here. Okay, the suspense right here. It's going to suspend the rendering of this component right here until the data is actually fetched from the backend. So now I've actually fetched the data from the front end. So let's actually create another one. Just go to white. I'll say is PHP dead in 2026. And for the S step, it's going to be you would learn if PHP is worth learning in 2026. Now just copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll use a H2 tag. I'll use H2. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll paste it here again too. Then I'll just basically paste it again. Okay, just some random data for us. And then for the cover image, I'll just choose an image. I'll just choose this Postgres for now. Click on open and then I'll click on publish. And you can see right here, article published successfully. So I'm going to go back to the home page and we can actually see the new blog post right here. Is PHP dead in 2026? Now the newer posts are going to be shown in the home page just like that. Great. And now when we refresh, we have that suspense boundary right here. So next, we're going to actually fetch the post in the articles page. But we're actually going to do this a little bit different. Now, when we're fetching posts for the recent post in the home page, we actually fetched it on the server and then render it with the HTML page. And then we're making use of suspense to actually render it. But for the case of this articles page right here, we're actually going to fetch the data from the client. Okay, and then we use load more articles. If, for example, now we have over 3 articles, we want to fetch 3 articles. So if the user wants to load more articles, the user can click on this load more articles to load more articles, which means we have to fetch the data on the client. An example of this is if you go to the Prisma website and then you go to blog, I'll just scroll down. You're going to see that they have a pagination system right here. Now when we click on load more, it's going to load more articles in the Prisma blog page right here. Okay, when I click on load more, it's going to load more articles. Now this is what we actually want to implement in our own application. So to do that, we're going to install a library called React Query. So I'll just search for React Query. I'm going to see right here overview, thanks start React Query. I'll click on that. I head over to the installation. You actually see the command we actually have to run, npm install stack React Query. So I'm going to copy this right here. And then I'll just paste that in my terminal. I'll just open up this terminal. I'm going to stop the server for now. That's a npm. Now if you are using npm, you're going to make use of npm install stack React Query. npm install stack React Query. Click on enter. Now this is actually going to add the React Query library to our dependencies. You can see right here stack React Query version 5.9.16. I'm going to close up this terminal. Now first, we have to actually configure the React Query so that we can make use of it in our application. So basically, we want to wrap the client, the query provider client, around our entire application. But the problem is that if we do that, we have to make our entire application a client-side application. So it's actually a compromise to this in Next.js. So instead of actually doing that, I'll create a folder, call this folder providers. Inside this providers folder, I'm going to create a file called query provider.tsx. RFC. Great. Just going to export default query provider. I'll get rid of this React import. Now, what we want to do is that we want to wrap the application with just what we were doing when we were creating layers. We are going to wrap our application with this component right here, which means we're going to have access to a prop called children, which is going to be of type the children prop. The children prop is going to be of type React node. I'll spell these children correctly. After that, in here, I'm going to say const. I create a variable called query client. It's going to be, because it's basically a state. Use states, and then the state is going to be set to new query client, which I'm supposed to get from React Query, but I'm not getting the auto completion. So I'm just going to import that manually. So up here, I'm going to import query client from stack React Query. And then I'll just invoke this right here. Now, after that, this function is simply just going to return query client provider. And inside this query client provider right here, we're going to output the children. And then this query client provider is going to have a client, which is going to be equal to this query client state right here. Just format this. So now we actually have our query provider. So all we have to do is just head over to the root layout file, go to src, go to app, and go to layout.ts. Now everything here, we're going to wrap our client provider around it. So I just cut this off. I'm going to call the query provider from, I'm going to get that from the providers folder we just created as a query provider, and then I'm going to paste those children in there. So basically what's going to happen now is that everything we have here, all these children we have here are going to be rendered in here, and they're going to have access to this query client we just created right here. So now we can actually make use of React Query in our entire application. So I'm going to close all these files. I'll close saved. And now I'm going to actually create an API endpoint to actually fetch the articles for the articles page. So I'll go to src app API post. I'll go to route.ts. I'm just going to wrap this up. And this one is going to be a get request. So now I'm going to say export async function get. I'm going to make use of a try catch block. If there's an error fetching the data, we're just going to console.error fetch post error, then return a next response, fail to fetch post the status of 500. And then inside this try block, the very first thing you have to do is get the search bounds from the request. So I'm going to pass in the request, which is going to be of type request. And then down here, I can simply say const, or the structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to request, new URL. Then I pass in the request.url from the request. And then I'll just destructure the search params that we're getting through the request. After getting the search param, I have to set a default limit, okay? Because since we have to paginate the post when we are fetching it, we have to set a limit, because from the client, we're actually going to specify the limit we want to send through. Just in case that was not passed through, you just have to set a default limit. So I'll say const default limit. I'll set it to 3. So actually want 3 posts. And also for the pagination, we're going to make use of cursor-based approach. So let's actually try to understand what cursor-based approach to pagination is. So I'll go back to the Prisma website. I'll go to docs, and then I'm going to search for pagination. Search for pagination. Click on that. And you can actually see the different approach we can actually use to actually implement pagination. Now, Prisma client supports both offset pagination and cursor-based pagination. Now, offset pagination uses skip and take to skip a certain number of results and select a limited range. The following query skip the 3 posts. You can see right here that for offset pagination, we're going to skip, then we're going to take 3. Say we want to go for the next page, we're going to skip this, and then we're going to take this next one right here. Okay, that's what offset pagination is. But offset pagination actually comes with some cons. Like if you read this documentation right here, it says offset pagination does not scale at a database level. For example, if you skip 200 records and take the first 10, the database still has to transverse or search through 200,000 records before returning the 10 that you asked for. This negatively affects performance, which means you cannot actually scale offset pagination. So what does Prisma actually recommend? Cursor-based pagination uses cursor and take to return a limited set of results before or after a given cursor. Cursor bookmarks your location in a result and must be a unique sequential column, such as an ID or a timestamp. The following example returns the first 4 posts, records that contain the Prisma, blah, blah, blah. Then when we scroll down, you can actually see what they're actually doing here. Now, what cursor pagination does is that if I have this post right here. Then I'm going to take the first three for the first page. Then for the second page, I don't have to go through this post again. Now, when I fetch this first set of posts, I'm going to take something called a cursor. I'm going to take one of these, the last one as a cursor. Then when I go back to the database to fetch the next page, I'm not going to transverse through all these initial ones. I'm just going to start from the ID I actually stopped at. Say for example, now the last post I fetched has an ID of 29. Now I'm going to take note of that ID. So when I come back to fetch the next page, I'm not actually going to fetch this 29 again, okay? I'm going to start from the post after 29. It's going to be 32, 45, 49, and 52, like that. So when I come back to fetch the third page, I'm going to use this 52 as a cursor, and then I'm going to start from 70, 71, and 73. So that's the cursor-based approach to pagination, which is actually best for production apps. So let's actually implement this. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. Down here, I'm going to create a cursor, create a variable called cursor, which is going to be equals to search params dot get, because the cursor, we're going to pass it through the request, just get cursor. Now for the first request or the first page, the cursor is going to be null because we're not passing any cursor. But for the second page, it's going to be a last value from the previous page, the idea of the last value. And then down here, I'll create a variable called limit cursor number search params dot get limits. Okay, dot get, I'm going to pass in the limits because we're going to specify from our client the limit of posts we want per page. If you want one post per page, it's going to be one. If you want 2 or 3 or 4, just like that. But by default right here we have 3. And if the limit is not passed through the request, it's going to default to the default limit we have up here. Okay, this is default limit variable. And also we're going to convert it to a number because when it's passed through the request, it's going to be a string. And then down here, you can actually create a query to fetch the post as a const, or create a variable called post, which is going to be equals to, I'm going to add with Prisma dot post dot the post model dot, we want to find many posts or make use of the find many method. And then we want to take, how many posts do we want to take? We want to take the limit plus 1. Now the reason we are taking extra 1 is because we won't go over to the Prisma documentation. Now if for example now we want to take 4, 32, 45, 49, and 52, if we take these 4, we have to take extra 1. Why do we have to do that? To know if we have a next page, if there's still more data to be fetched. But if we come back again and fetch the third page, which is going to be 70, 71, 73, and for example, this is the last data, this is the last post. Now, when we try to take another 1 plus 1, it's not going to get any other post. That's to tell the create query that it's undefined. We no longer have any page. As next page is actually false, so we don't have the next page. Okay, so that's why we are taking limit plus 1. This plus 1 just to know if we still have the next page, there's still more data to be fetched. And then down here we're going to order by created at, and then descending order. So basically we want the newer post at the top. Now after that, we have to pass in the cursor. So I'll say the cursor is going to be, first of all, we're going to check if the cursor was passed through the request. Now if the cursor was passed through the request, then the ID is going to be cursor. That's why we are specifying the ID we want to actually start fetching for. But if there's no cursor, this is just going to be undefined. Now for the very first page, this is actually going to be undefined because we don't have a cursor yet. Then after that, we're going to say skip. How many posts do we want to skip? Now for this skip, we have to specify how many posts we want to skip. Now when we fetch the first post, say this is the first page right here, and then 29 is the cursor, and then we want to fetch this next 4 right here. 29 is going to be the cursor, which means it's going to start fetching from 29 from the cursor. So we have to tell it to skip the cursor, skip this one and take 4. So we have to skip the cursor. So what we're going to do is I was going to say if there's a cursor, then we're going to skip 1, else we're going to skip 0, which means for the first page we want to skip no post, we want to skip 0 post. And then after that, we have to specify the fields we want to select. So I'll say select the ID, the except, the title, also select the slug, select the created art, and also we're going to select the cover image URL like that. After that, down here, we're going to determine the pagination states. So down here, I'll create a variable const as more is going to be equals to post.length is greater than 0. And this is going to be boolean, sorry, not 0, greater than the limit. And this is going to be boolean, which is going to return true or false. Now, if this is true, which means we still have more pages to fetch. There's still more posts to be fetched. Okay, there's another page. But if this is false, which means this is the last page we are fetching. Now, remember that we are fetching an extra post. Up here, we are saying take limit plus 1 to check if we have an extra post. So down here, if the limit of every post, because by default, our limit is going to be 3. So if by default, every limit is 3, and when we fetch 3 right here, which is the limit, we fetch plus 1, that's 4. If we get a last page, if we get another post, which means there's more, has more is actually true. So we are checking here if post.length, if the post we get is 4 and the limit is 3, if the post.length is actually greater than the 3, which means has more is true, which means we have another page. And then down here, I can create a variable const items. Now I want to actually remove that extra post we actually fetch because we don't actually need that in the response. So I'm going to check if has more is true. If has more is true, which means we have an extra post. Then we're going to say post.slice from 0 and then limit. Else, we just return the post. If we didn't fetch any additional post, we just return the post in its original form. Else, we're going to actually slice it and remove that extra one we fetched. And then down here, const, we're going to get the next cursor. Next cursor is going to be cursor, which means the last item in this post, in the post we fetch, is going to be the next cursor. So if has more is true, then items dot length minus 1, and we want the ID. Else, if the has more is false, else the next cursor is going to be null, which means we don't have there's no next page. So what this is going to do is that if we fetch 3 posts, the last post is going to be the next cursor for fetching the next set of posts. And then down here, we're just going to return a next response.json. It's going to be an object. I'm going to have the post. I'm going to set it to the items because we want to call the response post. And then it's going to have a next cursor like that. So I'll just format this. So now we have the endpoint to actually fetch the post for the articles page, and it's going to be paginated. So we just have to create a service function to make a request here. So inside this services folder, I go to src services. I'm going to create a file called post.ts. So I want to create a fetcher function. In here, we're going to create a function, export async function fetch post. And this function is going to expect an object that's going to have a page param. It's going to be basically the cursor and also a limit. And for the type of these, we're going to get it from our type. We're going to be fetch post params. Okay, which we are getting from our types, one of our types we create here. This one up here, export interface fetch post params. And then this function is going to return a promise. To return a promise, that's the structure in which the data is going to be returned. The promise is going to be of type fetch post response. Fetch post response. I'll just format this to arrange the code. And then inside this function right here, we're simply going to do const response is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Azure's dot, make a get request to the what we just created is going to be API/post like that, and then we'll pass in the params. So I see the params is going to be, first of all, I'm going to pass in a cursor. It's going to be page param that's passed to the function, and then the limit. And then down here, the function is simply just going to return response.data like that. I'll just format this. So now we actually have the service function, the fetcher function. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to make use of React query to fetch this. So basically I'm going to create a custom hook. Inside of this SRC folder, I'll create a folder called custom hooks. Inside this custom hooks folder, I'm going to create a hook called use post.txt. Then here, we're simply going to export function use infinite post. And this function is going to take a limit, which is going to be, the limit is going to be of type number. And then inside this function, we're simply just going to return a use infinite query. We want to make use of the use infinite query from React query, which is used for fetching paginated data. Okay, so this is what we actually use. This is the hook we use from React query for actually fetching paginated data. And then we have to specify the type that this function, so this hook is going to return, which is going to be of type fetch post response. Okay, now this is going to be the structure of the data, which we are getting from these types right here: export interface, fetch, post, response. And then in here, we'll specify the query key. Now, the query key is basically going to be the key, because in React query, when you're fetching data, you have to specify the key to that query. So when you want to invalidate that data, you just call that key. For this one, I'll just call this the post key. Okay, I'll give it a key called post, and then down here, I'm going to call the query function, which is going to be an arrow function. It's going to take a page param, and then it's going to fire our fetcher function, our service function, which is going to be fetch post. I remember that this function actually expects an argument. When we go to the fetch post function, it expects an object with page param and limit. So we have to pass that in as an argument. So in here, we're going to say the page param. This is going to be page param. I'm going to pass it as a string, or it's going to be null. And then finally, we'll just pass in the limits like that. And then after that, I'll say the initial page param is going to be null. And finally, I'm going to call the get next page param function. Last page, I call the last page argument that's passed to it, and then last page dot next cursor. Okay, so this is this get next page param. This is the function we're going to call. We want to fetch the next post. Now this is going to take the last page we fetched, that's the last data we fetch, okay, and it's going to access the next cursor. Remember that when we're actually returning this, we are returning the next cursor ID. So it's actually going to access that next cursor ID to know the cursor for the next page. I'll format this document and just save that. So now we can actually make use of this in our articles page. So I'm going to go to src app articles page.tss right here. First of all, just make this a client component because we want to fetch the data on the client. So up here, I'm going to say use client like that. And then right here, I'll say const, and the structure what we're going to get is going to be, because I'm going to use the infinite post function we created right here. This use infinite post right here. Now, remember this function expects an object. We have to pass in the limit. And this is where we're going to specify the limit of post we want. I want this to be 3. And then we can destructure the data that will fetch next page. The structure that has next page is fetching next page. And then the structure the status. Just format this. And then down here, we can simply say if the status is equivalent to pending, which means it's loading, then we want to return. I'll make use of this container layout we have here. I'll say container layouts, and then I just output a paragraph tag that's going to say loading dot. And the same thing for if there's an error. So I'll just copy what we have here. Then I'm going to say if status equivalent to error, I'll paste that right here. This is going to be, I'll just output the fade to load articles. And then right here, I'm just going to say, I give you a Tailwind class of test query of 200 and then 300. Also do the same thing for this other paragraph tag. I'll paste that right here. So now let's actually run our application and head to the articles page. I'm just going to open those terminal. PM run dev. So next, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to log the data. So down here I'll say console.log data. Now I come back to the web page and we have an error. It said, okay, inside this, we're actually creating the query client. Inside these is that providers right here. We didn't actually specify that it's going to be a client component. So I'll up here, I'll say use client like that. Sorry, use client. Save that. And that should ensure that error is gone. I actually see loading right here. Great, and it's actually loaded. So let's check our terminal to see if we are getting the data. So I'll go to console and we actually get the data. Open this object up. We have the page param, we have the pages, and we actually have two objects in here. Great. So we're actually getting the two objects from the database. So let's actually render them to the UI. I'm going to go back to that page of CSS file. Right here, where we have this post right here, I'm going to get rid of this one we created right here. Get rid of this and we add import. And then down here, where we have this log statement, I'm going to say const post. I want to extract the post array from the query, from the result we are getting. Data.pages. I want to access the pages object dot flat map page. I want the page dot the post from each page s just return. If there's no data, just return an empty array like that. Save that. And then we just uncomment this right here, uncomment this image right here, and then we're going to actually conditionally render the image. I'll just cut this off. Then I'll say post.cover image URL. Only then do we want to render this right here. And then it's going to be post.cover image URL. Then same thing for the time. I just copy the one we did in our recent post. I'll go to that SRC component home recent post. I'll just scroll down. Basically, we want this right here. So I'll just copy this right here. And I'll paste that and comment this. Paste that in here. Save that. So now we'll go back to our project. We actually see the data right here. Okay. And when I refresh, you see the loading and then actually loaded in. So now what I'm going to do is that since we don't have much data, I'm going to say I want one per page. So up here, I'm going to say limit, I want one. And then you're going to see that we're actually going to get one data from the database. Great. So our pagination is actually working perfectly. So now when we click on this load more articles, we want to load more. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to scroll all the way down where we have that button. Let's go down where we have this button right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off this entire div that has around the button, and then I want to say if there's a next page, has next page is true. That's only when we want to render this button to the UI. And then when someone clicks on the button, I'm going to say on click, I want to fire an arrow function that's going to fire the fetch next page from React query. And then finally, I'm going to disable the button. Say disabled is going to be equals to if it is fetching next page. If the next page is fetching, then this button is going to be disabled. We can actually click on it again to fire this function. And also right here, I just get rid of this. I'm going to say is fetching next page. Then we want to render this as we want to render this right here, load more articles. But if it's fetching next, we'll just render loading ... I'll save that. Now I'll go back to my project and we actually see this button because we have more articles. When I click on this, loading more, and you see it's actually put in the second article. So our pagination is actually working fine. Great. So next, we're going to create a custom loading component for this, okay? Because we don't want to actually use this loading text for production. So we actually have to create a loading component for it. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. Inside this component folder, I'm going to create a new folder. I'll go to SR, say component, I'll create a new folder called Scare Lessons. And I'll create a component called Postcards Skeleton or Postcard Skeleton, whatever you want to call it. Skeleton. tsx rfc. Great. So right here, first of all, just get rid of this import statement. I'm going to return a div. I'll return a div right here. Now this actually has to match the structure of this cards we have right here, of this cards. It has to actually match the structure. So I'll give this a Tailwind class of grid cause of 1. For medium screens and above, a grid cause of 2. And for large screens and above, a grid cause of 3. I'm going to give each of the card a gap of 6. And then in here, for now, I'm just going to return the paragraph tag that's going to say loading. So you can actually see this properly. I'll give it a Tailwind class of text gray of 300. So now, in place of this paragraph tag we have right here, we're actually going to call that component. Where is that paragraph tag? Not here. It's going to be the page.tss file for our articles. In place of this paragraph tag right here, I'll just get rid of this, and then I'm going to return this h2 right here. Okay, because I want this h2 to be displayed even when the posts are being fetched. So I'll just paste that right here, and then down here I want to call the post skeleton, the postcard skeleton, like that. Now to actually ensure we see this, I'm going to set this to true for now. I'll save that, so it's always going to be true. Then we'll go back to the web page. You actually see that all articles, and then we'll see the loading text right here, the loading component text. So let's actually style this up. I'll go back to that post skeleton card right here. I'll just create an object and an array in there. So I'll say dot array, because I want to actually display 3 of the cards. So any card we create, we want to render 3 of them. Then I want 3 cards dot map dot map underscore then index. And then I'm going to return a div, which is going to give that div a Tailwind class. I'll just paste the styles right here. Okay, basically we're giving this a mandate of Excel overflow hidden bg, this background right here. Then we are giving it a border of white, then transparency of 10, then animate of pause. Then inside this div, first we're going to create the image skeleton, which is going to be a self-closing div tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class of this right here. It's going to be a height 48, width of 4 bg white, and then we'll reduce the transparency by 10. Now we'll go back to there. You're going to see that we have this card right here. I'll just increase the margin for this card. So right here, I'll give this my margin vertical of 6. It's going to ensure there's actually space between there's space between it and this header right here. And also you have to specify a key. Since I'm mapping through an area, I'll specify the key as the index right here. So next, this one is going to be for the image skeleton. And then you're going to create the content skeleton. So down here, create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class of padding of 5 and a space y of 6. Now in here, I'm going to create a div that's going to be a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'll give it this Tailwind class is right here, height 3, width 24, bg. The background is going to be bg white /10, then a border radius of rounded, and then after that, I'll create another div with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class of this right here. I'll save that. And now we should actually see the card actually coming to life. You actually see the card actually looking really, really good. So next, we'll create the next one. It's going to have a div for the Tailwind class of space y of 2. And then in here, I'm going to have 3 divs. Create the first one. It's going to be a div with a self-closing tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class of this right here. I'll just drag this down multiple times, 1, 2. And then after that, I'll create another div down here. There's also going to be a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class of this right here. I'll save that. And now we should actually see the card coming to life. Actually see the card looks really good. Now by default, we don't want to show this by default. We only want to show this when it's loading. So we'll just change this back to when status is pending. Now we'll go back to that page. When we refresh, actually going to see that card. Then we'll load the next article. Refresh again, actually see the card. Now we want to actually apply this card right here to the home page, because when we go back to the home page, remember that we have that loading text right here. Let's actually apply that loading card there too. So I'll just go to the recent post right here. Instead of outputting, oh, it's not going to be here. It's going to be on the home page because we are using suspense SRC app, go to page.tss. Then right here we have the suspension. Instead of the fallback to be this paragraph tag, I'm just gonna call the post card skeleton. I'll save that. Now, since we already have this right here, remember that we already have 3 here. I won't change this to 1. And I go back to the web page. I just go to articles. I'm going to notice that when we refresh, we're going to have only 1 card. So that's actually controlling the number we're actually going to see. If we set this to 6, when we refresh, we're actually going to see 6 cards. But actually want 3. So since we already have that right here, we can just call the postcard skeleton as the fallback. And then when I go back to the home page, I just go to the home page. And then when I refresh, you're actually going to see that loading right here before this actually put in. So the next feature we're going to work on is that when we click on this right here, we want to be able to read the article. So we want to actually go to the post view page. So for now, when we click on this, it's going to take us to the post view page, but it's going to render this static content right here. So let's actually do that. So this one is going to be very simple. We're going to make use of server actions. So I'm just going to create a new folder. Inside this SRC folder, I'll create a folder called server actions. So you can call this actions, whatever you want to call it. Inside the server action folder, we'll create a file called getpost.txt. And then we can actually write the server code we need. First of all, we have to specify that I want this to be a server component by saying use server. And then after that, I'll create an async function, export async function get post by slug, because we're going to be using the slug of the post to actually fetch this. Now I want to open this up in a web browser. Now when I click on read article, you're going to see right here that there's going to be a slug. Is PHP dead in 2020? Now this slug is going to be based on the post, because remember each post has a unique slug. So when I go to load more articles, we will click on this. The slug is going to be first post. So we're going to be using this slug to actually fetch the post. So basically, inside we'll call this function, we're going to pass in the slug, which is going to be of type string, and then in here we can check if a slug was passed. So I'll say if no slug was passed to the function, then we're going to throw a new error. Slug is required. And then after that, down here, we'll create a variable const post. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma, get Prisma from the light folder, dot the post model, dot find a unique post where the slug matches the slug that was passed through the request. And then the fields we want to select, I'll select the ID, I'll select the title, I'll select the slug, select the content, select the exempt, select the cover. Now you're wondering why we're actually selecting the data. Now if we don't select the field we want, it's actually going to fetch all the field, including things like the updated that and the public ID, things we don't actually need for this particular query. So we have to actually specify the ones we actually want. So we'll actually optimize the query, and then we select the created and I'll set that to true. So now when we actually fetch this particular one, we actually want to fetch the details of the author. Now since we already have the relationship in our Prisma.schema, in our schema.prisma we created earlier on, you're going to notice that we already have a relationship between the post model and the user model right here called author. So when we are fetching the post, we can actually fetch the details of the user that actually created the post. Okay, I created the article. So I'll go back there and then I'll just get the author. You can see right now we have access to the author. What do I want from the author? I want to select the name of the author, set that to true. I want to select the image of the author, as profile picture of the author, set that to true. And also I want to select the ID of the author. I want to set that to true too. And then after all that, down here I want to say if no post was found, we're just going to return null. Else, down here we're going to return the post that was found. So now we have the server action to actually fetch the post in the post view page. So we're going to go to that post view page, which is going to be, I go to SRC, I go to app, I go to articles, now go to slug, then go to this dynamic page right here. Then you have to make this an async function, export default async function. Now, the way we're going to do this is that we're going to do something similar with what we did in the home page. So when we go to the home page, we have a suspense wrapping around this recent post component. So that's what we want to do. So what we're going to do, we're going to cut everything we have inside these articles. I'll just cut everything here. And then I'll create a component. I'll go to my folder, I'll go to SRC components. I want to create a folder called, blog page. Then inside this folder, I'm going to create a component called blog view.tsx rfc. And that's just going to return that JSS we copied from the blog page. And then you have to obviously get the imports. I just get all these imports. And then I'll just paste them up here. And then in here, we're just going to return that component right here. Say blog view component. I want to go back to our blog view. Everything still looks normal. Okay, this actually still looks normal. But now we can actually fetch the post inside this server component right here and then pass it to this blog view page. But at the same time, it's going to be different from what we did in the home page. Now, what we did in the home page is that we have a component right here called recent post that is also a server component. And for this home page right here, we are fetching data inside this recent post right here. But for this one right here, this one is going to be different. But we're going to fetch the data right here and then we're going to pass the data as promised to this component. The reason is because this is our blogged view component right here. We're going to make this a client component later on. So this is going to be a client component. So we're going to pass the data from this right here to that component. Now, generally, passing data from a server component to a client component is literally almost impossible in Next.js. But with the new React hook called use, we can actually do that. So I'm going to go to the React documentation, I'll go to react.dev, and then I'll search for the use. You can actually see that right here. I just click on that. It's under the React APIs. I'll click on that. And you can actually see that use is a React API that lets you read the value of a resource like a promise or context. Okay, so we can pass our promise to this use right here. So let's actually see how we can actually make use of this API. So I'll go to my application. Now, first of all, I want to fetch data inside the server component. First of all, I'm going to get the params. So I'll say params, which I want to specify the type as params. I'll wrap it in the promise. And then in here, so this is going to have a parameter called slug. It's going to be of type string. And then down here, I'm going to get the slug. Say slug, conslug is going to be equals to, so I spell that correctly. Because I'm going to await params dot slug. And then when we get the slug, we're going to fetch our data. So I'll say const. I'll call this post promise because we're not going to resolve this yet. It's going to be equals to get post by slug, and then we just pass the slug in there as an argument. Okay, that's the unique slug of the post. And then we're just going to take this right here, this blog view component right here. We're going to wrap a suspense around this, call the suspense from React, and then we'll paste this right here. And then for the fallback, for now, we'll just make use of a paragraph tag as the loading text. So I'll say loading. And then I'll give this a Tailwind class of text gray 300. And now we're going to pass this as a prop to this blog view. So we already fetched the prop. We're going to resolve the promise inside this component with the use API hook from React. So right here, I'm going to say post is going to be equals to post promise, a prop called post promise. It's going to be equals to the post promise variable right here. Okay, this post promise variable. And then inside this component, you have to specify the type. So up here, create an interface. So interface blog view props is going to return a post promise that's going to be of type. I wrap it in the promise. In your, so this is going to have an ID that's going to be a string. It's going to have a title that's going to be of type string. Content is going to be of type string. except is going to be of type string. Created at is going to be of type, so that is a string, or it's going to be of type dates. Then the slug is going to be of type string. The cover image URL is going to be of type string. Remember, we are getting the author, so we're also going to specify that object. It's going to have an ID that's going to be of type string, a name that's going to be of type string, and then image that's also going to be of type string as the path to the image. Now the block view props is either going to be this right here, or because remember that when we fetch the post right here, it could be null. Okay, if there's no post, it's going to return null. So is that going to be that, or it's going to be null like that? And then right here, you can just destructure out that and pass the type as block view props, and then we'll destructure out the post promise like that. And now we still have an error. Go back there, it says that we are still getting a TypeScript error. However, on this says that this is of type, that is the type of this data is. That's actually because of this image right here. Remember when we created our schema right here in schema.prisma, we said that the user's image is going to be optional, so it could be null. So what we're going to do here is that we just go to that block view page. We're going to say this is going to be a string, or this is going to be null like that. That should get rid of the TypeScript error. Great, so we're actually passing that as a prop successfully to this block view right here. So to handle this, what we're going to do, we're going to make use of the use API from React 19. Down here, we are simply going to do const post is going to be equals to, make use of the use API from React, and then I want to pass in the post promise like that. Now we have access to the post, not the post, because we are just getting one post. So right here, we're just going to render the post dot title of the post. I'll save that. Now let's actually test this out. So I'll go back. You can see right here is PHP dead. I'll go back to articles, click on load more posts, go to first post. We actually get that first post right here. So we're actually getting the data. Now let's update the rest of the data. So first of all, I want to add the div for the image. So I'll create a div up here for the profile image of the user. I'll give this div right here, these Tailwind classes right here, and then in here I'm actually going to call an image tag from next image, and the src of this image is going to be post.theauthor.the_image of the author, and this could be null, so just do a fallback. I'm going to fall back to an empty string, and then I'll add the auth there. It's going to be I'm just say author or author image. Okay, I give this a Tailwind class of object cover, and then I'm going to add a field property because it's already wrapped around by a container that has a width of 10, height of 10. So I'll give it a field property. I'll save that, and we should actually see that image, and we have to actually configure the domain because we are pulling. Remember the first one we put from Cloud9. This one we are pulling this one from Google. I'll just copy this right here. Now head to the next.config.ts file. Just close this up and go to, where is that file? Let's config.ts. Right here, create another object. I'll say protocol. It's going to be HTTPS, and then the host name is going to be this right here. I'll save that. And our application is actually crashing. That's because we already had a comma here. We had a comma between these two objects. I'll save that. I'll just run the application again. pm run dev, and we actually get the image right here. You can actually see the image right here. Okay, now this is the image that I actually used to actually register. This is my Google account image. Okay, so it's going to pull the image I used to register and actually display this as the author of this post. So now let's actually render this image. So I'll just go to block view page right here. Then it's going to be by, it's going to be the post.author.the name of the author, and then for this date right here, we're going to make use of the date format we've been using. So I'm going to go to that, where's our recent post component, or basically the push.tss file where we have this date, we are formatting this date. I'll just copy this right here, and then I'll just render that where we have this date right here. and it says that this is actually possibly none because our type, our created that can be string or a date. So what we're going to do, just pass it as a string. Then we use optional chain right here. And then the image is going to be the image now. So the SRC of the image is going to be post.cover image URL, or it's going to be an empty string. And then the content, for the content, we want to render this as an HTML. So I just get rid of this. Then I'll say post.content. If there's a content, that's the only way I want to render this JSXY here, which is going to be a div with a self-closing tag. We'll give this some Tailwind classes. I'm going to pass in these classes right here: maximum width of none, text width 400, leading of relaxed, tracking of wide. And then I'm going to add a class called blog post. I'm going to use this class later on. We want to apply CSS to this content. Okay, because I'm going to use CSS to actually style how the contents are going to be rendered. And then right here, I'm going to say dangerously set inner HTML. The HTML content is going to be post.content, like that. I'll just format this, and I will go back to the web page. It's actually refresh. You actually see the image, you see the content right here. Okay, so I'll go back to articles. I'll click on this one right here. You actually see it right here. Okay, and now we can actually apply some styles to this one, because obviously we want the H1 tag to be, obviously we want this one to have different styles from all these paragraph tags right here. So that's why we actually added this class name right here. So I'm just going to copy this class name, and then I'll go to globals or CSS. I'll go to SRC app. I'll go to this globals or CSS right here, and down here I'll say dots. I'll paste that right here. Now with this, we can target any elements. We can target the paragraph tag, the H2 tag, or whatever tags we place when we're actually creating the content, when we're typing the content. So I want to target the H2 tag. I'll give this a color of white. Now if these styles are not applied, I just have to put something like this, important to them, okay, to actually override the styles that has been applied to it by Tailwind CSS. I'll give this a font size of 1.5 rem, important, and then font width, I'll give it bold, like that. I'll save that, and I will go back to the web page. I'll just refresh this, and it's not actually applied. That's because the application is actually cached. So what I'm going to do, I'll just delete this .nest file right here. I'll delete this .nest file right here, move to recycle, delete permanently, and then I'm just going to start up my server again. npm run development. I'll just refresh that. And you can actually see right now that the styles are actually applied. You would learn if PHP is what? Learning in 2026. And that's how you can actually style all this content. Where if you want to style the paragraph tag, add your own custom styles with CSS, or you want to be adding H3 tags, H4 tags, that's how you're going to do it. And finally, we only want to render this if the user is logged in. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to go to the blog view page and scroll the way down. There we have these action buttons right here. I'm just going to use a div right here. I'll just close this up, and then I'll cut this off. So first of all, we have to get the session of the user. So up here, so I have to check if the user is logged in. So up here, I'll say const, and the structure we're going to get is going to be equals to, I'll make use of our auth client dot use session, and then we just destructure the data, and then we name that data session, like that. And then you can simply say const user ID is going to be equals to session. Sorry, I'm going to name this properly. It's going to be session dot user dot the ID of that user. So if the ID of the user doesn't match the ID of the author of the user, then the user isn't going to see those action buttons. And then we just cut this off, and then right here we're going to say if the user ID is equivalent to post.author.the ID of the author, that's only when we want to render this JSXY here. Okay, we're going to conditionally render it based on if the ID is equal to the user. Also, if the user is logged, the user cannot see these action buttons. So let's test this out. I'll go back to the web page. And we have an error. It said that use ref only works in client components. Oh, we didn't specify that it's going to be client component. Remember I said that we're going to write some client code in here. So that's why we were using this use API from React to actually get our promise from the server. So up here, I'm going to say use client like that. And then we should actually see that right here. But we're going to notice something when we log out the user. We're not going to see those action buttons anymore because the user is no longer logged in. And then finally, we're just going to create the loading screen for this. So I go to that skeleton folder, go to SRC component, go to the skeleton folder. I'll create a file called post view skeleton.tsx rfc. Just get rid of this import React from React. I'll get rid of this text right here, and then I'll give this div some Tailwind classes. I'll paste these classes right here, basically giving this a maximum width of 3x, mx of auto, py of 20. Now this is basically the same width as the one we have in our blog view page right here, okay? Because it basically have to have the same structure. After that, I'll create a header tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class of margin bottom of 10. Inside this header tag, I'll create a div with a self-closing tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll use these classes right here, height of 10 for small screens and above, height of 12, large screens and above, height of 14, BG of white. Then we'll use the transparency to 10, then one border radius of 100, then margin bottom of 10. After that, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this a Tailwind class of this hex color right here. And here I'll create another div, which I'll give a Tailwind class of flex, items of center, and a gap of 4. And then in here, we're going to create a div with a self-closing tag. We'll give this a Tailwind class of this right here. And after this div right here, I'll create another div, which will give a Tailwind class of space y of 2. And then inside this div, I'll create a div with a self-closing tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll use this class right here. And after that, I'll create another div with a Tailwind class of this right here. And after these divs right here, down here, I'll create another div with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'll use these classes right here. And then finally, I'll create another div with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class of this right here. I'll save that. Now, we should actually see this in the post view page. I want to go to that blog view page, the page.tss file. Now, instead of this right here as a fallback, I'm going to use the post view skeleton like that. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to our web page. When we refresh, we should see the skeleton. You can actually see part of it right here. Okay, great. Why it actually loads in the post. So let's actually complete this. After this header, after the header right here, I'm just going to wrap this up. After this header down here, we're going to create a div with a self-closing tag, which will give a Tailwind class. I'm pasting these classes right here. After this div down here, we'll create a div that's going to have a Tailwind class of space y, space y of 4. And then in here, I'll create a div with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. I'll use this Tailwind classes right here. I'll just drag this down. And then down here, I'll create another div with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class of this right here. And then finally, down here, I'll create a div which will give a Tailwind class, margin top of 16. And then in here, we'll create a div with a self-closing tag, and I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I'll give it this Tailwind class right here. Okay, I'll save that. And then when we go back to the web and we refresh, we actually see that skeleton right here. Okay, and it looks really good. And there's no margin between those other ones. I think the space y of 4 is not actually applied correctly. Space y of 4. And the space is never spelled correctly. Space y of 4. And now when we refresh, we should actually see this actually looks really good. I'll go back to the articles page. More articles. I want to click on this one. I'm going to load in, go back to the articles page again. And you're going to notice that whenever we fetch post right here, this post right here with React Infinite query, you're going to notice that when we go to this post right here and then we'll come back, it's not actually going to load again because it's actually being cached. That's the beauty of React queries. It's actually going to catch our queries. So whatever post we've actually fetched, they are not going to be refreshed unless we actually refresh the web page. And then when I click on this, it's going to take us to the post view page. Great. So we have that all working out. And in this part of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on actually editing the post. Now, when we go back to our project, we'll click on this article right here. I actually don't see these two action buttons right here. We see the edit button and we see the delete button. So now when the user clicks on this edit button, I want to take the user to the edit page and actually populate the input with this data right here. Okay, so the user can decide to actually update whatever the user wants to update. So first of all, I'm going to create a new folder. Inside SRC, I'll go to app, then I'll go to this white folder right here. Inside this white folder, I'll create a folder called edits. And then inside this edit folder, I want to edit the post based on the post ID. So I'll create a dynamic folder, post ID. And then inside this dynamic folder, we're going to create our page, which is going to be page.tsx, like that. Now, what we want to do here is going to be something similar with what we are actually doing in the right page. Okay, so we're going to have the same inputs. So I'm just going to go to that page.tsx, the right page where we actually created the post. I'll copy everything here and then I'll just paste that right here. And then instead of exporting, instead of this page to be the right page, I'll say this is going to be the edit page. And then we can actually change some details. First of all, change the static data, which is the static JXS data right here is going to be write new article. Instead of write new article, it's going to be edit your article. Now I'm going to go back to the web page. I'll just refresh this. Now scroll down. Now we want to pass the link to that edit page through this button right here. So I'll go to the post view page. I'll go to SRC component, then I'll go to blog page, then blog view right here. I'll just scroll down to that edit button right here. So the link, the href is going to be use backtick. It's going to be / it has to actually match this what we have here, SRC app white, then edit. So it's going to be / the white page / edit, then / the dynamic post ID. So I'm going to pass in the post dot the ID of that post. Now I'll hover on the link and actually see the right here. So when we click on edit, it's going to take us to the edit page. I can actually see we are inside the edit page right here. Now, when we open this on a web browser, when I click on this edit right here, I'm going to notice that we have you can actually see the URL right here, localhost 3000 / right / edit, and then we have the ID right here. So this ID is going to be dynamic. For every post we want to edit, the post ID is going to be here. Then we can use this ID because we actually want to use this ID to fetch the actual post we're trying to edit and populate this input with the data. So let's actually do that. So first of all, I'll go to this page of TSS file. Now inside this file edit page right here, I want to actually fetch, because when we want to edit data, I want to populate the input right here. Remember that the inputs by default up here, the state actually sets to empty string and the image is set to null by default. But we want to actually populate this input, this state right here, with the data from the database. Okay, so that the user can see the initial data before they can actually choose the one they want to update. So let's actually create a route for that. So I want to go over to SRC, I'll go to app, I'll go to API. Now I want to get the post by the ID. So I'll go to this post right here and create a dynamic folder called post ID. Then inside this dynamic folder, I want to create a route.txt. In here, you can simply just export async function get, passing the request, which is going to be of type request. Now the request is going to be unused, so I just place this underscore right here. But we still have to pass it for the route to work fine. And then this is going to receive a param. So remember that this is a dynamic route. So it's going to be receiving the post ID. And then so I specify the type. I say the param is going to have a value that's going to be wrapped by a promise. A value called post ID is going to be of type string. And then inside this route, we're going to make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we're going to catch the error. So we're going to paste that right here, and then we'll just import next response from next server. And then inside the try block, we are first of all going to check if the user is authenticated. So I'm saying const session is going to be equals to, I'm going to await auth from our like folder.api. dot get the session. Then in here, we're going to set the headers to await headers from next headers. And then down here, you can check if the user is authenticated, if session.user.id. So basically, we want to check if the user is not authenticated. So I just add an exclamation mark there. If no session user ID, then we're going to return this next response right here, error unauthorized with the status of 401. And then down here, we're going to say const, and the structure what we're going to get is going to be equal to, I'm going to await params like that, and then we can destructure the post ID from the params. Then down here, I'm going to check if no post ID. If no post ID, then I'm going to return this response right here. Valid post ID is required with the status of 400. And then down here, I'll say const post is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the post model dot, we want to find a unique post where the ID of the post matches the post ID passed through the request. And then down here, I want to check if we didn't find any post. If no post was found, then if no post was found, we're going to return this right here, error post not found, the status of 44. And then down here, you can actually check the ownership of the post. So I'll say if post.author ID is not equal to session.user.id. So we have to check the user that is trying to make a request to edit this post if they are actually the author of the post. If they are not the author, then we're going to return this next response, error forbidden with the status of 43. And then after that, if the user is the author of the post, then we're going to return a next response .json. We'll pass in the post in there, and then we're going to pass in a status of 200, which is status for success. I just format that. So now we have the route to actually fetch the post to populate the edit page. Okay, so now let's actually go to that edit page and actually make a request to actually fetch this data. Now, since it's already a client component, what we want to do is that we want to run some side effects that when the component mounts for the first time, we want to fetch all the data from the database and actually populate these inputs down here with those data and actually update the state. So remember, to do side effects in a React application, we make use of the use effect hook, which means we need a use effect hook to actually fetch the data from the server before this page actually renders. So up here, I'm going to create a use effect hook, which I'm going to get from React up here. I'm going to import use effect, just where we are importing use memo, use ref, and use state from the React library. And then down here, I want to pass in an empty dependency to this right here. Now, this empty dependency means this is going to run once when the component mounts. Okay, and then in here, I can create a function const fetch post is going to be equal to an async function. Inside this function, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure what we're going to get from the request. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await as use dot make a post request, sorry, not a post request, a get request. Remember, our route is going to be expecting a get request. So it's going to be a get request. Make a get request to that route right here. It's going to be dynamic. It's going to be /API/post/ you have to pass in the dynamic post ID we are getting from the, and we've not actually gotten that post ID. I have to get the post ID from the route. So up here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure this. It's going to be equals to use params. I'm going to get that use params from next navigation. And then in here, I can just destructure out the post ID like that. And I'll just scroll all the way down. Then right here, we're just going to pass the post ID right here. Okay. So for now, what we're going to do is that we're going to actually log this to the console so we actually see this post ID. So I just commit this for now. And then down here, I'm going to say console. When the component mounts, I'll say console.log the post ID. I'll save that. I'll go back to my application. I'll just refresh this. And then I'll go to my console. And we actually get the ID right here. Okay. So we are getting ID from the dynamic URL. We're actually going to destructure the data we're getting from the request, or the structure and the data, And then down here, I'm going to set the title, our title state to data.the title, and then I'll set the content to data.content. I'll set the sm to data.accept, and also we're going to set the image. Oh, we have to create another, because this is not going to be, the cover image is going to be different from the image we actually want to preview, because when a user is in the edit page, the user should see the initial cover image of the post. So this is going to have a different state. So I'm going to create another state. I'll call this state preview image, then set preview image is going to be equals to the use statement for React, and this is going to be a string. Remember that this is not going to be an image, this is going to be a string from the database, okay, because the image is actually in Cloudinary. We just stored the string that is passed to the image in our database, so we're getting that path, which is going to be a string, and then we can use that path to get the image from Cloudinary. I'm going to scroll down, then right here we can say set the preview image to data dot cover image URL. I just place this inside a try catch block, so I just call this off as a try catch block. I'll paste this back inside this try block. Then for the catch, if there's an error, we're gonna check if Azure's dot is Azure's error. If it's an Azure's error, and then we'll pass in the error. If it's an Azure's error, then we're going to output this right here, console.error, Azure's error, error.response.data. Then we're going to alert error response.data.error or fails to load post. Then if it's not an Azure's error, I'll just output this right here. And then finally, we actually have to create a loading state for when this is actually being pulled. So I just scroll up and actually create a loading state for when we are pulling the data from the database. So as a const loading, set loading is going to be equals to the use state hook from React, and by default, this is going to be true by default. Okay, this is going to be true by default because when the user lands on the page, you want to actually set the loading script. You only want to set the loading to false when data has been successfully fetched or when the data actually fails when fetching. So then finally, we'll just set the loading to false like that. Great. Now we are not actually done. We have the function up here, okay, but we are not actually calling the function. So down here, I want to say fetch. I'll check if there's a post ID, then we want to call the fetch post. Okay, so we don't want to waste resources actually calling the API when we don't have a post ID. So we only want to fire this fetch post function when there's a post ID. And finally, since we're making use of this variable inside this use first, we're going to pass it as a dependency. So anytime the post ID updates, we're going to rerun this hook, this side effect right here. And then down here, I just say if loading, I'm just going to return, for now, I'm just return a paragraph tag that's going to say loading. And then we add some Tailwind classes to this. Give the Tailwind class of test gray of 300. Like, so let's actually test this out. So I'll just save this. I'll go back to the edit page and we have an error. I'll just go to over there. Argument passed to is Vercel change between vendors. Just refresh this. And we actually get the data actually populated right here. You actually see the accept, we see the title, and then we actually have to handle the image. We're not seeing the image, we're actually seeing the other data. We see our H2 tag from the initial, from when we created this post initially. So now let's render the previous image of the post. So I'll just go back to my JSX. I'll just scroll the way down. Under this image upload right here, I'll say image preview. And then down here, I'll create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of margin vertical of 8. And then inside this div right here, I'll call an image tag from next image. And then the SRC is going to be image preview or preview image. So it's going to be preview image. And then the auth test is going to be image preview or post image preview. Then I'll give it a width of 300, a height of 300, then a Tailwind class of object of cover. Save that, just format this. And now we'll go back to the web page. I'll just refresh and we actually see the image previewed right here. Great. So I'm going to go to another post. I'll go to articles. I'll go to load more articles. Then I'll click on this one right here. Then I'll click on edit. And you see the data actually populated right here. And we actually see that image right here. Great job. So now we want a custom loading screen for this. We don't want that. We don't want that paragraph tag to act as the loading for this screen. So let's actually create a loading screen for when the data has been put from the database. And this is very simple. I'm just go to our components folder, components. I'll go to skeletons. I'm going to create a new skeleton called edit page skeleton. Spell that correctly, skeleton.tsx. RFC. Just get rid of this React import right here. Now in here, we're simply just going to return a div tag that will give a Tailwind class of maximum width of 3xl, mx of auto, py of 20, px of 6, and animate of pause. And then in here, we want to maintain the structure of the page. So the header is still going to be the same thing. So I'm going to go to the edit page right here where we have this H1 right here. I'm just going to copy, edit your article. I still want to render this when the screen is loading. So we see the title of the screen. So I'll paste that right here. And after that, I'll create a div with a self-closing tag, and I'll give that div a Tailwind class of height of 10, width of full, 100 of LG, BG of white. Then we're reducing the transparency of the white, and then the margin bottom is going to be 8. Now save that. Now I actually want to render this component in this page of TSS first. So I'll just go back there. Instead of us returning this paragraph tag right here, I'm just going to get rid of this, and then I'm going to return the edit page skeleton like that. And then I'll set this to true so we can actually see this in the UI. Set this to true. And then we'll go back there. We should actually see the edit skeleton right here. Great. So let's actually style it up completely. So I'll go back to this edit page skeleton right here. After this div right here, I'll create another div with a self-closing tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class of height 30 with full 100 LG and a BG white. And I'll use the transparency is going to be 10. It'll be 10% transparent. The margin bottom of 8. Now after this, I'll create another div. I'm still going to have a self-closing tag. I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll paste that Tailwind class right here. Height of 48, width of 60, 100 of 2xl. Then also the background, then the margin bottom of 10. Then finally, I'll create another div with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class of this right here. Okay, so I'll save that. Head back to our project, and we should actually see the skeleton, and it looks really, really good. Now for the page.tss file, I'm just going to get rid of this right here. So it's only going to show when the page is actually loading. As I see when we refresh, you're going to see that loading screen before you actually populate the inputs with the data from the database. So now we're actually done with the edit part. So now when a user actually clicks on, so this is going to be update, not publish. So I'm just going to go over there. The updates, instead of publish, this is going to be updates. Updates, and then this is going to be updating like that. So now when a user clicks on updates, we want to make a request to actually update this data. So we have to create an endpoint to actually handle that. So I'm going to go back to the route.ts file. Under this get request, I'll close this up. I'll create another function, export async function. It's going to be patch request because we want to actually update data from the database. We want to update a resource from the database. And we also have to pass in these arguments right here. So I'll just copy these and then I'll paste them right here. Format this. And then in here we're going to make use of a try catch block. Now if there's an error, we're going to paste that right here. Update post error with the error. Then we're going to return a next response with an error failed to update post and a status of 500. And then inside the try, now first of all, we have to actually do some alt check. So I'll copy the one we did here. Just copy this right here. And then I'm going to paste that right here. So I have to check if the user is actually authenticated. And then after that, we can also say const. I'm going to destructure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await the params. And then right here, we can call the post ID. Okay, I get the post ID from the params. And then down here, we can fetch the post. So I'll say const, check if the post actually exists. So I'll call it existing post. It's going to be equals to Prisma dot post model dot find a unique post where the ID of the post matches the post ID passed through the request. And then down here, we can simply check if no existing post. If no post was found, then we're going to return the next response. Post not found, the status of 404. And we have to actually await this right here. So I say await. And then now you can check if the user is trying to update the post actually owns the post. So I say if existing post dot author ID is not actually equals to the session dot the user dot the ID of the user, then we want to return this right here, forbidden, okay, with a status of 403. And then down you can simply const from data is going to be equals to, I'm going to await request. Now we're actually going to make use of the request in here, so we're going to remove that underscore, okay, because this is not going to be an unused variable. I'm actually going to make use of it down here. So it's going to be equal to request.form data, like that. And then down here we have to get the title. Const title is going to be equals to form data dot get the title from the request title. So we are basically going to do the same thing we did when we actually created the post. So just to save time, I'll go to the post page. This is our .ts that we have inside the post folder right here. This is our .ts where we're actually creating the post. So I just open this up. I'll copy what we have here. It's basically going to be the same thing. Then I just paste that right here. So I don't have to actually write that from scratch. And then I'll get rid of this one right here. Now I'm going to get the slug of this. So I'll say let slug equals to existing post dot slug. Then we're actually going to update the slug based on if the user actually changed the title. If the user did not update the title, then we're still going to make use of the old slug of the post. And then now we can check if a title was passed through the request, and also if the title is not equals to existing post dot title. So we are checking if the title that has been passed through the request is not equals to the initial title. Okay, so that's only when we want to update the slug. Now if that is true that the user actually changed the title, then we're going to say const base slug is going to be equals to slugify, which we're going to get from slugify. I'll pass in the title and then set lower to true. Set the strict to true. Set the trim to true. Then after that, down here we can say let unique. Now remember that if the user updates the post, the user could be updating the post to another. The user could be updating the post to someone else's post. We don't want that user to have, if for example now the user's initial post was first post and the user changed it to second post, and second post already exists in the database, we have to actually check that. So I say const unique post, sorry, unique slug is going to be equals to base slug. And then we can say let counter equals to 1. Now we can make use of the while loop. While await Prisma dot find a dot the post model dot find a unique post, or make use of find first. We want to find the first one that matches where the slug matches the unique slug, and also now not where the ID of the post does not match this ID, okay? Because if this is the post that we actually found the slug, then which means the user is actually updating the post title to the initial post title. So we don't actually want to actually update the slug, okay? We don't actually want to add any values to the slug to make it unique. And then in here, we're going to set unique slug to base slug hyphen, then the counter, hyphen, then the counter, like that. And then now here, we just say slug. The slug is going to be equals to unique slug. That's this slug up here. And also for the image data, down here, we'll say let image data is going to be equals to, it's going to be null by default, but the type is going to be of type cloudinary. Now you upload results, or it's going to be of type null. Okay, now this could be type null because the user might not update the image. The image might not be passed through the request, because if the user does not select a new image, we're not going to pass the image through the request. We're going to want this if the user actually selects the image to actually update the image of the post. So for that, we have to check if the image, if cover image was passed through the request. If cover image was passed through the request, then our image data, we're going to upload it to Cloudinary. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await upload to Cloudinary, and I'll pass the cover image in there. Only when the image is actually passed through the request. And then also, after we actually upload the new image, you have to delete the old image. So say if image data is set and we have the existing post dot cover image public ID, because remember I said that we need a public ID to easily delete the image from our Cloudinary. And then we're going to await delete from Cloudinary, and we're going to pass in the existing post dot cover image public ID. Now this delete from Cloudinary is coming from, remember we created two functions. These functions, I'm going to leave them in the description. I'll create a repo, actually place this code so you can actually easily get these two functions to upload to Cloudinary and to actually delete from Cloudinary. Okay, so this is the function we have to call to actually delete this image with the public ID from Cloudinary. Then after all this, I say const updated post is going to be equals to, I want to await Prisma dot the post model dot update where I want to update the post where the ID matches the post ID passed through the request, and the data we actually want to update. So I say data, I'm going to set the title to the title from the request. If it's not passed, then we're going to set it to the existing post.title, and that's very unlikely though. We'll set the slug to the slug. We'll set the content to the content from the request. If it's not passed, then existing post.content. Then we'll do the same thing for the except. Set it to the except. If it's not passed, we'll set it to the existing post.except. And then finally, now the image may not be passed, so we have to check. So I only want to update the image if the image is passed through the request. If the user decides to actually update the image data, only then do we want to actually update that. Set the cover image URL to the image data dot secure URL that is gotten from when it was actually uploaded, and then we'll set the cover image public ID to image data dot public ID. Okay, that's this. When we actually update the image, it's going to run this function upload to class, and it's going to get this image data, and we can actually access this from the results, the secure URL and the public ID from the result. And this is only going to fire if the user actually sends a request to actually update the image. Now, if the image data is null, this is actually not going to run. It's only going to update these details up here. Okay, and if the cover image is null, the image data is going to be null. So if there's no cover image passed through the request, this is not going to actually run. That's basically it. So after that, I'm just going to return a next response.json, passing the updated post, and then I'm passing a status of 200. Save that. So now we have the endpoint to actually send a update request, to actually update data from our application. So now we are done with the endpoint. We're going to go back to the edit page, go to page.tss file. Now, basically, we already have all the structure we need to actually send the request. We already have this right here, so we just have to update some stuff. So first of all, for this cover image, it's going to be optional, so we don't want to check this, so I'll just get rid of that. We always have to pass the title, the essence, and the content, but for that, it's going to actually be optional. So right here, I just say title, except, and content are required. And then I'm just going to scroll down right here. Then this right here, we're going to say, since the cover image is optional, so I'll say if the cover image state is set, that's only when we want to actually append this right here. Okay, that's only when we want to append this. That way, if the user does not decide to actually update the cover image of the post, we're not going to send this to the request. That's why in our routes.ts file, we say that the image data could be none. And also, we're going to upload to Cloudinary only when the cover image is actually sent. And also, we have to update the endpoint. The endpoint is going to be API /post / Now, we're going to make use of backticks here because this is going to be dynamic. We're going to have some dynamic variable. It's going to be / the dynamic post ID from the params, okay? And then it's not going to be a post request. It's going to be asios.patch. It's going to be a patch request because in our route.ts file, we're actually expecting a patch request, and that's basically it. After we update, we're not going to do all this. We're just going to redirect the user to the post view page. So we're just going to get rid of this, and I'll create a router instance up here. So up here, I'm going to say const router. It's going to be equals to use router, which I'm going to get from Next navigation like that. And then right here, we can simply say if the request is processed successfully, after we display article published successfully, down here, we're going to say router dot replace the route with, this is going to be dynamic / articles. Now, remember we are going to the post view page, so we need the slug, the unique slug. So we're going to get that from the response. Remember when we updated the post right here, we're actually returning the updated post, so we can access it from the response. So what we're going to do is that we're going to say const response. It's going to be equals to, we're going to set it to a variable, so we're going to await that. So this variable right here, what we are getting from the endpoint, you say const slug is going to be equals to the response dot the data from the response dot the slug, because the data is going to contain the object of the post, so we just want the slug. And then right here, we can just put that slug. So whenever we actually update a post, we're going to go to the post view page. Great. I think that's basically it. So I'll just go down and see more. Right here, instead of actually saying article published successfully, we'll say article updated successfully. So I think that's basically it. So let's actually try if this is going to work. Let's actually test this out. So I'm going to go back there. I'm going to update this. So this is my first post. Hope you enjoy reading. Then I'll just change this one to post 1. Then I'll click on update post. Article updated successfully. And you can see right here we have post 1 right here. I can click on edit again. And this time I'm going to actually change the image. I'll just choose a new image. I'll choose this Next.js image right here. And then I'll just say the first post, I'll say Next.js is the future of web development. Then right here, simply just going to copy this right here. I just paste that right here. Then I just click on updates. Article updated successfully. I will see a new image right here. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over to my Cloudinary dashboard to see if the old image was actually deleted. Now in your Cloudinary dashboard, you're going to go to assets right here, and then you're going to go to folders, and then you're going to look for the folder. Remember we created a folder when we actually uploaded called tech blog. I'll go to that tech blog folder, and we actually see 2 images right here. We see the Postgres image and the Next.js image. The Prisma image was deleted because we actually updated the post. Okay. So the next feature we want to actually work on is when we click on this delete, we actually want to delete the post. So let's actually work on that. So I'll create an endpoint for that. Inside this route.ts file, I'm going to create an endpoint. I'll just wrap this patch right here. So down here, I'm going to say export async function delete. I'm going to copy some things from this get function right here. I'm going to copy this right here. I'll paste that in here as arguments, and also I'll copy where we are checking if the user is already authenticated and where we are getting the params. I'll just copy this, and then I'm going to paste that inside this right here. And then I'll just format this document. I'll actually rearrange the code. After we've gotten the params, then down here, because this is going to be dynamic too, like this other one, the get and the patch, we're going to actually send requests based on the ID of the post. So first of all, we're going to find the post. I'll say const post is going to be because I want await prisma dot the post model dot find a unique post where ID equals to post ID. Then now I'll say if no post was found. If no post was found, then we're going to say return a next response, post not found, status of 404. And then that here, now if the post was found, we have to actually delete the image first. So I'll say if post.cover image public ID, then we're going to await delete from cloudinary, and then we have to pass in the post.the cover image public ID because we need that to actually delete the image from cloudinary. And then down here, we're going to await prisma dot the post model dot delete where the ID matches the post ID passed through the requests. After that, we're just going to return a next response dot JSON with a message post deleted successfully and the status of 200. Sorry, not full stop here, use a comma. So just format this. And we're not actually wrapping this in the try catch block. So what I'm going to do, everything we have here, I'll just cut everything we have here. Everything we have inside this function. I'm going to make use of a try catch block. Then I'm going to paste everything we just wrote inside the try, and then inside the catch, we're going to return this error right here. Delete post error, log that, and then return a response fails to delete post. Save that. So now we have the API endpoint to actually delete post from our database and also delete the image of the post, the cover image of the post. So now you have to make a request to actually delete the post. So we're going to create a service function for this. So I'll go to src services post.ts. Now right here, I'm going to create a function, say export async function delete post. Now this function is going to take one argument. I'm going to call that argument post ID, which is going to be of type string. And then inside this function, I create a variable const response, or just call it where it's going to equal to, I want to await as use dot the delete method, which is going to go to /API /post ID, and then down here I'm going to return response.data. Now, since we already have React query, we can actually make use of a mutation to actually delete this. Now, how do you use mutation? And let's actually learn how to do that. So I want to go to the custom hooks we created. I go to src custom hooks use post.ts, and then down here I'm going to create a function, say export function use delete post. In here, I'm simply going to return a use mutation. I'm going to get that from TanStack React Query. Up here, we're going to import use mutation from TanStack React Query. And then the mutation function I want to run. And then for the mutation function, we're going to fire an arrow function. We're going to take an argument called post ID, which is going to be of type string. And then we're going to fire that delete post function we created. And remember that this actually expects one argument. We're going to pass in the post ID right here that we are getting from this function. And then we can simply say success are actually going to invalidate the query. So when we delete a post, we want to actually update our React query. Remember up here when we fetch the post, we actually specify a key called post. So we want to actually update this cache. So right here, I want to say const query client is going to be equals to use query client, which we're going to get from React query. Up here, we're going to import use query client from React query, from task React query. Also, we're going to make use of router too. So I'll say const router is going to be equals to use router, which we're going to get from Next navigation. Okay, so we're going to import use router from Next navigation. And then in here on success, we're going to say query client dot invalidate queries. We'll specify the query key, which is going to be, it has to match what we have here, which is going to be post. And after that, I'm going to say router dot replace. We're going to replace the routes with / articles. So basically, we go to the articles page. And then we also have to check if there's an error. So I'll say on error. If there's an error, and then we're going to get the error from here. And then we're going to say console.error, delete post error, passing the error, then alert fails to delete post. I'm going to save this. I make use of this delete mutation in here, but I don't want to make use of it here. I want to create a delete button. Okay, so I want to create a component for the delete button. So basically what I'm going to do, I'll go to the components folder, go to SRC components, I'll go to blog page right here, and I'll create another component called delete button .tsx RFC. Now this delete button right here is simply just going to return this button we have right here. So I'll scroll all the way down. It's going to return this. Oh, not in this page. It's going to be the blog view page right here. The blog view page where we are actually viewing the posts. That's where we actually want to run the delete. So this button right here, I'm going to cut this button right here, and then I'll paste that button right here, and then I'll just import this icon from React icons. And then we have to actually call the component right here. So call the delete button like that. And then up here, we can just get rid of that icon imports. We don't need this import. Also to get rid of this import React from React. And then I want to scroll all the way down. Right here, we have to pass the, because we need the ID of the post we want to delete right here as a prop. So I'll say the post ID is going to be equals to post dot the ID of the post. And then inside this delete button, we actually have to specify the type of the prop. So right here, I'll say this is going to expect a prop called, going to expect a prop with post ID that is going to be of type string. And then we can just destructure that post ID. Then we can use this post ID to actually delete the post. Just go back there. We have an error here. You say type string are undefined, not assignable to type string. All we're going to do is that we're going to say if post.id, then we're going to render this component right here. Great. That's because the post ID could be null. Remember we said that the promise can either be a promise, can be this post promise, or it could be null. And now we can go over to that delete button component and actually make use of the mutation we actually created. Up here, we're simply going to say const. I'm going to structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use delete post, and then we can destructure out the mutate, which I'm going to call, I'll rename this delete post mutation, and then it's the spending. Now this is spending is coming from React query, okay, from when the delete request is being processed. So now we're going to create a function const handle delete. It's going to be equals to an out function. First of all, you have to actually ask the user if they want to delete. So say const confirm. It's going to be equals to, confirmed. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to call confirm from JavaScript. Are you sure you want to delete this post? Now, if confirmed, if it has been confirmed, if confirmed, then I'm going to call the delete post mutation. Now this expects one argument because it needs the post ID to make the delete request. So pass in the post ID. And then after that, I'm going to say on success. We're first of all going to toast successful. So I just get toast from this page right here. We're actually making use of that toast right here. Just copy this right here. Then I'll paste that right here. There's going to be toast. Just get toast from we had hot toast. I'm going to toast. I'm going to toast article deleted successfully, like that. I'll just rearrange this code base a bit. And now we're actually going to use this function. So I'll just copy these. I'm going to hook up and unclick to this. So unclick, then I'm going to fire this function right here, and then the button is going to be disabled when it's pending. So anytime the request is pending, this delete button is going to be disabled. So let's actually test this out. So let's actually delete this post. So I want to delete the other one. So I'll go to articles, go to load more articles, and I want to delete this one right here. Let's just create a new one because I don't want to delete it out of these two. I'll go to write. I'm going to say test delete post. Then just copy this right here. I'll paste that right here. Also paste that right here. And I'll just select an image. I'll select this Prisma image right here. Open. And then I'll just click on publish. Article published successfully. Now go to articles. I should see my new article right here. I'll click on load more. It's going to load the other article. I actually see the new one right here. I'll click on read article. Great. And now I'll click on delete. You can see right here, are you sure you want to delete this post? I'll click on OK to confirm it. And then after deletion, it's going to ask me back to the articles page. And you can see that post is actually completely deleted. So now we have our delete functionality actually working. So in this part of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on the search functionality. And for the search functionality, when we open up this modal, we want to be able to actually search. We want to be able to search for blog posts in this application. And then if we get results, the results are going to be shown right here. We can actually click on the result and it's going to take us to the post view page, and we can actually view the post we actually searched for. So let's work on this. So first of all, we have to create an API endpoint for the search functionality. So I'm going to go over to src app API post. I create a folder called search. Inside this search folder, I'm going to create a wow.txt. And then in here, you can simply export async function get, make use of a try catch block. If we get an error when we're actually making the get request, we're going to console.error, search post error, then pass in the error, then return the next response with an error fail to search post and a status of 500. Okay, then just import next response from next server, and then inside the try, we're going to get the search params. So I'll say const, or the structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to. Now this request is going to take a request. It's going to be of type request, and then right here you can say this is equals to new URL. They will pass in the request dot URL, and they will just destructure the search params we are getting from the request. After that, a query variable called query is going to be equals to search params dot. I want to get the params. When I'm sending the request from a client, I'm going to call the params queue. It's going to be short for query, and then I'll just trim it. Trimming out all the blank spaces from the query, and then we can set a limit of the length of the query. So say const limit, and this is actually optional. It's going to be equals to number. I'm going to convert it to a number. Then we'll say search params dot get limit, which is going to pass through the request to. Now if no limit was passed, then the default limit is going to be 5. Then after that, we can check if no query was passed. If no query, then we're going to return a next response .json. Then we're going to pass in the post. The post is going to return, and we're going to return a post object to an empty array, which means if no query was passed, we're just going to return a post and empty array. Then down here, you can actually make the request a const post is going to be equals to. I'm going to await Prisma, which I'm going to get from my lib folder. I'm going to import Prisma from lib Prisma dot the post model dot find many, where now we are going to be using lots of parameters to actually search for a blog post. We're going to search through the title, the exempt, and also the content. So we're not going to be making use of just the title. So for that, I want to make use of all. It's going to be an array of what we actually want to search for. The first one is going to be where title contains the query that was passed. And then I'll say mode insensitive. I'm basically adding this mode to ignore the casing of the whether it's uppercase or actually lowercase. After this one, create another one right here. Then it's going to be where except contains the query too. So I copy this and I paste this right here. And then after this one, it's going to be the content, where the content of the blog post contains, just copy or paste that again here. And then after all that down here, after this right here, after this where right here, after the where, I'm going to order by created at, and we want it in a descending order. And then we're going to take limits. Okay, remember we said that we're going to take the limits of posts we actually pass through the request. Okay, because we don't want to actually populate our entire model with the list from the database. Okay, we're going to take maybe 5 or first 3 or something like that. So we have to take a limit. We have to have a limit. Now, what do we want to select? I want to select the ID, slug, and also the title of the blog post. And then after all that down here, we're just going to return a next response.json with an object containing the post. Just format this. Great. So now we actually have the endpoint we have to actually call upon this. We have the endpoint we have to actually call when we're actually making a search query. So next, let's actually create a service function, a fetcher function to actually fetch data from this route. So I'll just go to the services folder, go to SRC services. Then I'm going to go to this post.ts file right here. Then down here, I'll simply say export an async function called search post. And this function is going to take one argument, which I'm going to call query, and it's going to be of type string. And then inside this function, we can simply check if no query was passed to this function, then we just return an empty array. Then down here, we'll say const the response is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Azure's dot make get request to /API/post/search like that. And then we have to pass in the params. So I'll say params. The params I want to pass through the request. I'll call it Q. Remember, we are calling it Q right here. Okay, we are calling this Q. So I'm going to call it Q, and then I'm going to pass the query passed to this function, to this Q right here. And then down here, we're just going to return, this function is going to return the response.data.the_post like that. So whenever post we get from the query, we're going to return this. We're going to call the function. And then we have to create a custom hook to actually trigger this fetcher function. So let's go to SRC, custom hooks, use post. Now I'm going to create a debounce function, because what we want to do is that, see, when we go over to application, we'll click on this modal right here, open up the search modal. We don't want to make the get request every time a user type. Okay, we only want to make it after a few seconds. So if a user type T, we're not going to make the request until maybe user type for like few seconds, maybe 500 milliseconds or 300 milliseconds. Because if we don't use the bouncing, anytime we type, it's going to make a request to the server. If we type, it's going to make a request. We type again, it's going to make a request. We don't want that. We want the user to, when the user is done typing or after a few milliseconds, then the request can be sent to the server to actually prevent spamming our server with so much search request or query request. So we're going to create a function right here called, I'll say export function use debounce. And this function is going to take a value that I'm going to call T and set the delay the default delay to 300 milliseconds. Now, since we're making use of types, we can say this is going to be generic, okay, which means this T can be anything. It could be a string, it could be a number, okay, it's basically generic. Then inside this function, create a state const the bounce value, then set the bounce value is going to be equals to the use state hook from React, and by default we'll pass in the value from the request. So whatever value we are passing through the request, we typed in our search model, we're going to pass it right here. Okay, it's going to pass right here as a generic value, and then we're going to pass it into the state right here. So we're going to make use of this debounce value to actually make requests to our server. We're not going to make use of the value directly. So down here, we're going to use a side effect. We're going to make use of the use effect hook from React, which I'm going to import up here from React right here, use effect from React library. And then in here, we're going to pass an empty dependency for now. And then inside this use effect hook, we're going to create a timer. Say const timer. It's going to be equals to set timeout. We're going to set the bounced value to value, and this is going to be done based on the delay we actually passed. Okay, so the bounce value is going to be set for right now. With this delay we are passing, this default delay is going to be set every 300 milliseconds. So it doesn't matter if we tap, it's only going to actually set the bounce value to this value every 300 milliseconds. And then just return a cleanup for when the component on mouse. So down you just return an arrow function that's actually going to just clear. It's going to clear our timeouts or passing the timer in there. And it's actually going to clean up this use effect hook for when this component on mount. And then we're going to pass in the value and the delay as dependencies if you are making use of these two values inside this hook. And then down here, we're simply just going to return the bounced value. Now, this actually means that anytime I want to send query to the database, we're going to be using this debounce value, not this raw value we are getting from the input. Okay, so we're actually going to pass it through this use effect hook. Okay, so that it doesn't actually spam our database anytime we actually type. Now, this is actually best for performance when you are creating search functionality on an application. So all we have to do is go over to that search model. I'll go to SRC components. I'll go to models. I'll go to that search model right here. First of all, up here, we're going to create a state. So as it comes, create a state called query. Then set query is going to be equals to get the use state hook from React. And then by default, this query is going to be an empty string. And after that, we're going to get the bounced hook from the hook we just created. It's going to be equals to use the bounce from our custom hooks up. We're going to get that from custom hooks, use post. And then passing the query state, and then we have to pass in the delay. Okay, you can use 500, you can use whatever delay actually works for you. I want to use 400 milliseconds. And then we can connect this query state to this search input. I'll say the value of this input is going to be equal to the query, and then on change of this query, right, you're going to run an arrow function. So I'm going to take an event, and then I'm going to set the query state event.target.the value. And then up here, we're not actually destructuring it. We're just going to set it to a variable. I'll call this variable debounced query. Okay, we get the debounced query. I'm going to pass this debounced query to React query. We're actually making the request. So let's actually do that down here. We are simply going to say count. So we're going to destructure what we're going to get from React query. It's going to be equals to use query from React query. You can pass in the query key, which I'll call search post, and then I'll pass in the bounced query. We're going to catch each of the query based on the debounced query. And then after that, the query function is going to be an arrow function that's going to fire that service function we created right here, search post. Okay, search post, and then you have to pass in the bounced query. And you can see right here, we're not passing in the query from the state, we're passing the debounced query we're getting from this custom hook right here. And then finally, I only want this to be enabled when the debounced query dot length is greater than 1. That's going to help us to prevent useless requests. And then we'll destructure out the data. I'm going to call it results. If there's no data, it's going to default to an empty array. And then we'll destructure out the is loading and also the is fetching. And now we can actually get rid of this other one right here. We don't need this because we already have our results from the database. And then we'll just say this is going to be of type. We'll just call our post type. Get the post type from types post right here. Okay, great. Now we're not actually done here. You have to actually handle the UI for when the request is processing and also if we don't find any result. So down here, I'm going to say this is going to be for when it's actually searching. So if it's searching the database, if it's searching, then down here, I'll say if it's loading or if it's fetching, then we want to render this JSX right here. Render a div, which I'm going to give a Tailwind class, px of 4, py of 3, first gray of 400, and a text of xm, like that. And then inside this div, we just output searching. Then if it's empty, as I say, for empty, for when the request does not return any results, for when the request does not return any results, down here, we're going to say if it's not loading, so I'll negate that. If it's not loading and there is a debounce query and results dot length is equivalent to 0, then we're going to render this JXS right here. It's going to be similar with this, so I just copy this div and I'll put that right here. In here, we're just going to output no results found. So when the user search for something, it's not actually found. When it's not loading and there's actually a debounce query, but the result the length is equivalent to 0, which means no result was found. And finally, what I'm going to do is that instead of just leaving these two like this, I'm going to place them in the same so that they actually work together. I just place them inside a bracket. Okay, so it's loading and also it's fetching. If either of these is true, then we're going to return the searching right here. So let's actually test this out. I'll go back to the web page. I'll click on the search modal. I'll click on P. We don't have a result. PHP, and we actually say is PHP dead in 2026. I'll click on Next. And we actually get that right here searching. Next.js is a feature of web development. And we're actually getting the auto completion. So we're getting the post from the database when we're actually searching through them. So now when we actually search through them, we'll say PHP. We want to be able to click this and actually go to the post view page, actually view this post we're actually searching for. So to do that, I'm going to create a function up here. I'll create a function const handle navigate. It's going to be equal to an arrow function. And this arrow function is going to take a slug. I call the argument slug, which is going to be of type string. And then inside this navigate right here, I'm going to route the user to the post view page. So up here, I'll just get router from router. So it comes router. It's going to be equal to use router. Get that from next router. And then down here, we'll just say router dot push the user. Use backtick, going to add dynamic view /articles / the dynamic slug. And then after that, we can call the close search modal. Actually close the modal. Okay, this close search modal we have up here. And then we just set the query back to an empty string like that. So now I just have to take this function right here. And then down here I'll say on click. When someone clicks on this, it's going to fire an arrow function. It's going to fire the handle navigate. And remember, we have to pass in an argument. So I'll pass in the result dot the slug from the results format. This is great. Now let's actually test this. I'll go back to the web page. It says next router, use router. I think we are getting router from next router. No, we are supposed to get router from next navigation. This is for pages. This one is for page. We are using the pages directory Next.js. I'm going to get next router from next navigation. Save that. Great. So now let's actually test this out. I'll click on the search modal. Then I'll search for PHP. I'll get a post that's related to PHP. I'll say click on that. It's going to take us right to the post view page. Great. I can search for Next.js. I'm going to get a post that's related to Next.js. I'll click on that. It's going to bring us right here. Great job. So now the search functionality is actually working. So with that, we are basically done with the functionality for this application. Now I just have to run some Lint check to see if we actually get any errors. So I just go to my terminal, open this up, just close the server. I say pnpm run Lint. Click on enter, and we actually get some errors right here. Now we actually have to resolve this bugs if we want to actually build this application successfully. So first of all, we're going to start with this error right here. Said that we are getting this error from this component right here, line 99. Say counter is never reassigned, so use const. Oh, we are making use of let to actually set the counter because we are not reassigning it. So I'm just going to go to that component. I'll just open this up, line 99. Open this up. It's going to be right here. So since we are not actually reassigning this counter, we'll just make use of const right here. And then also says that post is never used. Inside this articles page, we're actually calling the post types, but we are not using it. Line 6 is going to be this right here. Get rid of this. This is just a warning. And then for the last one, it's going to be coming from the layout file. Because we didn't get rid of this right here after I actually used plugins for our font. Save that. So now let me do that again. pnpm run a Lint check. I will still get one warning, which we are still getting from the articles page. It said post is defined but never used. So I'll go to that page. Line 6. Oh, we didn't actually save the file. Yeah, my bad. pnpm run Lint. And we don't get any little warnings or errors, which means we can successfully build this application. Now in this part of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on actually deploying our application on Vercel, so you can actually have a live link to add to your portfolio. Now we're going to do this in 3 steps. The very first step, we have to actually push this code to GitHub. And the second step, we're going to actually deploy the GitHub repo, the source code from the GitHub. We're going to deploy it on Vercel. And then for the final step, we're going to actually update all our variables. Remember, in our environment variables right here, we have some variables right here that we're actually using localhost for 3000. Don't forget that inside this src components, then inside this home and recent post right here, we are setting our base URL as localhost for 3000. So when we actually deploy this project, we have to update all this, and also we have to update the variables we set on Google when we are creating a cloud ID, and also on GitHub. We have to change that to our production URL. So let's actually start with the first step. The first step, we have to actually push this to GitHub. Before we do that, we have to actually update something in our package.json. Now, when we push this code to production, it's going to run this right here to actually start this on production. First of all, it's going to run next build, and then it's going to run next start to actually start the application. For this next build, don't forget, when we push this code to GitHub, it's going to ignore some files. In our git ignore right now, we have this right here, this folder right here, src generated Prisma. Our Prisma client is going to actually ignore. So this folder right here inside this generated is not going to actually be pushed to GitHub, which means we have to actually generate this folder right here, this client right here, when we're actually deploying to Vercel, which means we have to actually update our script. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to package.json before we run next build. We first of all want to run Prisma generate. So I'll say run Prisma generate and then run next build, which means it's going to generate the Prisma client first before it actually builds the application. That way, this folder right here, this generated folder, is going to be generated for production. So now we can actually push this code to GitHub. Now, when you create a new Next.js project, by default, a new GitHub is going to be initiated. A new Git repo is going to be initiated. You can see right now when we're writing the code for this application, this right here was actually tracking all the changes. You can see that some files are actually colored, while some are colored green, while some are colored blues. The ones that are colored blue are the ones that came with the original Next.js project. When we actually created the Next.js project, they are the ones with this M right here modified, while the ones that has this green color that has this U attached to them are the ones that we created along the way when we were building this project, and they have this U right here meaning untracked. You can actually see right here, you actually labeled on track, while this one is labeled modified. So first of all, we're going to push this code to GitHub. So I'm going to open up this terminal right here. I'm going to say git status. And then you can see that we have some on track files right here. We have some files we've modified and some files we've actually added. So before we actually add it to the staging area, we have to create a Git repo on GitHub. So we're going to head over to GitHub and actually create a new repository. So I just click on new. I'll call this repo tech blog. For the visibility, I'll keep this as private. And then I'm going to create this repository right here and click on create repository. And now you can see what we actually have to do to actually push this to GitHub. Okay, we have to actually run git init, which was actually done when we created a new Next.js project. Now I'm just going to copy all this right here and then I'll head back to my terminal. And before we actually run that, you have to add all these changes to the staging area. So to do that, I'll say git add all these files to the staging area. And now when we run git status again, you're going to notice that all these files has been added for staging. Okay, so we can actually commit these files. So I'll paste that right here. I'll click on enter. And now after that is done, our code is going to be pushed over to GitHub. And now we're going to head back to GitHub and just refresh this repo we created. You can see right here that our code base is now on GitHub. So we now have our code base on GitHub. So now we are done with the first part of the deployment. So now we just have to commence the second part, which is actually deploying this on Vercel. So we're going to head over to Vercel.com. Now at Vercel.com, you can actually log in with, I think you can log in with your GitHub and your Google, or if you don't have an account, you can actually create an account if you've not actually created an account with Vercel. It's actually free to get started and they have a very generous free plan. And you can see your project right here if you've actually deployed projects on Vercel before, but if you've not, you're not not going to see anything here. So I'm going to click on add a new project right here. And the beauty about Vercel is that we can actually get our source code from GitHub. So we can just import our source code from GitHub. Right now I want to import this one right here, tech blog. I just click on import. And now we have that code base. So we just have to specify the project name. I'll say tech blog, Egbon tech. And for the framework preset, it's going to be set by default for us to Next.js. And now we have to actually set environment variables, because remember we are making use of environment variables when we actually build this application. We are making use of lots of environment variables. I'm going to close this up. Go to .env. We have lots of environment variables here that we're actually using. So we have to actually set these environment variables on Vercel. So I'm going to copy this. Now, remember that we can actually update this right now because we do not have all this right here. Okay, so for now, we're going to set them to the localhost when we are building the application. And then when we later start updating all the development URL to live or production URL, we're actually going to update this on Vercel. So I'm going to copy this right here, the database URL. Then right here, environment variables, I'll paste the key right here and I just copy the value. I'll shrink this a bit so we can actually copy this string right here. I'll paste that right here. Now click on add more variables. Next one I want to add is going to be this BetterAuth secrets. I'll copy that. I'll paste that right here and then I'll actually get the BetterAuth secrets. Paste that right here. And next we have to get the BetterAuth URL. It's going to be our localhost port 3000 for now. Then we're going to change it after we actually deploy the application. So I'll just paste in the HTTP, because if we don't actually set these variables now, the application is going to actually break when we're actually building it on Vercel. So I just set it to localhost port 3000 for now, and it's going to be the same thing for the base URL, which I'm going to copy from here. I don't think we actually use this base URL, but I'll just set it, the base URL, and then I'll click on add more. Then the next one is going to be the Google client ID, which I'll copy. I'll paste that right here and actually get the client ID, which is going to be this right here. Paste that right here, click on add more. So we have to get the Google client secrets. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll just copy the secrets. Then I'll paste that right here. So the next one is going to be the GitHub client ID, which I'll copy. So basically just doing copy and pasting at this point. Copy the value. Then I'll copy this GitHub client secret right here. Copy the actual value. I'll paste that right here. Click on add more. The last one is going to be for Cloudinary. So I'll copy the Cloudinary cloud name. Paste that right here. Copy the value for the cloud name. Paste that right here. Click on add more. And then I'm going to copy the Cloudinary API key. I'll paste that right here. And then I'll copy the value for the Cloudinary API key. I'll paste that right here. And then finally, we're going to copy this last one right here. It's going to be the Cloudinary API secret. And then I'll paste that right here, which I obviously cannot show you, but you obviously have a Cloudinary account and you already set up a Cloudinary account. You have a Cloudinary API key and API. So you're going to paste your API secret you use for development right here, and then just click on deploy. Okay. Now after deployment, it's going to say congratulations, you deployed a new project, and then we'll just click on continue to dashboard. It's going to bring us to dashboard right here. We'll just click on visit our application. And our application is actually open. Now when we try to open this application, we're going to get an error, a server-side exception as on call. Now why are we getting this error? Now the reason we are getting this error is because when we go back to our application, go back to our development, you can notice right here, when we go to SRC components, home, recent post, we are making use of our local development domain right here, http localhost port 3000. So he's trying to use this URL right here as a base URL to actually fetch posts for the home page, which is actually going to lead to a server-side error. So what are we going to do is that we're going to actually, since we now have our production URL, we're going to update all the development URL. So I'll go back there, I just copy the domain, and then we'll head to our Visual Studio Code, just get rid of this, and now paste our production URL right here. And we are also going to do the same thing for our environment variables, but the difference is that our environment variables are not in production. So let's actually push these changes to GitHub, and then we're going to update that on Vercel. So down here, I'm simply going to say git add all changes we've made to the staging area, and then I'll say git commit dash the message, which is going to be updated recent post URL. Click on enter, and that's going to actually commit that changes, and then we can just sync those changes to top repo. So I'll click on sync changes, and that's going to sync our changes to GitHub. And now when we head over to GitHub, I'll just refresh this. We should actually see the modification is actually pending. Updated recent post is actually pending. But when we go to SRC components, and then we'll go to homepage, then recent posts, we should actually see the live domain has actually been updated. And it's actually pending right here. The changes are actually going to be pushed to Vercel. But before that is actually pushed to Vercel, we're actually going to update our environment variables on Vercel too, our base URL and our BetterAuth URL. So we're going to go to settings inside our project, and then we'll go to environment variables, and then we'll just scroll all the way down. We're going to see where we have our environment variables. We have this BetterAuth URL right here. So I just click on this, I'll click on edit, and then I'll just change this localhost for 3000, this development URL to the production URL, and click on save. Now I'm not going to redeploy now. I'll just go also change that for the base URL. So I'll just change this one to the production URL. Then I'll click on save, and then I'll just redeploy the project. Click on redeploy. Now we can actually view the redeployment process. You can actually see the project is actually being rebuilt. Now after the redeployment process, you're going to see our application is actually redeployed, and now we can actually revisit our application. So I just go back there, just refresh, and you can actually see everything is working fine. Okay, the application is actually deployed successfully. But we are not actually done. We cannot actually log into this application because remember, we created Google clients and GitHub clients with our localhost port 3000. So we obviously have to update that too. We're just going to head back to our Google Cloud console. I'll click on, we're already in that tech blog project we created. I'll click on API and services. I want to go to credentials right here. I actually see the project we created, the app we created. I'll click on edit Auth client. And then when we scroll, you can see we have this authorized JavaScript origin. Now, first of all, we have to actually authorize this one too. So I just paste that right here. We can actually place this one. Our second authorized URL wants to be able to make requests from this domain. And then for the authorized redirect URL, we're going to change this localhost port 3000 to this domain right here. This is going to be the authorized URL, and just get rid of this extra slash right here. It's going to be https tech.blog.vercel.app, then API /auth/callback/Google. Great. And then for this one, just get rid of this / right here. We only need the domain name. And then I'll just save this application. So now we have to actually do the same thing for GitHub. I'm going to head back to GitHub. I'll just go to settings. And then I'll scroll down to developer settings right here. And then I'll go to OAuth apps. And then I'll click on this tech blog we created. I'll click on that. And then I'm just going to change the homepage URL. I'll change the domain to this right here. Get rid of that /. And then for the callback URL, I'll copy this right here and get rid of this localhost port 3000. And then I'll just paste that right here. Our production URL. I'll click on update application. It's going to actually update our application. Great. So now we'll be able to sign in our live application. Let's actually test that out. So I want to click on login. Now click on continue with Google right here. And you can actually see we can actually sign in with our Google account. Okay, to tech blog Vercel.app. And then we can actually do the same thing for this one for GitHub right here. Click on login, click on continue with GitHub. And it's going to actually sign in before we can actually continue with GitHub. So this is actually working. So because my GitHub is not actually registered, my GitHub is not actually signed in inside this browser. So I'm just going to go back and actually sign in with Google. Click on login. Now click on continue with Google. I'll choose this account right here. And then I'll just continue. And we're actually logged in with that mail. Okay, great. Now I'll try to read the blog post. I'll read this blog post right here. I can actually read it, but you can see right here, I cannot actually see the edits and delete because this Google account is actually different from the Google account I used to log in when I actually created this blog post. Now let's actually create a post with this user. I'll go to write. I'll say article. This is going to be building a modern blog in 2026. And for the XMs, I'll just use this right here. I'll just use something random. Then for the contents, I'll just select a H2 tag. I'll paste that right here. And then right here, I'll just paste some random stuff. And then for the cover image, I'll click on this. I'll just go to tech blog assets folder right here. Just choose this first one right here. I'll click on open. And then I'll just click on publish. Article published successfully. And now we'll head over to articles. We actually see that article right here. And we actually left this limit as 1. So we can actually see 1 post per page. But you can actually change this. All you just have to do, just go to where we actually created this. I'll go to SRC app, I'll go to articles, then page.tss, where we're actually fetching. You can actually just change this limits to 3. And then you're going to have 3 posts per page. So I'll load more articles, going to load the next one, load more articles, going to load the next one. And we can actually read this article created. I'll click on read article. It's going to be right to the article. You can see right here by Amy Ezeko. You can actually see this name is actually different. You see the Google profile picture. Since this user doesn't have a Google profile picture, Google is going to make use of the initials. And then you can actually see the blog post. The user can edit, can delete their blog post. Great. So everything is actually working. Now, if you enjoyed this project build, if you enjoyed this tutorial, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people like you who are going to find it very, very helpful. And basically just consider this as a little way of you supporting this channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on future modern web development tutorial from this channel. I'll see you in the next video.